V18. Chapter 221 Tragedy Strikes. Somewhere in Rondell. Date: June 16th, 2026. Curse them all. Kagash screams in rage with her hands grabbing her hair, ready to tear it off at what has transpired. Their plan was supposed to be flawless. While the plan to end Rondell has been around for decades, they studied NATO and learned from them, using their strengths and weaknesses as part of their plans. From the very beginning, as they had anticipated every possible move NATO could make to save the city. Each time they tried to help the people of Rondell, it only increased the division and destruction. The Balrog was summoned, and their long-awaited objective finally was in their grasp. But in the end, the Balrog eventually fell thanks to a deeply troublesome blue-hair mage and exceptional ingenuity of Lieutenant Colonel Jackson Sharpe. Galric asked her what they should do now, since it was only a matter of time before NATO forces would swarm the city. Kagash shook her head in despair, not knowing what to do now since their meticulously crafted plan was a complete failure. Unable to think of a plan, Kagash casted a communication spell to speak to her lord. "My lord, we have failed. The Balrog had been destroyed by NATO, and our enemies are far more cunning than we thought. I am afraid there is nothing we can do to get rid of Rondell." Voder took his time to respond, letting the gravity of the situation unfold. "You have failed. I gave you the location of the demon body, and the gods taught us how to use it to summon the demon. To be fair, most of the city has been destroyed," Kagash interjected. "Any knowledge here would take years to recreate." "No matter," Voder said. "The end is in sight, but we must act before he intervenes." He then points in the direction of a vital building in which Kagash and Galric instantly understand what their lord means. "Destroy the vault." "I understand. It shall be done, my lord," Kagash stated as she casted off the communication spell. "My love, I need you to distract them while I gather the remainder of our forces." Market District Rondell. Moving through the lines, Pina focused on preventing her small formation from collapsing. The Imperial army was a much-needed manpower boost. However, the enemy currently has the momentum. In addition, she was forced to split her forces into 3 groups. One to help with the evacuation of the civilians, the other to help protect the Magic Academy to prevent plundering from the enemy force, and the rest are trying to defend the plaza for the Chinooks to land. The key is to hold until reinforcements arrive. After feeling the ground shake from the Moab explosion, Sharpe informed them that the demon had been destroyed and help was on the way. However, that created the next issue. The arriving helicopters are going to get shot down by enemy mages without protection. Colonel Yang had to use the plaza as a landing zone, the only open space within the city large enough for helicopters to land. "Rory, can you spare Fyen?" Pina asked. "I need him to protect the landing zone." "Got it," Rory replied. "Once reinforcements arrive, get Jackson and the Vanguard team to give me a hand. It is difficult for me and Giselle to keep these 3 bitches from you all for long." Seeing that issue taken care of, Pina looked past the Rondell Knights and legionaries as soldiers and adventurers clashed in the streets. The guilds, pressing their advantage by staying on the roads and buildings, fought irregularly. "I cannot believe it came to this. Why are they still fighting?" Panache asked. "They should have known that the demon is dead. We all saw the blast. They have clearly lost the battle, and the only logical path is to surrender. There is no point for them to futilely continue to fight. They are in too deep," Nicholas answered as he fired his 417 Hong Kong dollars marksman rifle at an adventurer. Pina stopped and looked at the Delta operative. "What do you mean?" "I saw something like this many times before during my time in the Middle East," Nicholas explained. "I cannot speak for them as a whole, but they sided with an enemy they did not fully understand out of sheer desperation. Before they realized it, they were fighting alongside a demon, helping it in Darlco in their objective to destroy the city. After they realized they had been duped, they felt that it was too late for them to turn back. Furthermore, they are in a lose-lose situation. No matter who wins, NATO or Darlco, the guilds would still be the losers in the end. Let's not forget, we are not in the situation to take prisoners," Cortez stated. "This is a fight for survival. Only one of us will win today. Even if we could take in prisoners, I don't think Rondell's citizens are in the mood to keep them alive after all of this clusterfuck," Jesse stated. "I dare to bet $60. The people would be more than happy to stick the adventurers' corpses on pikes the moment they get the chance. Nick and Cortez are right. Right now, the best chance they have is to keep on fighting and buy themselves some time until some miracle happens. Or at the very least, until they know what to do next. Taking the 3 Delta operatives' words to heart, it reminded Pina of what Gray once said. Don't eat more than you can stomach. During the Delta raid, they discovered the guild's leaders formed a pact to regain their independence. In short, they are too deep into the current situation. Look out! Facing toward Cato, Pina saw what he was looking at. A prominent figure in warlock armor appeared on the roof. The warlock placed his hand into the roof, which began to break apart. The upper half of the roof slowed purple and ripped apart from the rest of the building. Then, the roof broke into multiple pieces. It is Gowrick. Hearing the helicopters, Pina realized what Gowrick's plan was. The other mages were either busy, or their mana was still regenerating to the point where they could not stop him. Chunks of the building started to move toward the Chinooks. Before the debris went ballistic, they stopped in mid-air. Seeing Fyen phase into their realm, hands glowing as he stopped Gowrick's attack, Pina pointed her sword toward Gowrick. Archers, mages, fire! A row of Imperial archers, supported by Tuke and Yao, fired a barrage toward Gowrick. However, the warlock stopped controlling the building fragments and jumped off, causing debris to fall everywhere, with the more significant parts being destroyed by Cato and Mimosa. That did not stop a piece from landing nearby Pina. Nicholas grabbed her and tossed her into 2 Imperial soldiers, catching with shrapnel into his side. Nicholas, Yao! Directing 2 legionaries to form a shield wall, Pina rushed to the standing Nicholas. He was looking at the piece of wood on his side. Stay still, Yao. Give him some first aid. As Yao approached to aid with the wound, Pina looked at Nicholas, confused as he laughed. What is it? It looks bad. This is nothing, Empress, Nicholas stated. I'm married, so I've been through worse. Yao placed her hand on Nicholas' side, grabbing the fragment. I thought marriage was a happy event between humans. Not when the misses are throwing plates and knives at you for forgetting to mow the lawn for 5 years, Nicholas explained. Baffled by what Nicholas said, Pina shook her head to remain focused. I thought you were the sane one. You are no better than Sharpe. Yao! Take him to Sword Inn. Once Nicholas was taken away to Sword Inn for healing, Pina looked toward Fyen. I need you to keep him pinned. Once the Sakam MQ-8 Chickasaws arrive, I will have them bring hell on him. Fyen stared at Pina calmly. He slowly nodded and said, My master would be impressed. You are manifesting his spirit. He then took off. Ginebra, contact command and coordinate air support against the mages, Pina ordered, and then looked to Masulk, the young head knight of Rondell. Masulk, once help arrives, I want everyone to begin pushing. If we use the sudden surge of reinforcement, we could shock the enemy out of their position and trigger a domino effect, provided that we keep the momentum. Randy, can you help with this? Sun Tzu, someone paid attention in class. Randy replied, We will take care of it, but you should hang back and wait for Yang, Peprios, and Sharpe. Suddenly, Cato, Mimosa, and Sword Inn rushed over in a panic. Cato spoke first. Pina, Dalco is burning down the academy. We have to go there and save it. The academy can be rebuilt, Pina said. We need to crush the enemy in one swoop. Look, Empress, it is not about the academy, but what is inside the academy. The library and the vault of scrolls and books, Sword Inn said. You do remember that the end goal of the whole operation in Rondell is the knowledge offered by it. That knowledge is the legacy of the Rondell people, the cornerstone of your new republic, the future of NATO and my people. Even if we beat the Darlco and the guilds to get the city back, the whole operation would be a total failure if we couldn't save the very essence of the city. Sword Inn's words helped to remind Pina about their main objective here. If she failed to protect the precious knowledge of Rondell, her revolution would end before it had a chance to begin. It would show her incompetence as a leader, making it look as if she had hardly grown and highlighting her past failures. Her Senate would use it to undermine her views, and Peprios might reconsider his support if she does not try to save the heart of Rondell. Okay, Randy and Reldom, get some of your men to escort the mages to save the academy, Pina ordered. We must not let the academy be burnt to the ground. My knights and I, and the remaining men, will try to defend the landing zone as much as possible. Once the orders were given, Everyone moved to carry them out. Hearing Ginebra comment about a missile, Pina saw two missiles pass overhead, targeting deeper inside the city. Heading toward their fight, Fyen used his Fade spell and disappeared, leaving Galric open to attack. A Hellfire missile struck the roof as Galric summoned a shield that withstood the blast. Once the shield dissipated, he formed an energy orb above, using it as a shield as another missile detonated while it entered the sphere. Once protected, he held both hands out. A ray of dark energy string out, destroying the Chickasaw. Another missile was fired by an appearing Chickasaw. The orb adjusted its location, blocking the second missile. Like last time, Galric puts his hands together as small sparks form around him, enlarging seconds later. He extended both hands and fired a multi-flaming bolt attack, destroying the drone helicopter. Pina stood there and watched, trying to figure out what to do. Galric is a monster. She was hoping the advanced NATO weapons would have taken care of any troublemakers. However, at this rate, once those Chickasaws are taken out, he is going to start targeting the Chinooks. Pina, tell the Americans to fire another missile when I am ready, Fyen requested. Fyen appeared in front of Galric once more, eyes filled with the void. You consider yourself a master of the dark arts? You have yet to fathom the darkest of all pits. Listening to what Galric said in the dead language, he smirked in response. I am the apostle of knowledge, of all knowledge. Even the darkest of spells within Darlco and the Phantom Realm. What is Fyen doing? Pina asked. Why is he just standing there? He is using phantom magic. Sordin answered as she saw the event through the NETT warrior connected to her visor. It is more than that, Kato said. That orb is an ancient, powerful spell. It will block everything that is coming. What Fyen is doing is something I thought was impossible, hijacking someone else's spell. You can redirect, counter, or even cancel one out. But taking someone else's spell, especially against a powerful opponent, is foolish. I can only assume he plans to take the orb and phase it out of our realm. Raising his hand, Fyen emitted a ray of darkness around the orb. Fearing what he was doing, Galric quickly placed his hands together and then fired a stream of flames, which flew through the air like a dragon until it engulfed Fyen. His clothing and body began to burn away. Pina watched, not knowing what to do. Ginebra, chiming in that she lost communications with Fyen. His personal radio most likely was destroyed. While she never built a personal relationship with the Apostle, her brother Chrysis trusted him with his life. There had to be a reason why Fyen is doing this, and he did say use another missile. She noticed a slight color change, watching the orb, but the flames prevented her from getting a good view. Ginebra, tell Sarah to fire another one now. Another Chickasaw fired another missile. Unlike the previous two times, this missile went through the orb like it was not there. The missile struck near Galric. The top of the building collapsed on itself. As the dust settled, it seemed like Galric either was killed or retreated. Fyen emerged from the rubble. Most of his body was charred due to the flames, but his body had already begun to regenerate. Feeling the wind blowing as the Chinooks began to land, Pina watched as U.S. forces and legionaries stormed out from the back and rushed towards them. The sight is strange, seeing two formal enemies on the same side. Coming out of another Chinook, she saw the remaining of her Rose Knights coming out, bringing out much joy. Pina, Bozes yelled. She quickly rushed over and tackled her Empress. You are still okay. Returning the hug, Pina then pushed Bozes back and looked at all her knights. We can talk later. Form up. Looking at the approaching reinforcements, she is amazed by the scale. It looked like every Vanguard team had arrived. That's when she noticed Sharpe, Peprio's, and Yang's approach. With them is Colonel Anderson of the 101st Division. She remembered him during the siege of Italica. Sirs, welcome to Rondell. Pina quickly got the officers up to speed on the situation. They informed her that the Chinooks would return with the rest of the battalion. The main issue is that all two KC-46A Pegasus fuel tankers on Falmart that refuel all the aircraft coming between Alnus, Italica, and Rondell are currently returning to Alnus to be refueled themselves. Are we going to wait here until we have more forces? Seeing that his home was rubble and engulfed in flames, Peprios glared directly toward Pina and boldly stated, No, we attack now and cleanse these bastards. Not to put it like that, but yeah, Sharpe said. We are all pushing against the guild's district. We're going to crush them here and now. This shit ends today. Pina nodded and looked to her knights. All right, let's get them. Villa. Selena looked out into the city, seeing the helicopters come and leave. She saw the terrifying sight of that towering demon laying waste to everything in its path past before it left the city just less than an hour ago. Jerry, Vanguard's 7 medic, told her that a sudden earthquake and bright light that happened not too long ago was a Moab, killing the demon. Now, she heard over the radio that her father and sisters were leading the attack on retaking the city. Even now, she witnessed the NATO side pushing deep into the city, heading to the academy and guild's headquarters. I honestly believe the end was near, Skroderot commented. Watching your people's mightiest weapons fail to kill it. I thought this was the end of days for Rondell. Never underestimate my father and big sisters, Selena replied as she heard Jerry call her name, requesting her help. Looking back to the lobby, Selena saw all the wounded that kept coming in. Some mercenaries from the guild tried to storm the villa not too long ago, before being stopped by some loyal Rondell Knights. Rushing over, Selena saw a burnt woman on the floor. Like many others who were here, she was burned by the demon. Getting on her knees, she placed her hand over the woman's face. Hand glowed gold and slowly restored parts of the woman's face. Not too much, Selena, Jerry said. You don't want to wear yourself out. I got it, Selena replied. Jerry looked at Selena and smiled. You have already proved yourself to me from all the times you have volunteered with me at the temple. Now, you don't want to wear yourself out because you won't be able to save more lives. You have to ration your ability to help the people who need it the most. I understand. For quite a while now, Selena has received many lessons regarding medical treatment and first aid from Jerry and Carlin. All the time she volunteered at Alnus Columna Lactaria, one of which was about triage, the process of sorting patients based on the severity of their injuries, and then prioritizing those who have more chance to be saved based on the available resources, such as medicines, manpower, and the likes. At first, Selena repulsed the concept, insisting that she wanted to save everyone. But Jerry taught her that sometimes, some things are simply out of their control. Jerry said that he too wished for the same thing as Selena once. But as time went on, he finally realized that he has to focus on what he can do and making them count, rather than wasting precious resources for the sake of chasing fantasies. Now, Selena was also faced with the same dilemma. For the duration of the day, Selena had been triaging patients and learning to make good use of the resources they had. Bandages, medicines, and most importantly, her mana. She had been doing her best to treat as many people as possible. But regrettably, she also had to tag several patients as black. The color that means said patient is either dead or their injuries are too severe to be treated with the care they currently had. Even now, despite the large number of patients who are now resting soundly after their injuries have been taken care of by her, Selena couldn't help but wonder whether all she did was worth the sacrifices she had to make. The decisions and sacrifices that she casted upon the lives that weren't hers. After a while, the woman's deep burns were healed. Selena stopped. Wiping the sweat off her forehead, she looked up at Jerry. Do you wish that you were with the others? Yes and no, Jerry replied. I know what you're thinking, Princess. I would prefer to assist my teammates. But I am here doing my job because it is my place. Now, mind going to the lobby and getting more bandages and water. Walking out of the chamber, Selena took off her bloody gloves. While the amount of blood is a little unsettling, the sight of blood unfazed her. Working at Carlin Temple, she had grown accustomed to helping women, delivering babies, and cleaning up the temple, as a loyal follower of Mirita should do. As Selena went through Jerry's medical bag, a dark feeling engulfed her heart. Noticing one of the pro-NATO noblemen laying on the floor in a pool of blood, she knew it was not because he died from his wounds. Seeing a metal boot, Selena looked up and saw a knight holding a sword. Her eyes widened. In pure instinct, Selena got up and tried to rush back to Jerry. The knight stopped her by ramming her to the ground. Boss, is this her? There you are. I've been looking for you. Looking over, Selena saw the dishonored knight Albus Russus. How did you get in here? Russus shook his head. Do you really think I was that stupid? I picked this villa. I know everything about it. Now, you're coming with me. The knight pulled Selena from the floor and dragged her to Russus. Thanks to all of the training she has received from her father and Alicia, she was able to remain calm. She grabbed her small medical scissors from her pouch, and she rammed the sharp-shaped end of it into the armor's open joint. While the knight comments how much it hurt, it surprised her that he did not let go, showing great discipline. "You little whore!" Surprised by Selena's resistance, Russus quickly came over to knock her out. Quickly emerging from the bedroom, Jerry blocked Russus and knocked him over. Looking to the other knight, he faked an attack to get the knight to react. Seeing an opening, he knocked the knight back, then grabbed the arm holding Selena and twisted it until he freed her. Dropping onto the floor, Selena quickly crawled away. Once against the wall, she saw Jerry swinging the knight into the pillar. Smiling, she saw Russus charging toward him. "Watch out!" Just dodging a sword swing, Jerry probed with his combat knife, trying to keep Russus off balance. However, that proved fruitless, Russus' knight experience showing. Russus stood there, smiling as Jerry was forced to block the other knight's attack. "Selena, run!" As ordered, Selena ran with no intention to run away, but rather to get her pistol. As she rushed into their bedroom, she noticed another knight, hands and sword wet from blood. With no time to figure out why they were here, Selena had to duck from the knight attack. To her surprise, he did not use his sword, trying to capture her alive instead. She wonders why before dismissing the thought and resumed her search. Getting to a pile of bags, Selena began searching for her purse. Hidden among her sister's stuff, she now realized why her father always told her to keep her room organized. "Damn it, where is it?" Feeling the knight grab the back of her clothing, Selena heard another noise bursting through the door. Scrotorot rammed into the knight, freeing as she watched the fight, an orc going against a knight. "Princess, look for whatever you were looking for," Scrotorot yelled as he locked hands with the knight. "Right?" Digging deeper into the pile, Selena found her purse and pulled out her shield EZ pistol. Grabbing a magazine, she loaded it and quickly aimed and shot the knight twice. The knight stood still for a moment until he fell to his knees, dropping dead, blood oozing from the 2 holes in the back of his armor. "Wow," Scrotorot commented, shocked by how efficient a projectile weapon is. "No wonder your kind abandoned melee weapons. But how did they get past the guards? Are they working for him?" "Possibly, but Russus said he picked this place for a reason, so there must be some kind of secret back doors," Selena answered. "Russus is behind this?" Scrotorot said in a shocked tone. "This must be revenge against us for stripping all his honors and his banishment from Rondell. Now let us go help your friend." Taking the lead, Selena rushed out of the bedroom. Once back at the lobby, she aimed her pistol, but she noticed that there were 3 knights now. Jerry is in the middle. Once the knights noticed her and the orc, Russus grabbed Jerry and held a dagger to his neck. Seeing Russus' broken chest armor, it seemed like Jerry could stab him with his combat knife. 3 verse 1, though, she saw why Jerry lost. "What is the meaning of this, Russus?" Scrotorot demanded. "Meaning of this?" Russus repeated angrily. "You fucking bastard robbed everything from me just to please these people from another world. I broke no laws, I never sold Rondell out, and yet I was humiliated." He then held Jerry close, knife cutting into the neck. "It is over, Russus," Scrotorot warned. "Look outside, the demon is dead. NATO and the Imperial army are working together and killing your allies. Lay down your weapon and surrender." Russus suddenly laughed. "I will be leaving, but she is my ticket out of here. She might be physically spoiled, but I still know people who will pay a fortune for a princess. Enough for me to start a new life outside of the Falmart continent. Now, if either of you moves, I will slit his throat. Scrotorot, stay back. And Selena, put down your toy, or I will kill him." Knowing Scrotorot was not armed, Selena was the only one with a weapon. While the two were talking, she carefully aimed her gun, taking the time to perfect her shot. Noticing that Selena refused to lower her weapon, Russus yelled, "What are you doing, little girl? I have 2 knights with me. You are more likely to kill your friend here than hit any of us. You're just like Lashin, those bullies in class, and the others," Selena said. "Just because I was a princess and cute, I am helpless. My father is one of the deadliest warriors both worlds have ever seen, and he spent the past year training me for moments like this." "Well, then you can say goodbye to your friend," Russus said as he prepared to dig his dagger into Jerry's throat. "Wrong, I will not say that to him, but I will say this to you. Hasta la vista, bastard." Selena exclaimed. At first, Russus was confused by the meaning of Selena's words, but then realized his mistake. Having Russus' head in the iron sights, Selena fired one shot, shooting Russus in the head through his eye. Jerry broke free, bypassing the two knights as they watched their leader drop to the floor, dead. "You bitch! You killed him! Kill them! And then let's get out of here!" The two knights started to charge, but suddenly stopped, dropping their swords. This confused Selena as she knew she couldn't kill both of them. Turning around, she saw Captain Bailey Robinson and the rest of Vanguard 5. "Smart move," Bailey said, commenting on what the knights did. "Tie them up for war crimes." Rondell Academy. Moving through the city was traumatic for Lelei. It was only a few years ago that she walked through these streets. Stores she bought goods from were destroyed, the dorms on fire. Even the trees that made the streets beautiful were in ashes. Once they reached the school, they ran into other mages. Sophia and Frost, their escorts, were not pleased to see them and threatened to kill them if they acted strangely. If it was not for Cato and Masulk vouching for them, being fellow teachers, they probably would have been shot. As the group moved through the main academy hall, a few mages and sages attempted to put out fires, saving as much material as possible. Over in the corner are two mages arguing. One is a pro-NATO, and the other is a pro-Empire, blaming each other for the crisis. "Knock it off, you two," Cato said. "Don't you realize we were all used? Who is to blame no longer matters. What matters right now is just saving what we can." As Cato lectured and gave orders to the other faculty staff, Lelei walked over to Sophia. "Can I talk to you for a minute?" Sophia, looking confused, answered, Sure." "What is it?" Looking around, seeing a body being carried out of the hall, and spoke. "Was it like this back in Philadelphia, too?" Taking a deep breath, Sophia nodded. "Yes, it was. The entire city was not destroyed, mainly a few kilometers around the gate." "I see," Lelei said. "I think I understand why you were so angry at everyone here. I always knew the destruction was bad, but I honestly thought you were holding a grudge for the sake of holding one. It was not like everyone was responsible for the attack, but now I understand, seeing everything you once knew be gone." Looking away, Sophia responded, "Damn right. People think I'm just this angry bitch, but when it happens to you, it is now different." Reflecting on what she said, she turned to Lelei. "But they are rebuilding Philadelphia. The city itself did not go away. I guess, once this is over, my people will rebuild this city to its former glory. I guess." Lelei began to feel the exhaustion from the nonstop fighting, but she is genuinely happy that Sophia is getting over her hatred gradually. The sight of her city halfway destroyed has been demoralizing. Now she understands why Sophia has been so angry from her experience. Hearing an explosion, a sage rushed over, screaming that a group of mercenaries was attacking. It sounded that the joint U.S. Imperial force were pushing the guilds back and now assaulting the academy. "Cato, I think you mean Arpeggio, and Lelei should go to the vault," Sordin proposed. "Everyone else should help with the others." "Hell no," Frost said. "We have orders to protect you." "I'm not about to drop those orders." "What is that term your kind use, flanking?" Arpeggio asked. "Wouldn't it be wise to protect that?" "It is to protect someone's side from attack," Jaleo said. "The Terran soldiers like to use terms like that. You get used to it quickly." "But she is correct. Your weapon set is more useful protecting our flanks, not coming to the halls. Trust me, I've been fighting with some of your soldiers in the first cav. I know how your tactics work. That is why you should stay," Cato added. "Frost, Sophia, Reldom, you should hold here and help. We need to protect our flank." "Okay, masters," Masulk said. "We will help here." "Before we move on, I brought some mana potions," Jaleo said. "Had to convince Colonel Young to give up most of DARPA capture reserves, but they agreed. I know it is not a lot of the highest of quality, but it is all they had. I think they're expecting to get more after this." "Assuming anything is left," Arpeggio commented. As everyone got ready for the next stage of their mission, Lelei approached Jaleo. "Can I ask you a question?" Confused, Jaleo nodded in response. "Why are you here?" Lelei asked. "I thought you were not a fighter, and I thought they kicked you out." "So?" Jaleo replied. "Rondell is still my home, and I could not just stay in Alnus playing games while my city is burning. So, I thought you could use my help." "Me like me?" Lelei asked, blushing. Yeah," Jaleo said, confused. "Knowing you, you would be in the most dangerous situations. Besides, I might not be a natural fighter, but neither are you, and yet you are here. It is what I like about, yeah. Hearing Cato calling him, he rushed off. Unable to believe that he had just said that, Lelei remained silent. Looking at her sister and teacher, she glared at them. He is just an idiot. You like him, don't you? Sordin cutely asked. The fact that you pointed that out means you like it. Come on, we need to go. As the four rushed toward the vault, the route that led to there was filled with debris and intense fire. Since they have exhausted their mana from the fighting, and the mana potions are limited and cannot relinquish the whole mana level, they have to ration the mana given by the portions to clear an effective path. They had to use the fire extinguishers that were given by Randy to get through. As the group cleared rubble from a door, Lelei heard her teacher comment how Excalibur could have been useful in creating a path. Teacher, I am sorry for the Excalibur. Sordin stretched and then laughed. Do not fear, my dear. It was worth it. Just like all tools, it can be fixed with enough time and patience. Do not forget, the sword is enchanted to always magically come back to the rightful owner. In time, it will be alive again. She then showed the broken sword as it lightly glowed. I will say, my dear, you handled the blade well, Sordin continued. Merlin and King Arthur would have been honored. Once the blade is fixed, I think you are worthy of being one of its owners. Blushing, finding it honored to be considered worthy of being a future owner of such a weapon, SHW bowed as she blushed. Thank you, Master. I do have a question, Arpeggio said. Master Sordin, why are you helping us? I don't mean to sound ruined or anything, but why? The destruction of Rondell magical knowledge would benefit your kind in becoming the dominant mage on 2 worlds. Unable to believe her sister asked that, Lelei responded, Don't say that. That is rude, especially after what happened to the Excalibur. Don't fall for Drasho Getro propaganda. He just said that to scare everyone. 3. I do not, sister, Arpeggio responded. I didn't mean to imply an evil intent. It is just it would. A mage from another world going this far to help save our ways. Both of you stop fighting now, Cato ordered. This is not the time for another one of your spats. It is okay, Lelei, Sordin replied. You must remember, not everyone has been blessed to have gone on so many trips like you. Most have not had a chance to gain the perspective you gained on firsthand. The group continued down the path. Once heading downstairs, Sordin continued. There was once a place we called the Great Library of Alexandria. Just like Rondell, much of our knowledge of the magical arts was stored there. A great man named Caesar, leader of the Romans, destroyed the library and all its knowledge to defeat his enemies. The Egyptians with their magic sided against him, and as punishment purged everything to make sure they never could challenge Rome and his rule again. To give you context, the people called Egyptians are some of the oldest civilizations on Earth. One of the first, Sordin said with much zeal. The vast knowledge of history, science, and magic accumulated by the Egyptians throughout centuries. The truth is that there were many dangerous magical tomes and knowledge in that library that could enable it. The Egyptians used that to turn the tide against the Roman Republic, so Caesar deliberately burned it down, destroying tons of precious knowledge that could benefit the future generations. Therefore, I will not let that tragedy happen again. After clearing another path, the group managed to dig deeper into the vault. The vault is huge with thousands of books, scrolls, and magical artifacts stored in it. The group know that they cannot save everything due to the intensity of the flame, and some of the stuff have already been destroyed, so they have to hurry to save as much as they can. Okay, Lelei and I will gather everything from the left wing while you and Arpeggio go to the right wing, Cato stated as they rushed to save the books, scrolls, and artifacts. As Cato and Lelei approach the left wing of the vault, they bottom up all the mana potions they have with them to have as much mana as possible to save all the artifacts. They use telekinesis to quickly move the books, scrolls, and artifacts while at the same time extinguish the fire. While Lelei is busy lifting a huge stack of books with her magic, a purple magical blast comes at her from behind, but Cato quickly shields Lelei from the blast. A woman emerged from the fire, and it is none other than Kagash, along with some Dalco mages and adventurers. You pesky blue-haired bitch, I will make sure you die today for ruining everything. Kagash powered her magic at Lelei and Cato. Lelei drops what she is doing and engages the enemies with Cato, killing several Dalco mages and adventurers. Teacher, big sis, we need help. Lelei called out over the radio. Dalco is attacking us. We cannot, Lelei. We are also getting ambushed too, Sordin replied as they fended off several Dalco mages and adventurers on their side. While Lelei was distracted with the fight, a seemingly injured Galric sneaks behind ready to deal a fatal blow from behind. Lelei, look out! Cato quickly noticed the dark aura from him and quickly generated a barrier in the nick of time before his deadly grip could tear Lelei's head off. However, this action leaves him open. Capitalizing on the opportunity, Kagash thrusted a dark magic blast at his chest. The spell went right through Cato. No, Master! Lelei screamed as Cato stumped to the ground, and she rushed at Cato's body. Tears streamed down her cheer, forgetting everything that was happening around her, placing her hand on Cato's chest as the Kagash and Galric and the surviving Darlco mages and adventurers close by. You little brat, some little girl who just came to her own body, spoiled a lifetime dream, a lifetime work. I am going to not just kill you, but make your soul suffered for 1,000 generations. Kagash created a dark mist and sprayed toward Lelei. A bright light burned the mist away. Galric formed a miniature orb around his right fist, charging toward Lelei. His fist slammed into a barrier that quickly formed around Lelei and Cato. How dare you fight without honor? Jaleo yelled. Sordin rushed toward Galric, using much of her mana to blast him through the wall. Frost, Sophia, we need backup. Man down, she yelled at the radio. You won't win this fight, Sordin, Kagash confidently stated. Your mana is depleted and your sword is broken. You have Noth dash dot. She was forced to deflect an energy blast, breathing heavily. But my mana is at its peak, Darlco, Jaleo stated as he walked to Sordin's side. I think both of us could easily kill you and your husband. At least until our friends arrive, and you don't want to be here when they arrive. Kagash glared at the young boy and the middle-aged woman. As Galric approached, she spoke in a strange language and both teleported themselves and their men from the vault. Teacher, please help him. Lelei desperately screamed at Sordin and Arpeggio to save Cato. As Sordin and Arpeggio examined the wound, they stumbled down in defeat. I am so sorry, Lelei. It is too late for him. He cannot be saved. His entire chest is pretty much burned off already. And it looks like his lungs also got ruptured, too. Sordin tearfully states to Lelei. No. You have to do something. Lelei states in disbelief. He cannot die like this. Call Selena. Her magic can. Arpeggio got on her knees, holding Cato right side as she cried. What about that healing girl? Selena? Selena just learned how to use her ability, Sordin said, trying to keep her emotions in check. Even with healing magic, Master Cato is beyond saving. It is okay, Lelei. Arpeggio, Cato weakly said while coughing up blood, proving Sordin's statement about his ruptured lungs. You have done your best. I am proud of both of you. You're like my daughters. Promise me, Lelei, bring Rondell and this world to the new dawn as you dreamed of. Sordin, take care of my daughters. Cato uttered his last words as he breathed his last breath. No, you cannot die. I have so many incredible things to tell you. I have so much to show you. Lelei hysterically cried as she vainly tried to revive her dead master, who was like her father before she met Sharpe. Arpeggio came over, and the two sisters gave a long hug as they cried together. It is okay, Lelei. It is okay. Sordin softly comforts her student as she hugs Lelei and Arpeggio. As the rest of the reinforcements come to the vault, the only thing they can do is help get the remaining books, scrolls, and artifacts to safety while mourning the death of Cato. Mimosa took this extremely hard as she fell into her knee and is petrified with grief. Rondell streets, outskirts of the guild's headquarters. Taking cover by a collapsed wall, Sharpe saw everyone taking cover. He watched a ranger drag a half-burned ranger from Vanguard 2, with two legionaries covered with their shields. A flame spell directly hit that ranger and two other swordsmen. The sight of Imperial soldiers helping a ranger was exciting. They have the high ground, Owen said. Guild's warriors are on top of the alley stairway, looking through a hole in the broken wall. Not having a decent view, he believed there is half a platoon strength, which generally wouldn't be a problem. His first thought was to outflank them from both sides. However, with so much destruction, there aren't many paths his large force can move through, allowing the enemy to focus on choke points. Owen, Andrew, Scott get 3 others from V2, V3, and 10 legionaries. Before to form up and march through, Sharpe ordered before looking at Alicia. Contact Yang. I want a mortar strike. At the landing zone, Colonel Yang is stationed there with the support elements. Mortar fire came roaring through the sky, and 3 shells impacted where the enemy position was. Once the enemy position was destroyed, a line of swordsmen with shields formed up, with knight bowsers behind them, directly behind them. The rangers from 3 teams form up behind them. This has become a common tactic in recent months. The swords and bullets tactic developed by King Duran and the U.S. military was first employed during the Short Albialgano War. The swordsmen used their shields to protect the riflemen behind them and snipe the enemy safely. The goal behind this tactic is to put pressure on the enemy, as they cannot kill anyone. If they move to attack or flee, they're gunned down. If they stay in cover, they will be cut down by the swordsmen. Because the Imperial Army has no training in such tactics, the Rose Knights have coordinated between the 2 different groups. Bose's barking orders, making sure everyone worked as a team. Once the column reached the top of the alley, Andrew and Bose's gave the order to break. The Rangers took cover, engaging while the legionaries started cutting the enemy down. Getting the ball clear sign from Andrew over NW, Sharpe ordered everyone to advance. Runners, Airborne, Rose and Rondell Knights, and legionaries storm up the stairway. In the distance, Sharpe saw an explosion from a 105mm round from the recently arrived gunship. There were only 3 AC-130s in the Falmart theater, the command never believing that a high-altitude aircraft could be taken out in the air in this war. With the odds of another demon appearing is low, Vanguard Command got approval for another gunship. Military assets are slowly arriving to support the effort of retaking the city, such as the second wave of airborne from the 1st Infantry Brigade Combat Team, 101st Division, MQ-9 Reaper UAVs, F-15E Strike Eagles, and Mirage 2000 DS providing surveillance and close air support. The main issue is the lack of fuel tankers to get A-10s into this theater, and long-range missiles were depleted to take out the Balrog. That is why it seems Air Combat Command prioritized the Eagles and Mirage, because they have a default long combat range compared to most aircraft. After getting everyone together, the large force advanced, moving through the streets of Rondell. After eliminating a few stray adventurers and mages, the group passed a burning inn. Passing the building, Sharpe saw the wreckage of the destroyed gunship. Jackson, Rory said. What is it? In trouble? Sharpe asked. Am I ever? Wait. Fyen is telling me something. The radio transmission from Rory got cut off, most likely because Fyen and her talking to each other off radio. After a silent pause, Rory finally continued her transmission. Good point. Listen, the Darlco mages, save for Kagash and her damn warlock of a husband, are all confirmed dead, and the guild's forces are falling back to their headquarters. While it in and of itself is good news, that would mean the 3 apostles only have one place to go. Seeing the Rangers, the Rose Knights, and the legionaries stare at him, knowing they are worried about engaging apostles, Sharpe replied, good. Once we push these bastards back to their HQ, push one of the apostles there, keep the other 2 busy. We will take it from there. Our plan is this: we take down one apostle in front of the enemy to completely demoralize them, to force a surrender on them. While Sharpe's tone is calm, almost sounding like he wants to fight an apostle, he knows he had to show his confidence, even if he sounded eager to do so. The threat is there regardless, so he must come up with a solution. Johnson, by chance, did you bring the new A1s? Yes, sir, Johnson said. Colonel Yang wanted us to be as prepared as possible, with all things considered. Sharpe is thrilled by the whole news that they brought the new DARPA weapon, the XM77A1 taser rifle. The first model was tested by the SAS against Talon during the 2nd SAT-era Raid 4. While the weapon proved promising, they immediately discovered flaws from it. Mainly, it still utilized standard electrical probes connected by wire to the battery in the rifle. Not only it limits the weapon range to how long the wires are, it also allows the target to just yank the probes off of their body, if not outright use them against the operators by pulling them closer. Flaws emerged that limited the weapon. The A1 model could be said to be a massive departure from the previous XM77 design. Suppose the XM77 was using the conventional wire-in probe taser configuration in the shape of a rifle, where the electric probes connected to the battery inside the rifle's receiver through wires. In that case, the A1 variant's entire projectile is the taser. The projectile itself is a can-sized taser slug, with electrical probes sticking on the nose end of it, the middle section covered by several barbs connected to the electrical to intensify the shock should the target to grab it with their hand and pull it off, housing a specially designed amulet as a power source providing more voltage and more lasting effect than conventional batteries. And the tail end has folding fins to provide stability mid-flight. Meanwhile, the rifle itself only acts as the launcher in the shape of a standard M4 rifle with an oversized barrel, launching the taser projectile using standard 5.56mm M200 blank rounds after the slug is loaded from the barrel's muzzle like a rifle grenade. Because of this, the XM77A1 received a nickname from among the Special Forces as Mjolnir Launcher, a portmanteau of the name of Thor's hammer and grenade launcher. Once the slug attached to its target, it released a continuous shock throughout the body. With no cables and thanks to the barbs, the Apostle couldn't rip these slugs off, allowing the soldier to quickly and safely reload their rifle clip one another for a second shot without the risk of being pulled by the Apostle. In addition, the DARPA designers have promised that it also has an effective range of up to 100 yards, eliminating the need of closing the distance to the Apostle and thus putting the operator's life at risk. A feature welcomed by every NATO soldier. Knowing his options, Sharpe explained, "All right, everyone, this is the plan. Rory, Giselle, and Fyen will lure one of the enemy apostles into a kill zone. Even with their regeneration ability, they're still affected by a hail of bullets. General Peprios will arrive with his force and provide magic support. Once pinned, Vanguard 2 will take them." Seeing everyone understood the plan, the group moved forward. Sharpe looked into his HUD and saw the updates from NW from the Reaper above. The enemy seemed to be gathering for a last stand. As they approached, a giant ice wall formed, blocking their path. A volley of arrows came falling down, forcing everyone to take cover. A mix of ice, fire, and energy-enchanted arrows scattered through the group. A large ice patch formed on a building, and another halfway caught an Imperial soldier from enchanted arrows. Two others tried to cut the Legionnaire out from the ice as he screamed for help. "Those volleys are going to tear us apart," Johnson commented. "Agreed. Get the Rangers to provide cover fire," Sharpe said. "Alicia, call in an airstrike. Bozes, I want the Knights and Legionaries to go right down the middle. Johnson, your team, take the right flank while we will take the left, taking cover to avoid the second volley." Sharpe looked at his team. "Scott, Owen, head to that second floor there. Get a good vantage point. Once that Apostle arrives, introduce the 6.8mm round." "Love it, sir," Scott replied. Alicia approached, hand on her helmet radio. "Strike Eagle inbound, dropping 2 AGM-179 Jags. Time on target, in 3 seconds." Noticing the Strike Eagle fighter fly past high above, 2 missiles were dropped. "Danger close." The missiles landed on the other side of the ice wall. The ground shook from the 2 large explosions. The ice wall shattered, allowing everyone to rush through. Vanguard 2 passed through with his team right behind. Once through, Sharpe saw a clash of swordsmen. Over to the left, he noticed Beefeater, Peprios, and Captain Charles Cassos of Vanguard, 3 coming through the gap in the ice wall to the right. Once the swordsmen passed through, Sharpe heard screaming and slashes of metal. Focusing on his area, Sharpe aimed and killed a spearman that was charging. Randy is right behind him, directly leading the unit into a firing line, warning everyone to stay low to prevent being hit by a spell. Once lined up, 6 Rangers open fire, killing anything that moves. In front of them is all the guild's headquarters. A large group came storming out of the buildings, heading toward them. "Scott, light them up." A hail of 6.8mm bullets rained down on the advancing enemy force from Scott's light machine gun. All the Rangers from 4 teams now noticed and engaged. Bozes and Beefeater rallied the Knights and Legionaries, so they did not rush into the crossfire, holding them back. As Sharpe watched, he saw the last-ditch attempt not even getting close. Advance Rangers. Vanguard 7 with the other Rangers marched forward in line formation, firing while they moved. The sword fight seemed to be coming to a close. A mage formed a barrier, but it did not last long as a Ranger blew it up with a well-placed rocket. Sharpe, be advised. Rory's voice blared from Sharpe's radio. We managed to block Envira and Mabel from advancing to the Guild HQ. That leaves Jasis on her way there now, so be ready. Getting an update from Rory that Jasis is on her way to the headquarters. By the time Sharpe warned everyone, one of Jasis's arrows had killed 3 people. As soldiers engaged, Jasis moved too quickly for everyone to react. Bullets passed her, hitting where she was. With her speed, she sniped 2 more soldiers. This time, one was an American soldier. Randy approached and commented, "This isn't working." "I know," Sharpe replied. "We just need her to stay still for one moment." "Giselle, mind lending a hand?" Giselle laughed before responding. "The fact you are asking me for help means you accept my superiority. That last time was a fluke. Do as he commands, Giselle, or you want to get shocked," Rory yelled. Jasis used her bow as a spear. She sliced a man's head off. As she moved toward Beefeater, Giselle flew in, using her scythe to block the bow. Breaking the stalemate, Giselle stopped one of Jasis's punches with her wing as she swung Jasis to the ground. Giselle wrapped her scythe, using her weapon as an arm lock, trapping Jasis. Now or never. With the order, nearly 3 dozen American soldiers fired their weapons. Dozens more legionaries and knights firing arrows and spears. Giselle bursted into the sky as Jasis was bombarded with bullets and arrows. As Jasis tried to escape, the ground around her shattered. Stone Spike burst out of the ground, impaling her, trapping her in her location. Looking over, Sharpe saw Peprios using his magic to trap the Apostle. While Jasis stood there, Sharpe saw the volume of concentrated fire was taking a toll on the Apostle, watching as she fell to one knee and an arm falling off. One of the bullets goes through her eye, blinding her. Johnson now. 3 Rangers from Vanguard, 2 formed up with their taser rifles. As they fired, one of the 3 slugs connected to Jace's hip. She let out a sudden scream of pain as the slug began electrocuting her from within. Not wasting time, the 3 Rangers reloaded and fired 3 more slugs, this time 2 slugs connecting. NCOs and Rose Knights order everyone to cease as Jasis continues to let out a loud, painful scream as she is continuously shocked. The battle froze as everyone watched the Apostle scream in pain. The remaining guild's members watched, seeing their ally fell. Rory, Fyen, and Giselle appeared and watched. "I remember that," Giselle commented, seeing the 3 big-sized objects sticking onto Jasis as she's convulsing in pain on the ground. "Your little taser and your prison hurt in places I didn't know I had. With those things that big, I cannot imagine what she is going through." According to Johnson, the new amulet battery is supposed to last 10 minutes. Not wanting to trust experimental technology, he ordered the 3rd volley of taser slugs against Jasis. Fyen stopped him, stating that he would finish it. Fyen approached Jasis as she cried, barely able to speak from the nonstop pain. He placed his hand on her head and chanted, putting her to sleep. He used his phased ability to remove the slugs. "Is that wise?" Sharpe asked. "We won't get another chance." "I don't recommend challenging Fyen, Jackson," Rory answered. "This is Apostle's business. He knows what he is doing. Besides, there is everyone else," Tuke pointed out. Taking the hint, Sharpe decided to drop the topic. "Where are the other Apostles?" Once Jasis began screaming, they disappeared, Rory explained. It was confusing. Looking at the remaining guild's members, he ordered the attack. Sharpe aimed his rifle at a young swordsman in purplish armor, standing petrified in horror. Sharpe looked around and found that the rest of the adventurers also had the same terrified look on their faces as well. Apparently, after witnessing an Apostle being subdued, along with seeing the presence of 3 Apostles on American forces' side, whatever morale the adventurers had left had been crumbled. After a few seconds of stare-off, the swordsman dropped his sword, holding his hands up crying, "All units, check your fire. We got one who surrendered. Quickly tie up and secure anyone who surrenders. Anyone who resists, end them." Randy and Alicia rushed over and tossed the young man to the ground, placing a zip tie on his hands. There is no time to be gentle as they are still in an active combat zone. While the swordsman was being subdued, however, another swordsman decided to charge at the Vanguard group only to be gunned down by 3 precise shots to his chest. After the swordsman was downed, the lady behind him dropped her bow and got onto her knees, begging to spare her life. Soon enough, more and more guild's members dropped their weapons and surrendered. The Magic Guild's headquarters doors opened, and a dozen mages walked out. As everyone prepared for a magical battle, a man emerged from the group, hands risen. I am Drasho Getro, leader of the Magic Guild. We wish to surrender to NATO and end hostilities. Please spread the word to all who are loyal to the guilds scattered around the city, Drasho asked the Vanguard group, knowing a thing or two about their means of long-range communication. It is over. No more. V18, Chapter 222, Pyrrhic Victory. Rondell. Date, June 18th, 2026. Although the cost was immeasurable, the battle for Rondell was finally over. Vanguard 7, exhausted and bloodied, was resting at the city plaza. Even though the guilds had surrendered, much work still needed to be done. All the guild leadership that weren't already killed had been detained, including Duke Aulus Fastidius of the secessionist faction. I think there are at least 100 prisoners, Sophia said. 103, Andrew corrected. More than I would like. Surprised by the amount, Sophia watched as some of the Italian reinforcements organized the prisoners into groups to be taken to Alnus while the rest were guarding the rest of them. Usually, it would mean keeping an eye on the captives and preventing them from doing anything suspicious. Still, in this case, the Italians are also guarding them against the angry mob of Rondell citizens, who were shouting all kinds of curses and death threats at them while occasionally throwing rotten eggs, rotten vegetables, and stones. At first, many local mages and knights volunteered to watch the prisoners, but Colonel Young politely refused them and asked them to focus on other tasks instead. Some, like any knights and earth-specialized mages who were not fatigued, were asked to build a simple runway outside Rondell so that the cargo planes would have a place to land for evacuation efforts and support the city needs like medical attention, food, and cleanup. While the city was taken, it proved to be a short-term resource drain for NATO. The current method of ferrying troops and supplies by helicopter and airdrop won't work long, as it is becoming a significant logistical strain. Since Yang noticed that some of them were clearly showing signs of anger despite their best effort to mask them, giving out their malicious intentions towards the prisoners, he didn't want any of the locals anywhere near the prisoners. That was what prompted Yang to request reinforcement from the Italian stationed at the town of Populis, which was recently captured by the Italian 23rd Infantry Battalion a week ago, to help with the prisoner issue, in addition to helping with the city's security and recovery. Right now, every NATO personnel in Rondell, including Sophia, just wish that all of the prisoners be hauled off already and end one of their major headaches. Because the forest around Crete was still being cleared of the infecteds and the limited capacity of the ribbon bridges that were being used until the Valtris Bridge was rebuilt. Right now, the city has to rely on long-range cargo helicopters like the V-22 Osprey, which further hampered the prisoners' transport effort. The Italians would have gotten here sooner, but the siege of Crete had evolved into a theater-level campaign. Sachem sent Green Berets to the town as part of an agreement that they helped Vanguard 7 save Lelei and prevented the town from falling to the now-dubbed Aaron virus. However, it prevented ground forces from quickly rushing to Rondell to assist. Even now, troops from other theaters of war were forced to be redeployed to the surrounding areas and Rondell to quarantine the infection crisis. Luckily, with Rondell taken, the Rondell Knights and 14th Legion are now assisting. They are heading to Ohio, right? Yup, Andrew replied. I heard from Sarah that they are expanding the facility for them. Ohio is the home of the Mansfield Military Prison Camp, where all prisoners from the invasion of Philadelphia and throughout the war have been taken to. While the history of the facility has been short-lived, it has a very controversial one. News and rumors of prisoners' mistreatment or disappearance came up every now and then, garnering various comments and criticism from the public. Many people consider the facility as the modern Guantanamo Bay, which Sophia has nothing against. Sensing tension from Andrew, Sophia asked, "What is up with you?" "We won. Those bastards deserve what's coming." Grunting, Sergeant Andrew Steele responded with a disappointed tone. "When we first came to Falmart, I was hoping to see adventurers. In my manga and games, they were always the good guys who saved the day. But now look at them. Andrew pointed toward the once proud adventurers, now turned prisoners of war, sitting on the pavement with their heads hanging in defeat. The locals whom Sophia imagined once hailed the adventurers as heroes before NATO's arrival in Falmart were now shouting death threats towards them. Their bodies were also covered in rotten eggs and vegetables, and some bruises caused by thrown stones from the angry mob. I hope to meet them at a party, share adventure stories and some laughs, maybe work alongside them, but now that'll never happen. My childhood is ruined, man. I see. Well, welcome to the real world, Sarge, Sophia said. They were just as corrupt as the police department where I lived. Greed. No matter the place, people will always be people. Tired of watching the prisoners being marched off, Sophia sat down on a fallen pillar. Looking out, she watched civilians wander around their destroyed streets. A husband and wife were clearing out the debris from their shop. A few others cleaned the roads to allow wagons through. An elf was wandering around as she called out for her husband, worriedly. The sight reminded Sophia of the invasion of Philadelphia 1. The people are either looking for their loved ones or trying to fix their homes or businesses. Even after the military secured the area, it took weeks to clear it out. Hearing someone approaching, Sophia saw Knight Rondell Academy. "What's up?" she asked, giving a confused reaction. Masulk looked up into the sky, stating that he saw 3 large birds. She couldn't help but chuckle. "It is just a phrase. It means, what do you want?" "Ah, I see," Masulk said. "I never had a chance to thank you." Now being the confused one, Sophia responded, "What do you mean?" "At the graduation, you prevented my former master from killing me," Masulk explained. "It would be considered a dishonor if I did not at least thank you, warrior to warrior." So much has happened that Sophia almost forgot about that fight. It showed just how exhausted her mind was, forgetting a significant battle that just happened less than a day ago like that. "Well, if I didn't, that bastard would have killed me next. And to be honest, I thought you were going to side with him." Taking a long, distressing breath, Masulk explained, "I admit it crossed my mind. Bandits burned down my village back when I was a kid, and I could barely be considered an adult. The only reason why I am still alive today and not sold into slavery was because of him. He taught me everything. So, why didn't you?" "Because it was not right," Masulk said. "I don't know how to explain it. It was just a feeling. I always knew he was doing something on the side, but seeing that girl reminded me of what happened to my village. By the gods. I'm even starting to wonder whether he had a role in the destruction of my village or not. With the fight at the graduation, I saw who he truly was. I used to take every one of his words in, but now his words have turned hollow. The man I knew was a lie, and all he cared about was his self-interests. The only reason he wanted to side with NATO was that he saw it as an opportunity to profit himself and protect his business interests." It took a moment for Sophia to realize the full extent of Russ's plan. He was trying to become a cartel lord within the new territory of Alcatraz, like the ones in the North and South American continents. He saw where the winds were blowing in the war, and instead of going against the grain, he went with it. Publicly advocating to join the NATO side, he hoped his business activities would slip under the radar, just like the drug cartels on the U.S. southern border. If it were not for Selena being here, his plan probably would have succeeded. As Sophia tried to figure out what else to say, Masulk continued, "The reason why I was convinced to switch my allegiances was that in Lelei's letters, she said that villages and towns did not have to worry about being raided and burned to the ground, nor our friends and family being murdered or sold into slavery anymore. I enjoy the thought of living in a world where all of that doesn't happen, but now it has happened to 2 of my homes." Understanding the emotions Rondell is going through, she allowed him to sit down next to her. "When my home city was attacked, I saw many places I once knew destroyed. My school, my first job. And the worst of all, my uncle was murdered. I didn't have much, living on the streets at times. I even went as far as joining gangs, but my uncle got my life back on track. But now all of it is gone." After a short silence, she thought back to what Sharpe, Randy, Pina, and others had said. "Well, I guess we have one thing in common. Our homes were destroyed." "Make it 2, Masulk said. "Just like your city, from its ashes, we will have a new home built." Baffled by how optimistic coming from the young knight, Sophia asked, "How are you this positive? Your boss betrayed you and your home was destroyed. Your friends were killed. Hell, a demon came out of the ground and laid waste to everything. And I am alive, Masulk replied. And so is Rondell. She's hurt, but she too is still alive. And just like people, you can either treat her wounds or let her bleed to death. I can still help and rebuild. I can seek revenge on those who were responsible. But most importantly, my people are more united than ever before in my lifetime. All the petty issues that once plagued the council are gone. And our mission is clear. The end of the League once and for all. Surprised by his strength, Sophia looked out and took in the sight of the city. You're stupidly naive, she said as she struggled to compare Rondell to Philadelphia. But maybe that is what's needed. Finally, it is all over. Amidst her rose order of knights, Pina had never been happier, surrounded by all her friends as they celebrated their most significant victory. You did it, Your Highness, Hamilton excitedly stated while giving Pina a hug. Hold on there, Hamilton. It is Your Majesty now, Beefeater proudly corrected. We don't just have a bunch of young women and men, but an army now. Oh yeah, I am sorry, Hamilton said. It is a habit now. Ending the long hug from one of her most loyal friends, she said, glad you are here. All of you? With a giant smile, Hamilton asked, did you really ride a minotaur through an enemy formation? Laughing, Pina responded, yes, I did. I had no choice. I still can't believe I did that. During this battle, Pina realized she had to do many things she never expected to do. Nothing out of the ordinary, mainly pushing her limits to get the job done. It fascinated her how quickly the reality of a battle can change. Enemies turned to allies. Ignored factions turned into public enemy number one. That Minotaur Colras you speak of was one of our best commanders. Show some respect, girls. Looking over, Pina saw a group of Imperial soldiers of the 14th Legion. 13 of them were human as expected. Another was a dark elf, 2 were high elves, and the last was a lizardman mage. While always dominated by humans, there is always a mixture of different races in the Empire's ranks, working to gain wealth and station. While not knowing who said that, many of them glared toward her Rose Knights, like they did not belong or have some misgiving. Now, at the matter at hand, Panache glancing toward the Imperial soldiers. Can we trust them? Now that the battle is over, are we still allies? Bozes asked. Looking toward the legionaries, Pina smiled. We shall see. The legionaries noticed and grouped. Marching forward, Pina and her lieutenants approached them. One of the men she recognized was Evacatus from the attack on the barracks. The man took his helmet off and showed a dark burn on his neck that was not there before, covered with the plant-based white powder that the Empire uses to help heal a soldier from magical attacks. Nice to see you again, Evacatus. It is Evacatus Broth, Aiotiskith of the 14th Legion, 5th Cohort, Aio stated. To an extent, this man reminded her of Gray, an older, seasoned veteran of many wars. Regardless of the situation, he is standing tall and representing his comrades. The gravity of responsibility began to fall on Pina's shoulders, realizing that she mustn't let this alliance falter now without a common enemy. I can see that Colras was beloved by many of you, Pina said. Do not miss my intent. I have nothing but respect for him and the rest of you. We are the Legion after all. We serve, we fight, we win. I don't have to tell the stories of how we fought impossible wars and came out on top. That is why the Imperial Army has always been the most respected throughout the Empire, because we put the Legion above oneself. Just like you, Evacatus Autiskith, your comrade did what had to be done to save this city, to save his general, to save the Legion. We all had to do what we must. Why? Because it is what we do. Time and time again, we are called upon to serve. We, the Legion, accept the challenge for better or worse. And that is what makes us mighty. In every war, men like you from across the Empire, elf, minotaur, dwarf, centaurs, human, and all the other subjects of the Empire come and serve. But this war has been different, and we all know it. We were asked to wage war against people that were far stronger than us. My father, my brother, and the rest of the corrupted nobles' folly continued the war for their self-interests and ego, and yet the Legion maintained its oath to protect the Empire. We all know of General Chrysis and his deeds. He spoke of a victory for his legions in Elis. At first, we all thought he was insane. A victory against NATO might? Impossible. And yet, they did the impossible. They posed a challenge to NATO in the trenches they dug in the streets of Havkrisen, forcing NATO to bring their full might against Legrath because of the feat you achieved. Pina then walked past the soldiers and pointed to the city's south, where the Balrog was killed. Facing the Balrog seemed impossible. Saving this city seemed impossible as the underworld reared its ugly head from the depths of Falmart and brought the second age of darkness. Pina walked back and placed her hand on Aotiskith's shoulder, remembering that Sharpe had done. Aotiskith allowed Pina to do so, a sign of him opening himself up, showing trust and connection. The only reason we are here today was because of the sacrifices of your friend, among many more, for ignoring what seemed impossible and continued to fight on. Nice words, but what is this victory you spoke of? Peprios emerged from the ranks, hand on his sword handle. Staring at the general, Pina replied, "Victory for the Empire, of course, but not in its current form. This war has stopped being a conflict between two powers, but the soul of who we are as a people. With all of NATO's might, they are not the future masters of this world. We are. We were once strong, mighty people that were respected. The victory Crisis spoke to me about, the victory that I see in my dreams, is a beautiful future where our children can play in peace. Traders venturing town to town without fear. Most importantly, returning our people back to what it once stood for, a republic. For the people, by the people, the corruption that allowed this war to continue needs to end. That corruption is what allowed Darlco to summon a demon and wreak havoc on this amazing city. My brother and the rest of the Senate are willing to go this far, bringing suffering unto our people, just to maintain their own power. As the Empress of the Empire, I call upon the Legion to take the last impossible step, to side with me and save the country you swore an oath to protect. I will fight to my last breath like my fallen comrades before me. Will you?" Hearing silence, Pina stood there waiting for a response. The legionaries mumbled to each other, trying to decide what was happening and what they should do. They're probably wondering if they can believe in her words or if she's just like her brother, great at talking the big talk, but only to impose their own agenda. Peprios approached the Empress and looked down, towering her. "You spoke similar words before. What you said then and now are correct. The Imperial family and their cronies have brought our people to the brink of destruction. However, how can we trust that you won't be like your brother?" Staring at the general, looking directly into his eyes, Pina replied, "Because 2 years ago, I was not worthy of taking the throne. The truth is that I was just like my father and my brother, but no more, no longer, deciding to end there, letting her actions speak for themselves. If everyone cannot see that she is no longer like the rest of her family, then she still is not worthy of leading." The stare lasted for what felt like decades. Knowing this moment would decide the direction of the revolution, Pina and her knights started. Then, Peprios pulled out his sword. Bozas and Beefeater wanted to intervene, but she stopped them. Peprios placed the tip of his blade onto his other hand, and then took a knee, holding his sword up. Seeing the offering, Pina took the sword. She took the handle and raised the blade high. "For the Legion, for the Republic." Aotiskith then unsheathed his sword and pointed it into the air. "For the Republic." Soon enough, the other legionaries and Rose Knights did the same, chanting the Republic. "Thank you again, Bailey," Sharpe said. Sharpe was extremely happy that Bailey reached the villa in time to save Selena. The one part of the job that he had struggled with is his duty as an army officer and his duty as a father. To his surprise, those lines are getting blurred more than he expected. Bailey laughed before responding, "I honestly came late. I have to say, she has good aim. I no longer fear any boy who decides to chase after her," Johnson commented with a laugh. "At least we know she can take care of herself." Looking toward Selena, she is surrounded by some members of Vanguard 7, being lifted by Scott, all celebrating how she killed Russus, saved Jerry and the remaining councilmen. She's definitely not that little girl anymore. "Still, there are a lot of dead bodies," Bailey pointed out. "I expected your mission to go sideways, but what happened is just crazy. Like, I don't know how to put it into proper words. You guys faced a demon, mutated zombies, multiple conspiracies, becoming allies with the Imperialists and God knows what else." When you state it like that, Sharpe noticed his wife walking toward him. Sarah and a few others from Vanguard Rapid Task Force 2 arrived to assist with the post-battle logistics. On a personal note, she knows they wanted to come and be with loved ones. With what happened with Lelei and her sister, he is glad Sarah arrived to help with that situation. Once his wife approached, before she said a word, she slapped him across the face. "What was that for?" "For scaring the shit out of me." Sarah then gave him a public kiss. "And that's for living." Glaring at Bailey and Johnson to knock it off, looked back at Sarah. "Thanks for the cavalry. Just wish it was under better circumstances." As they looked toward Lelei, their semi-daughter is sitting on a stone from a broken wall with Arpeggio and sword in. With everyone else preoccupied, Tuke is there with Nellia to support her grieving sister. Sharpe is glad one of them is there right now. He knew all the girls would rather be there to comfort Lelei. But Rory is busy with the other apostles in maintaining order and investigating what Mabel's role was in the battle. Yao and Selena have been assisting in helping the children who were missing their parents. Yang wanted to prevent any children from being harmed, this crisis being any trafficker's dream moment. "Do you really have to keep people so busy?" Sarah asked. "Sadly," Sharpe answered. "Until the Italians arrived, we just needed everyone we had out there. I know everyone wants to help Lelei. Even I do, but..." "I get it," Sarah said. "I would have assumed Mimosa would be with them, though." "She was before, but something came up," Sharpe replied. "With Cato gone and the city government in chaos, Mimosa has become the leader of the city. Pina has agreed to let NATO provide security for the city, as long as it is a joint effort. Ambassador Hansen and Agent Bank already agreed to the terms and would rather work with Mimosa over an Imperial general. It's become a compromise." Taking Sharpe's arms, Sarah began rubbing it. "It never ends, does it?" "Nope," Sharpe said. "I should go talk with Lelei." After learning of Cato's death, Sharpe gave Lelei a hug, but not much else. He was needed to help establish the occupation, another example of conflicting duties. The girls have been spending time with them over the past 2 days, taking turns while they carry out their assignments. Still, he knows everyone would rather just be together right now. "I should go over there." "Not yet. This is why I came," Sarah said. "Right now, both of them need to cry, not someone who wants to fix what happened. Let me deal with it for now, and once we let the emotions out, then she will need your shoulder as an anchor. Trust me, I don't want her to go down the same path like you did." The idea of staying on the sidelines is hard, Sharpe preferring to go over there and fix the problem. But Sarah is correct. His way of handling situations is more direct, being a hammer to problems. Great on the battlefields, not great for domestic issues. "I will go talk to her. Right now, go hang out with Selena." Sarah then gave her husband another kiss and walked toward Lelei and Arpeggio. Giving Johnson and Bailey their orders, Sharpe approached his daughter, who was sitting on top of Rory's shoulders. The team was still bragging about their victory. Some of the team picking on Jerry for a teenage girl saving a Special Forces trained ranger, all in good humor. Approaching Specialist Jerry William, the medic gave a salute. After returning it, Sharpe held out his hand. "Thank you, Ranger." Taking the lieutenant colonel's hand, Jerry responded, "No problem, sir. At this point, she is one of us, and besides, I would hate to lose my helper at the Columnal Actaria. Just more work for me." Enjoying the humor, Sharpe patted Jerry on the shoulder and approached his daughter. Once Scott set Selena down, she gave him a salute. "You did good, Selena. Very proud of you." "Thank you," Selena replied. "I'm glad I killed him, but it feels different than I expected. All of you make it seem easy." This reminded Sharpe of the first time he took a life. The rest of his day was off as he debated the moral dilemma. Taking a life, he thought it would have changed him forever, but to his surprise, it became normalized, just part of the job. The issue is, while he wanted to teach Selena to take a life if needed, he wants her to do it responsibility. The biggest fear he has with his daughter is with her history, taking a life that changes her to seek revenge. It is why he pushed so hard on responsibility and building her character up and giving her role models like him with Optimus Prime. "I am glad you brought this up," Sharpe said. "The answer is no. You're going to feel strange now as taking a life is a big deal. But remember why you did it." Selena looked at the Rangers, feeling embarrassed. "Because I wanted to save everyone at the villa." "Atta girl. Just remember that, and you will be fine," Sharpe replied proudly. But he noticed Selena fidgeting as if she wanted to say something else. "Selena, is there something else you want to talk about?" Selena glanced toward Sharpe for a while, gathering the courage to speak. Sharpe noticed that her eyes were starting to tear up. Those people, she finally spoke, while pointing to a row of people with their faces covered, laying on the villa's main hall, telling her that they're now deceased. I let them die, so I could save medicines and bandages for other people. Does that mean I killed them, too? Sharpe was taken aback by Selena's words, while noticing that Selena could barely keep her tears in. He looked at the row of the deceased and did a quick count of 14 people. Sharpe had seen this many times before during his deployments, where doctors who failed to save lives would break down and become depressed. He then looks around the rest of the hall before turning back to Selena, smiling. This would be an easy answer. Selena, Sharpe softly said to her, while turning her head to the rest of the room where many more people were resting from their injuries. Don't just look at the dead. Look at all the lives that you have saved. In this hall alone, I counted at least 36 people resting soundly with their injuries treated because of you, not counting the other people in other rooms. It is hard to make that choice, and I'm not going to pretend that I know what it feels like. But without you making that choice, many more people would have lost their lives. Selena was somewhat calmed down listening to Sharpe. Really? Yes, really? Sharpe answered. You're not a murderer for letting 14 people die. You're a savior for saving the lives of over 35 people. Don't let anybody tell you anything different, you hear? If somebody does, you tell me. I'll take care of them. Remember that. Hearing Sharpe's full answer to her question, Selena smiles while wiping the tears from her face. Selena then puts on a bright smile before replying yes. Thank you, Daddy. Seeing Selena's response, Sharpe can see the maturity in Selena's eyes. All their time together, he is glad she soaked in everything. Good? Always remember that. Off the high horse, Sharpe, Rory said as she approached. She did great, and you don't have to worry. She will end up more like me before she becomes a monster. Not wanting to reply, however, that also scares Sharpe. While he loves Rory, even two worlds are not big enough for a second Rory. Besides, morality lessons from Rory are not the best influence towards Selena in matters like this. Thank you for your input, Rory, but she needs to learn the differences. It is okay, Daddy, Selena said before looking toward Lelei. Can I go to Lelei? She really needs a shoulder to cry on now. The other soldiers came and took over the orphan tent. Hearing that, Sharpe nodded. Good. Thank you for your hard work. Please go to Lelei. Both of you. Lelei is going to need all of you more than ever. As Selena left, Rory approached. We couldn't find the other apostles. Jace has stated that she was brainwashed. Is that even possible? Johnson asked. You guys are pretty OP. We might be OP, but we are not invincible, Rory replied. There are spells that you can do to brainwash an apostle, but being apostles, it takes a lot to pin us down long enough to do such a thing. The question is why? It is a bigger question than that, Rory, Sharpe added. From what you told us, the gods don't like other gods messing with their apostles directly. Nodding, Rory replied, that is correct. This can only mean one thing. There is a schism between the gods, and Zuffmet is winning. The thought terrified Sharpe and the other two rangers. No words were needed as they glanced at each other, confirming the deeper meaning of what was said. What felt like forever. Early in the war, he remembered General Stanford mentioning that the war felt like something else was going on once Rory explained more about the mythology of this world, especially when Jasil told them that Hardy summoned the gate to Earth. We will debrief later. Rory, go meet Lelei, Sharpe said. I hope she does not end up doing anything drastic after this. I can sense her burning desire for vengeance. I promise you, Sharpe, no sisters of mine will fall under the temptation of Palapon or ending up like the old you, Rory firmly stated. Once Rory left, he looked to his officers. You got all that? Sadly, yeah, Bailey answered. Now we have to deal with the Darlco deity conspiracy. At least we get paid. Rondell. Date, June 20th, 2026. It took a few days to clear out the Hall of Heroes, a cemetery next to the Academy for mages who gained great achievement in life or war. What was once considered as one of the most sacred places in Rondell was hit hard by the Balrog, almost completely destroyed by the flames. Lelei knew this day would come. Death comes with age. Because of her nomad childhood and serving with Vanguard 7, she has seen much death. She believed that she was prepared, But that belief came crashing down once she saw her first father figure Cato Altestan killed. A man who invested much of his life in raising and educating her. But now he is gone. Not wanting to bury their adopted father, fearing someone might desecrate his grave, Arpeggio and Lelei agreed to cremation to protect his body and to keep a piece of him with them. Feeling a hand wrapping around Lelei's shoulder, she glanced towards Sarah, who was giving her emotional support. Once the battle was over, Sarah arrived to help. After hearing what happened to Cato, she wanted to be there for Lelei during her darkest moment. While Mimosa always was her mother growing up, Sarah had become a second mother. I cannot believe he is gone. He is not gone, Lelei, Sarah replied. He will always be in your heart. As long as you love him, he will stay with you. Looking toward Lelei's older sister, she continued, and Arpeggio, I want you to know you are welcome to come home with us. If you need a place to stay, our door is always opened. Thank you, Mrs. Sharpe, Arpeggio replied, wiping tears from her right cheek. Glancing over to Sharpe, Lelei's arm was still wrapped around his. Since leaving the villa, she had been holding onto his arm for emotional support. Since Cato's death, she had tried to form the words to express her current emotions, but nothing ever seemed right. He told her that it is okay, that the words will come. To Lelei's enjoyment, everyone had arrived, including the main members of the Rose Order of Knights and Vanguard 7. Also in the crowd are many other professors, students, important townsfolk that Cato had relations with, even some women he fancied with who were close. Outside the cemetery are hundreds of people, other acquaintances of Cato's. While she knew her formal father was well established within the city community, there were more than she expected. The three apostles are standing at attention, with Rory and Giselle standing at the wooden podium, as both of their gods represent death in one manner or another. Tuke is with Cato's recently freed slave assistant, Nellia, comforting her. Selena and Yao are behind her. All her sisters have been very comforting at the villa, helping her deal with the loss. Suddenly hearing an elvish song coming from the entrance, Lelei knew the main group was nearing. The song is famous, used to honor great men and women who lived life to the fullest and protect their souls as it travels to the gods. Lelei saw many of the city and school leadership like Master Mimosa, Councilman Scrotorot, Knight Commander Rondell Academy, and the pro-Empire leader, Councilman Atticus, and many others regardless of their political beliefs. The pro-NATO figures, while deeply believing that their choice was correct to side with NATO, they didn't boast about it and only silently hoped that now everyone else thought the same as them. The pro-Empire figures who had hoped the Empire would continue to protect them in exchange of their loyalty thought that Zorzel had gone out of line. But above all else, they are still colleagues and friends of Cato, and they all had lost him. Today, all political divisions in Rondell had crumbled, and everyone was standing together as one. Mimosa took center stage and faced the crowd. We all know Master Cato Altestan. While most mages have come and gone, Cato always remained an influential figure within the city. Both as a politician, a warrior, and a teacher, many here were taught by Cato, inspiring generations of mages. Unlike most teachers, Cato was different. Listening to Mimosa speaking about Cato, Lelei struggled not to burst out crying, taking a handkerchief from Sarah to wipe her tears while also being comforted by her sisters. Her adopted mother told the crowd about Cato's life story, but not as a teacher nor a friend, more like someone who was madly in love and had a rich history. She told stories of their times as adventurers and the battles they fought. Some were glorious while others were embarrassing. However, in the end, it was a great celebration of his entire life. After Mimosa ended her speech, she gave Peprios the podium to say his own words for his deceased master. The speech was simple, talking about the time where he forced Cato to become his teacher, the adventures he went on as part of his training, stating that if it was not for Cato's teachings, he never would have joined the Imperial army. He unsheathed a sword, placing it in his former master's hands, explaining that this sword was passed down to him once he graduated and joined the Imperial army. Once everyone gave their speeches, Tuke Luna Marceau stood from her chair with her violin. Because of the current situation in the city, she agreed to share her services, bringing in the combination of American and elf music, creating a smoothing and spiritual atmosphere. Now, As tradition, the two most closest to Cato L. Altestin shall send him to the gods, Mimosa said. Lelei and Arpeggio approached the body of their former master and father figure, Cato. It laid upon a pyre created with the utmost care and intricacy. They stood for a moment, silently gazing over, eyes glossy and puffy, fighting the urge to shed more tears. Arpeggio was the first to break, as some streaks slowly made their way down her cheeks, but Lelei took a deep breath to compose herself once more. The younger sister slowly raises both of her hands as small rune-like magic circles appear right on both of her palms, almost as if painted onto the air near her hands. The circles floated there, dimly lit, just hanging in the air. Lelei looked up to her older sister, who was now beginning to regain her composure as well. Arpeggio followed her sister's lead and raised her hands, where more circles began to form. With both of them in sync, the dimly lit circles began to brighten up steadily until the fusion of orange and yellow covered their hands. The circles emitted a fierce and yet gentle flame that started to release small firefly-like sparks. The sparks gently spread across the body, rapidly igniting different parts of the body wherever they touched. Eventually, the body was entirely enveloped in a sunset-colored flame, quickly burning up the fabric he was wrapped in and eating away at his flesh until finally reaching down to his bones. "I will never forget," Lelei said while her right hand formed into a fist as Cato's body burned away into ash. V19, Chapter 223 Downtime. With the investigation on the incident in Rondell, the North Atlantic Council has agreed that people responsible for the destruction should be tried in the court of law. It was also agreed upon that many international rights and norms should apply to Uros. Empress Pina Colada and King Duranfla Elba have already agreed for the creation of a legal framework system for which the Alliance can work together on. The U.S. Congress quickly provided legal funding to establish a federal court in the new territory of Alcatraz. The location will be left to a competition between the many towns. However, Italica, Valtris, or Niketai seem to be the most likely choice. The purpose of this court is to bring war crimes trials against the parties who were responsible for the summoning of the demon Balrog, which includes the guild leaderships, Darlco conspirators, and league leaderships who committed war crimes. A reporter from Timcast News asked why Alness was not considered as a location for the courthouse. Press Secretary Bob Hager stated that currently Alness Hill is over-militarized and the federal government has the local population to see the military and the government as separate entities. The long-term goal with Alcatraz is to merge the territory with Alness, making it into a state within the Union. This will be an important part to help establish civic identity and institution power in the other cities. While a location is being determined, the Congress and White House have stated that they want trials to begin as soon as possible, starting with the Rondell Mage Guild Master, Drasho Getro. He has confessed to being a key player that led up to the events of the Rondell crisis. There is no comment on who will go to trial next, but many are speculating Duke Aulus Fastidius as the most likely individual, due to the fact that he led a coup against the government and was allying with Darlco. Free Alness News. Delilah's apartment, Alness Community. Date, July 5th, 2026. This place is not big enough anymore. Looking around the studio bedroom, Delilah is baffled by the lack of space. Living here, she always puzzled how humans considered a studio 900 square feet small on average. The bunny huts could have been half the size with triple the number of people, which was expected. Now, with only 2 babies, she realized she needed a larger home. Hearing her queen laugh, Delilah glared. "What are you laughing at?" "Nothing," Tayul answered as she held Dora in her arms. "The reason why this place feels so crowded is because of all the stuff you two have." Acknowledging that truth, seeing all the furniture and storage units, she now saw how quickly a compact home can become. Most of these goods would never exist in a hut, seeing it as a waste of space. Yes, there was storage for food and clothing, but they were always stored in separate huts. "I do not know if Dora and Donna should be raised like this," Delilah commented. "Sure, the Terrans have warrior and hunting traditions in the modern age. I am still afraid for my twin daughters to lose their bunny warrior heritage and spirit." "I think it will be fine," Tayul said as she combed Dora fur. "I have been spending time with Ambassador Wellington on how a new bunny nation would function. There are many elements of our old ways of life I had to reconsider, like kidnapping men for breeding purposes, Delilah said with a chuckle. That is one, Tyel said. At Apex, I hear soldiers joke about what would happen if they were taken by one of our clans. They have no idea and never will know. If you're going to build a brand new bunny kingdom, there will be some who will wish to go back to the old ways, Delilah pointed out. It could lead to a civil war. Possibly, Tyel said, which is why I must do this right, just like Pina. I will have no choice but to strike down those who wish to go back to our old ways. The old ways only lead to our people's destruction, and I cannot allow that to happen again. While I don't agree with everything I have learned from Earth, it is clearly better and guarantees a future for our people. But that is a conversation for another day, Tyel said. Where is Bailey? I thought it was an Earth custom for the father to witness the birth. I don't know if it is an Earth custom. Maybe an American one, though, Delilah said. She was displeased when her husband was deployed to retake Murray when she went into labor, but believed that he would have been back before she gave birth. With the news on what was happening in Rondell and the full deployment of the entire Vanguard program to assist Vanguard 7, the suddenness of the situation and the news of a massive demon scared her more than when she was fleeing from being a slave. But I guess he was needed elsewhere. Really wish he was there, though, so he could hold our twins as they are born. Rubbing tears from her cheek, Delilah watched as her longtime friend gave her a hug. Thank you. I needed that. I guess this is what that military wives term means. I cannot wait to get back out there and help end the war. Just be happy that the battle is over, Tyel said. He is probably safe and thinking about you and your daughters. Dora cries in Tyel's arms after she says her words. She's hungry again. Tyel handed over Dora to Delilah so she could be breastfed. Drink up and grow strong, my two little warriors. Someday, both of you will be strong enough to carry on the warrior spirit of our people, just like your mother and father, Delia said lovingly and kissed her twin daughters, who were still nibbling her breasts. Let's hope Bailey does not make your daughters soft, Tyel chuckled. He is quite overprotective of them, and daughters often take after their father. Do not worry, he won't, and besides, we are bunnies. Surely my daughters will take after me, Delia firmly said. Crossworld Market Plaza, Philadelphia, United States. Date, July 9 ND, 2026. Walking through the streets of Philadelphia for the first time in Andrew's life, he now preferred to carry his military backpack. Carrying 4 bags of clothes, manga, food, and more, the annoyance of having everything is wearing out his arms. Even though the Battle of Rondell, or as the media call it, Rondell Crisis, has ended, Vanguard 7 was still required to stay there for another week to help maintain the peace. At least until proper replacements from the 2nd Armored Brigade Combat Team and 1st Armored Division from Ely's were redeployed to Rondell arrived. It took a week for the 1st Battalion to arrive, pushing through the infected horde. With the Italian 23rd Infantry Battalion, the American 2nd Brigade, and the single-lane airfield was established. Finally getting a leave and a pass to Earth, all he wanted to do was lay in bed, play games, catch up on manga, and spend time together with his wife. He did not expect more laborious work of shopping, which he found more tiring than the battle itself. At least he is happy to be spending time with his wife. We really need to introduce you guys to Amazon. I'm still confused by that, Hamilton commented. That is a place in that invisible world you call the internet. You have both an Amazon forest and Amazon women there on that internet. Chuckling, Andrew has always loved how innocent his wife is. When they first met at Italica and stayed with the team that night, her personality was the first thing he noticed. No matter how strained a situation becomes, her genuine personality never fades. No, they're all different. You say that? Hamilton replied as she stopped, looking through a window of the baby shop, the nesting house. She then bounced, pointing. Those are so cute. Our baby needs to have some of those. Looking toward the window, Andrew saw baby clothes. Looking more profound in the store, he saw rows and rows of all kinds of baby items. Ouch! Ouch! Are you okay? Hamilton asked, concerned. Where do you hurt? Yup, my wallet, Andrew replied. Oh, that is not a problem, Hamilton said. Since you're going to spend it on our daughter, not gambling. As his wife grabbed his arm, he was pulled into the store. Hamilton then makes him spend tons of money to buy clothes, toys, and other accessories for their upcoming baby daughter by constantly and firmly reminding him of the duty of the father. Delia and Sarah's words from the wedding really strengthen you up for your role as a mother, Andrew stated. So, husband, have you thought of the name of our daughter? Hamilton asked. I need you to tell me what the name is going to be. Confused, Andrew responded, I thought girls loved to come up with baby names. I don't know, never thought about it. Stating that last part he saw it angered his wife. I don't care about your world rules, Hamilton said. I want to be your wife. You need to pick a name. It is the husband's responsibility. Feeling the pressure, he nearly forgot how conservative her lifestyle is from her people's culture. There are times it goes too far, especially in public, making him look like a prick. However, and more importantly, it makes her happy. She has a servant heart, and it is what he loves about her. So he will do whatever he can to live up to all her expectations. That is when a name appeared in his head. What about Hannah Steele? Confused, Hamilton asked, why that name? Is that a girl's name? I cannot think of a guy name right this moment, but if it is a girl, I like to name it after my sister, Andrew replied. Confused again, Hamilton leaned into her husband. I did not know you had a sister. Taking a deep breath, Andrew never enjoyed thinking about his sister Hannah. I don't like talking about her. When I lived in California, it became infested with crime and corruption. She ended up killed on her way home by a stray bullet from a drive-by shooting between two criminal gangs. They were fighting for territories near her workplace. She was not a target, just in the wrong place and wrong time. Tears filled Hamilton's eyes as she tackled him, hugging him tight. I love the name. I agree, you can name our child Hannah. Thrilled that his idea pleased her, Andrew patted her on the back. So, is that everything for our Hannah? Not everything. Me and Hannah want cheesecake and smoothie, Hamilton stated her pregnant craving. You are craving again, aren't you? Andrew stated. Room 304, Midway Bridge Hotel. Leaning against the bed frame, Alicia took a long drink of the expensive wine that she bought downstairs. Between her fingers is one of the hundreds of poker chips she had won against her teammates during a game. Thanks to the efforts of Vanguard 7 and the Rose Knights during what the media is calling the crisis of Rondell, Colonel Young gave both units a 2-week leave pass, which was okay with Specialist Alicia Moore. After so much intense fighting, a break is what everyone needs, one she thoroughly planned to exploit. Earlier in the evening, members of both teams agreed to play poker. With some help, she crushed a few of her teammates, more importantly, crushed Knight Jalen 2 Fendro. The goal? To rob the man of all his military pay for a private confrontation, to see if he would fight for what belongs to him or lick his wounds. Hearing a loud banging against the door, Alicia already knew who it was, thanks to the Rose Knight Jennifer texting her. Grow up, Jalen. I won fair and square. You can either let me in and give my money back, or I will come in and take it, Jalen shouted. I know you cheated. With a laugh, Alicia responded, I never cheat. Unless it benefits me. She knew that last part would anger him. After a loud bang against the door, Jalen yelled, I have a key, you know. How? This is the girls' room. Alicia is confused by how he got a key unless he stole one from the other female soldiers. If you come in, I will fight you. With the warning, the door unlocked and was flung open. Jalen marched in, eyes showing he had no intention of leaving until he got what belonged to him. So, you do have a pair, Alicia said. Putting down the poker chip, she prepares for a fight. Bring it on, big boy. Since I first met you, you have been a pain in the ass, Jalen said. You're such a sore loser. With the rest of the Rose Knights and Vanguard 7 downstairs during their leave, Alicia went to her room to relax. That was until the night Jalen busted into the room. Usually, that should terrify a young woman like herself. However, it was all part of the plan. Over the past 6 months, since Legrath, she had grown a level of respect for the man. First, he maintained a level of sanity for being one of 3 guys in an all-female unit. Second, he proved to be loyal to Pina to a fault. A man who knows his loyalties is someone that she can respect, especially after his growth as a warrior. And third, he is a fine warrior, one that she could trust side by side. I'm a sore loser? Jalen shouted. You were the one who cheated. All fair in love and war, baby. Alicia quickly replied. The truth is that he is correct. During the team poker downstairs, she slaughtered Jalen in the game by cheating. She wanted to see if he would react, and he indeed did. Now, if you want a chance at the crown, you better bring it. Watching Jalen take off his shirt preparing for a fight, Alicia could not help but admire his physical fitness. One positive comment she had to give the Knights and Legionaries is their physical look, all because of how much martial training and work they do. Before she knew it, she found herself liking him. Walking through the streets of Valtris and Alnus, the pool and poker nights at the barracks, the games and stories. However, she had no intention to make it easy, as she only wanted to be with a fighter, someone who was a more excellent designer to win than herself. So, she decided to create a plot to push Jalen's buttons to see what he would do. When Jalen charged, Alicia dodged by rolling across the bed to stop him by grabbing her shirt. To break free, she moved into him and slammed her fist into his head. Once freed, Alicia stood up and tackled Jalen. While her intent was to knock him down, he stood his ground. However, she could get behind while arm-locking him. Jalen moved around the room as he tried to shake Alicia off. While not working, he began backing up to ram her against the wall. Noticing this, Alicia let go and lowered herself, tripping Jalen over her body. Standing up, she prepared herself as he slowly stood up. "Is that all you got? I guess there is no glorious conquest today," Stan, Jalen replied. "It is only appropriate to give a lady a fighting chance." Smirking, Alicia responded, "That's low. I'm not a lady." As Jalen charged, Alicia moved the wheelchair from the desk and pushed it toward him, forcing him to stop. She then set forward, jumping onto the chair and tackling him. Once on the ground, Alicia jumped onto Jalen's back and arm-locked him. What she wanted to do was drag him to the bed and pound him. It took all her strength to hold him as her arms struggled to wrap around his back. Realizing she failed, she mumbled, "Shit." Stabilizing, Jalen grabbed her arm and swung her over, tossing her onto the bed. Realizing out-muscling the Knight, she decided to lash out. This kept Jalen at bay as he tried to grab her leg and arm, leaving a bruise on his bare chest and a nail cut on the cheek. Soon enough, though, he captured her, looking at her, surprised that even now she struggles. "You never quite, do you?" Looking at his hassle eyes, Alicia has never been so happy to be beaten in a fight. "Never." Smirking, Jalen leaned in. "I won't say it. No, then I will keep holding you down." After trying to ram her free leg into him, but unable to reach, Alicia realized it was hopeless. With a laugh, she said, "Fine, you conquered me." Letting go, Jalen sat up as he began undoing his belt. "Never thought about hearing those words from you." Reaching down, Alicia pushed her pants off as Jalen ripped her bra off. "Yeah, well, I hope you last longer than the fight." Once stripped, Alicia grabbed his arms and brought him back down. She felt him enter her. The two began making out as their hands fought one another, exploring each other. "God damn it. Give me all you got, you filthy imperialist." Coda Woodline State, Cone Forest, Marceau Residence. Date: July 10th, 2026. With all the technological wonders the Terrans invented, Tuke's favorite is artificial heating. While most would assume heated blankets for sleeping or for heating one's home, Tuke's interest is in neither of those. What she loved the most was the ability to heat water, especially hot tubs and jacuzzi. Time and time again, Tuke took advantage of such wonders, discovering it helped her de-stress. Emerging from the steaming water of a jacuzzi, Tuke looked toward Lelei. "Come on, get in. I got this reserved, just for us." "Am I allowed?" Lelei asked, poking the water with her toe. Admiring Lelei's naked body, Tuke said, "Don't be silly, okay? Of course, you are allowed to. This is my home country." It took a moment, but saying those final words made Tuke smile. After 9 years of being on the run from the former kingdom of Edras and the Empire, they have a home, a place she can tell people it is her home. "And you're welcome to join us." But slaves were never allowed in the hot springs, Lelei said. Finding the hesitancy humorous, Tuke splashed water at the elf. Just like everywhere else, slavery was legal in Rondell. Lelei was Cato's trusted assistant in note-taking. This was his way of helping a sweet blind woman, so she was safe from a cruel world where she would have been taken advantage of. Unlike most master-slave relationships where it was abusive, she had a very positive one with Cato, to the point she even broke down when he was murdered. "You are not a slave anymore," Tuke said. "You are free now. You have to get used to making your own choices, except that I cannot see well," Lelei boldly stated. "Thank you for convincing Mimosa for unleashing me. but I would prefer to stay as one. With Cato's death, his estate was passed down to Lelei and Arpeggio, as he had no living sons. Mimosa agreed to watch over the estate and gave Lilia her freedom. She feared having freedom, getting used to having Cato protection and services, raising concern about how she would function alone. Mimosa almost made Lilia her slave for her safety until Tuke intervened, explaining that Earth has eye-wearing devices that fix short-sightedness. Grabbing her arm, Tuke pulled her into the hot water. Stop worrying so much and relax. Guiding Lilia to her seat, Tuke loved her reaction. I know what you're thinking. I had the same reaction. That's why I convinced my father to get some in the negotiations. It does feel amazing, Lilia said. The ability to create artificial hot springs. All my stress just washed away. How many of these do your people have? You mean your people, Tuke corrected. I already talked to the head mother about allowing you to become a citizen of our country. She found saying those words harder to say than she expected. The new terminology will take time to get used to. There are currently 2 of these artificial springs with 4 more planned after the war. As Lilia got settled, she asked, "When will I meet your father?" "I don't know," Tuke replied. "He is currently on a covert mission with NATO, but that's all I know. By the way, when you finally meet him, he will try to flirt with you." "Flirt?" Lilia asked. "Well, he'll want to have sex," Tuke said. "You just have to remind him I have dibs." Glad to see Lilia happy, Tuke swam to her clothing, grabbing a small rectangle box. Getting excited, she swam toward her new girlfriend, handing her the box. Confused, Lilia grabbed the box and said, "What is this?" "Remember those tests that you had to take when you arrived?" Tuke said. "When they tested your eyes?" "I lied about that one. Since the Hario tribe covert attack on Alnus last year, brain scans have become mandatory, which is easier said than done, because of the volume of people and how easily someone can be brainwashed. That means when soldiers bring in people like Lilia." "You lied," Lilia commented, not in a sad way, just confused regarding what's happening. Tuke leaned in and gave Lilia a kiss. "Just open it. Trust me," she whispered. Looking down at the box, Lilia opened it. Holding up a pair of glasses, she added, "What are these? I saw some of your soldiers wearing them." Giggling, Tuke grabbed the glasses and said, "Let me show you." Unfolding them, she places the glasses on Lilia. Lilia looked around, blinking. "Wow, that is a huge improvement. This is what you meant before." With the glasses, Tuke found that her girlfriend looked more attractive, fitting the intelligent side of her character. "I wanted to keep it as a surprise." After adjusting the glasses, Lilia tackled Tuke, hot water splashing all around as they began to make out. Lelei bedroom. Sharpe's condo, Philadelphia, United States. Date, July 11th, 2026. Unable to believe what Lelei was hearing, she smashed her hands against the desk. It has been 3 days since they came back to the condo with Sarah and her other sisters. Sharpe is coming home today after many days of debriefing by the White House. White, the rest of the team, was able to relax. Being an officer, he had other responsibilities which took an extra few days. While Vanguard 7 was at Rondell that extra week, he ordered that she and the other girls go to Earth right after Cato's funeral to relax, but she knew he ordered that because of her. While the rest of her sisters wanted to have fun, as Rory called it, de-stress, Lelei only wanted to learn more magic from the mages of Earth, so she will be ready for next time. Believing the Wiccan Coven institution would gladly accept her and teach her in their ways. After all, she helped them come out of the shadows on Earth and assisted in building relationships with the general public of both worlds. In her mind, they all owe her one. However, everything is falling apart. After waiting 2 days for a Zoom meeting with the high-ranking members of the North American Council, they rejected her request to be trained in the ways of Wiccan, Voodoo, or Hoodoo. "Master Odelia and Master Nissa, please reconsider," Lelei pledged, nearly crying from frustration. "I have to learn from you. I have to get better." "I am sorry, Lelei," Nissa said. "Based on Sorden's recommendation, we cannot accept your request at this time." Bursting from her chair, staring at the computer screen camera, Lelei angrily said, "What do you mean?" "We had a discussion with Master Sorden, and we decided that your state of mind is not in proper condition for appliance at this time," Odelia said. "I am afraid you are not ready to learn our ways. The Council has made its final decision, and you should know that Wiccan, Voodoo, and Hoodoo currently are the most scrutinized forms of magic on Earth, due to its capability in manipulating souls and life force. Master Nissa, the master hoodoo mage, added. But the most important of it is the capability for powerful curses that can kill or maim people from a distance, which has made a dark mark throughout history. Therefore, we voodoo and hoodoo mages have to be extremely careful in our practices and teachings to prevent our arts always becoming a means to inflict pain and suffering, especially when magic still has not fully been accepted on Earth. We are sorry for your loss, but we cannot let you use our arts for your personal vengeance. It would render our already bad reputation to become worse. But Lelei said, our decision is final, Lelei. We will consider introducing you to the arts once your mind is clear, Master Odelia said as she and her husband ended the Zoom call. Lelei got up in frustration, unleashing a magic shockwave, causing many items in her room to be scattered on the floor. Seeking someone to talk with, she remembered that Sarah is in the kitchen. Knowing that her adopted mother is preparing for their trip to Hawaii, she was hoping to get into the academy, so she won't have to join them, and instead start her next stage of training as soon as possible. Feeling the full weight of the rejection, Lelei began to cry and called out, "Mom!" Sarah emerged into the bedroom. "Is everything okay?" Rushing over, Lelei gave Sarah a hug. "I called the Coven Institution and they rejected me. They did not want me as their student. Even Sword-In betrayed me. She told them not to accept me after everything I have done." Seeing the rare moment of Lelei expressing emotions, Sarah fully engulfed her stepdaughter into her arms, placing Lelei head onto her shoulders as they both cried together. There. After letting Lelei have a cry, Sarah placed her hands on Lelei's cheek and looked into her eyes. "No one betrayed you, okay? Right now, you need to relax. Jackson is coming home tonight, and we leave tomorrow. I know you want revenge, but this is not the time and place. Kato would not want you to rush off doing something crazy only to get hurt. But they killed him." Lelei screamed. "I was right there, and I could not do anything." Never once Lelei felt so helpless, watching the most important man she knew growing up be cut down in such a manner. Right now, all she feels deep in her heart is pain, anger, and vengefulness, wanting to punish everyone who did this. "I know it is hard for you right now," Sarah answered in her smooth, motherly calm voice. "Trust me, I do understand, but this is not the way. Let us go to Hawaii, recoup. Spend time with the people you love now. Then, ask Jackson what to do next, okay? We would like to be there with you as you sort all this out. Do you want us around?" Lelei nodded as she whipped tears from her cheek. The thought of pushing everyone away and going alone scared her, and realized she still wants a family. Seeing the answer Sarah wanted, she gave Lelei another hug with a rub on the back. "Okay, how about this? Help me pack for our trip, then we can make dinner. We both know that Selena only packs stuffed animals, or what Rory recommends in Rory. Well, she only packs clothing that will put most boys in jail." Unable to stop a short laugh, knowing how Rory acts and has no shame, Lelei nodded again. "Okay, I will help." V19, Chapter 224, Destined Unions, Tales of the Clanless. Borden Forest, Gerador region, west of Elis. Falmart Uros. Date, March 17th, 2015. "I have you now," said a small, golden-furred little Nico, followed by some childish laughter. "No, you have to be faster," replied another Nico, her orange fur shining vibrantly in the sun, contrasting with the brown stripes decorating her body. "Nellia, Pirla, stop it. We are going to get in trouble again." A midnight blue-furred Nico chimed in as well. "Oh, relax, Lardia," Nellia responded while running behind her for cover. She grabbed her shoulders and proceeded to use her as a shield, trying to stay away from Pirla. "Do not put me in the middle of this," Lardia said as she's dragged around by her shoulders. "You know we're not kids anymore. We are 13, you know." "Nonsense," Nellia replied while laughing. "You are never old enough to have fun." Pirla lunged at them, barely missing. With her quick reflexes, she stood up and said, "I nearly had you." Lardia, having had enough of being chased, quickly grabbed Nellia so Pyrie could tag her. "Got you." In no time, Nellia was tagged. You are no fun," Nellia whined. "Do you want your parents yelling at you again? We all heard them last time." Nellia merely shuddered at the thought of invoking her mother's wrath. Okay, let us get back. The three young Nikos began making their way back, chatting and teasing each other as they walked. They were each born and raised in the secluded village of Jalua. They spoke about life outside of this boring old town, about wanting to leave and explore the outside world. They fantasized about going on different journeys as an all-Nico adventurer group, every so often being reminded of reality by Lardia. But nothing could stop them as they acted out different scenarios on how they would deal with bandits, monsters, and everything else in between. The innocence and optimism of youth still blinding them of the harsh world outside, waiting for them. As they continued their way, Lardia abruptly stopped as she faced the direction of their homes. "Are you okay?" Pirla asked her. "What is wrong?" Nellia added. "Smoke," is all she said as she pointed to a massive trail of smoke leading up to the darkening sky. The fume rose, smothering the sky with ash and embers. Their faces grew pale as their hearts sank. "Come on, we have to see what is going on. They might need our help," Nellia shouted as she started to sprint forward toward their village. Lardia and Pirla followed behind her. They ran as fast their legs could carry them, panting hard until they finally reached the entrance to the village. Different emotions swelled within them as they witnessed the place they once called their home up in flames. Screaming could be heard all around, coming from different homes, bodies littering the streets, blood splattered wherever they turned. The three Nikos stood there, frozen, wanting so badly to just run to their families and hold them, but their legs just wouldn't move. A sudden shout soon reminds them of where they were. "Over here, I see fresh young ones," shouted a thin, scrawny person. He wore tattered old clothes along with an old, worn-out leather chest armor. The man charged at the girls with a bladed weapon in hand as others, donning similar apparel, followed behind him. Lardia and Pirla froze up as they approached closer and closer when they felt a sudden tug on their arms. "Run! We need to hide!" Nellia shouted, breaking them out of their gaze. The three began sprinting, faster than they ever thought they could. They ran back out of their village and made their way into the nearby forest, arrows whizzing past them. "Wait, isn't there a hiding spot over there?" Pirla pointed out, reminding them of hide-and-seek games they would play in the past. Nellia and Lardia merely nodded in understanding as they all made their way into a small crevice in between two sizable boulders, the crevice itself hidden away by a few bushes. They hid behind the cover, holding on to each other as Pirla shook from fear. "It is okay. Shoo, calm down," Lardia whispered, trying to reassure her while holding her. Nellia merely watched for any indication that they had been followed. Her breathing began slowing as each exhale felt heavier. Sweat began to slowly make its way down her face. She broke her gaze once just to look at her companions, but the moment she did, she felt pain take over as a hand reached in to squeeze her ear. Nellia screamed as the hand tried to drag her out, but Lardia, acting on reflex, bit down on it. "Art, you pointy-eared bitch," the attacker shouted as he threw a punch at Lardia, forcing her to release her bite. She fell backward with teary eyes as she held her face. The man dragged Nellia out from hiding as she screamed, kicked, and scratched. She gained a lucky hit as she managed to claw a bit of his face, so he threw her hard against the ground, dazing her. Having had enough, he drew his sword, ready to strike, but his arm was grabbed by Lardia. He gave her an annoyed sneer and was about to punch her again, but Pirla took hold of his other arm. "Enough of this!" the assailant shouted angrily as he thrusted the arm being held by Pirla to her, knocking her back. He ripped his arm from Lardia and swung his sword at her as she stumbled backward. "Ah!" Lardia shrieked as she held on to one of her ears, blood visibly pouring from it. The strike barely missed her head, but slicing the tip of one of her ears. She whimpered as she lay there in a fetal position. The man, still enraged, lifted his sword to strike once more and brought it down to finish her. She watched in terror as the man stood over her, ready to end her life, so she shielded her eyes for the inevitable. However, the next thing heard was a pain-filled scream, followed by a light thud sound as she quickly looked to see Pirla laying lifeless in front of her. She was speechless, not really believing what she was seeing. Lardia didn't feel anything, just numbness and emptiness. Her childhood friend whom she shared so many fond memories with was now gone. Nellia shouted in anger as she lunged at the man, only to be beaten back. He readied his sword again, but was stopped by his companions. "Wait, what do you think you are doing, you lumbering moron?" A lion humanoid reprimanded the man. The lion man walked over to see the mess his subordinate had made and sighed. "We do not get paid for spoiled products," he said as he slowly pushed Pirla's body over to confirm her death. "Collect the remaining two and put them with the others," he ordered as he moved closer to the injured midnight blue-furred Nico. He got her to face him by grabbing her hair to lift her head up. Tears streamed down her cheeks as he looked in her golden, amber-colored eyes. "Actually," he began as he licked his lips and smiled sinisterly, "I will take this one to her cell after." Later that night, Nellia curled herself up in a small corner of the wheeled cage she was being held in. She looked around to see a few other women and girls from her now-gone village. Most of the men were taken away long ago, never to be seen again. Fear and despair had gripped her as she made her presence known as little as possible. The sense of loneliness had never been so prevalent as it was this day. After the raiding had concluded, the assailants celebrated the only way they could for another good haul of product. They drank, sang, ate, and indulged in their new assets, the Nikos. The men were allowed to pick out their desired partners and started to enjoy every inch of them. Mostly female, with the occasional few preferring some of the younger males. But they were warned not to impregnate any of them to avoid spoiling their products. Other female Nikos were returned to this cell as the night progressed, each coming back both naked and broken. With each person that was returned, Nellia looked up to see if one of them was her only friend left, Lardia. She waited most of the night, hoping to find her again until finally she saw her. She was being led by the same grown lion humanoid. He pulled her along by her arm as the same light she once had in her eyes had disappeared. The man looked frustrated as he yelled at one of his subordinates to open the cage, to which they did without hesitation. As soon as the door flew open, the broken body of Lardia was thrown in as the door was locked behind her. Lardia curled up into a small ball as she began to whimper, naked, bruised, and bloodied. Seeing her friend in distress, Nellia slowly and quietly crawled her way to her to console her. Upon placing her hand on her, Lardia held herself tighter as Nellia began to embrace her. "It is okay, it's me. I am here," she comforted her as she helped her towards the back of the cage. Seeing the state of her best friend brought Nellia to tears as well. Unbeknownst to her, the lion hadn't left yet and watched the whole thing with a grin. "You," the man said as he pointed to her. "You seem to still have a bit of a spirit. Maybe you can help satisfy me where your friend could not." The humanoid continued to mock with a sinister laugh. Nellia merely hissed at the man as she held Lardia tighter. "Come over," that man ordered her. Nellia still hissed at him, holding her friend as tightly as possible. "Or do you want me to take her back for another round?" He threatened them both. Nellia looked down at her friend as she shook with that statement. She let out a deep sigh as tears began to form in her eyes and slowly stood up. Lardia still clung to her, shaking her head, begging her not to go as Nellia reassured her that everything was going to be all right. As she slowly made her way to the now open gate towards the humanoid, body shaking, she was led back to the man's quarters, making their way past the rest of the men. Once they sat, their eyes stared at her, making obscene comments and teasing her as she walked by. As she kept walking, she noticed they were nearing a small wooden cabin, just a bit down from the rest of the camp. Here is where the leader of these thugs held up. Once inside, he sat comfortably on a chair placed in front of a bed and faced her. "Strip," he ordered as she refused and backed away a little. She bared her fangs once more and got into a defensive position. The man merely smiled and let out a good hard laugh. "This is what I wanted. I cannot wait to see that defiant face broken. Now, you can strip for me here, or you can strip for everyone else out there, and believe me, they are not so kind." Thinking of what he meant by that filled her with more fear as she held herself. She walked closer to him, stopping in front of him. She slowly removed her clothing, little by little, as he watched. Once fully naked, he stood in front of her, looking down and licked his lips as Nellia hissed back once more. "I hope you can put up more of a fight than your friend did," She did not last that long before she begged me to stop, he boasted with a laugh. That infuriated Nellia as she tried to land a quick claw on him. But he stopped her, lifted her up, and tossed her on the bed. He pinned her quickly and smiled. Careful. If you do something stupid, your friend will be the one to pay for it. Her anger dissipated as fast as it had come, and she was filled with the same hopelessness she had from before, not being able to do a thing. She stopped struggling as he prepared himself. That is better. She teared up once more as she looked away. She held onto the sheets tightly as she gritted her teeth for the inevitable. Some time later, this time, it was Lartia's turn to wait for her friend. The cold, hard floor of the cage provided little comfort to her naked body as she sat curled up in one of the corners. The night had started to quiet down, except for the noise of chattering teeth. The girls had stopped returning for some time, which caused her to worry. She never found out what had happened to her family, as her mother wasn't here with her, and her brothers, along with her father, were taken hours ago. She had already lost Pirla, and with Nellia taken, it solidified her sense of isolation. Lardia was beginning to doze off ever so slightly, drooping her head, but she stubbornly kept herself awake. Just as she couldn't take it anymore, some commotion woke her. She then watched as the gate opened. Another female Nico was then thrown in. Though it was dark, her feline eyes allowed her to see a little more clearly in the dark. She squinted and could make out the silhouette of her friend, Nellia. She quickly crawled over to her defeated friend. The tears had dried long ago as she noticed the cuts, bruises, and blood. She held her tight and began to cry once more, trying to get her friend to respond once more. Nellia slowly started to raise her arm to hold Lardia, and she hugged her right back, now being the one comforting her. "Don't worry, I was gentle," the lion teased as he walked away. Lardia led her friend back to her original spot and held her closer. She slowly and quietly begins to sing her a sweet children's song, one that spoke of a hero coming to the rescue of children, saving and protecting them from the monsters. The following days were long and hard as the roads taken had to be out of sight from the common ones to avoid any unwanted attention. These roads were not so well maintained, which was noticeable with every bump and crack. The days consisted of the long journey while these slavers had their fun at nights. The humanoid lion himself, taking a liking to both Lardia and Nellia, refusing anyone else from touching them. Eventually, the caravan reached a certain small town as soon as the sun had set. But unlike other nights, a hooded individual came out to the wagon and picked out some Nikos. They were quickly rounded up and chained together in a line. Once they were given one last look over, they were ordered to follow the individual as guards made sure they stayed in line. After that night's distractions, they moved again, but this time without those Nikos chosen first. They never returned, causing many of them to panic. Mothers begged for their daughters, while daughters begged for their mothers or sisters. Their cries were left unanswered as they moved out. The pleading turned to wails and, finally, to whimpers. Nellia and Lardia just held each other tightly. Thankful they were spared this separation, but were now fearful of their next destination. It was early morning when they reached the next town, and the same pattern repeated when they stopped near the next town. But unlike last time, some individuals dressed in military uniforms stood out in front of them. They scanned each of the carts as they picked out ones that caught their eye. To Nellia's despair, one man had pointed at Lardia. No, please. Take me too," Nellia pleaded as the two friends held each other tightly. The rest of the Nikos started to do the same, holding the ones they held dear. They begged their captors not to separate them, as these warriors stood there looking amused. The captors, annoyed, went into the cage and forcefully started tearing them apart from their loved ones. Nellia refused to let go, even beginning to claw and hiss at them as she shielded Lardia behind her. But she received a hit across her face, sending her down onto the floor hard. She laid there again, dazed as Lardia was dragged away from her. Blood started to trickle down a little from her head as she recalled being in the same position before when they had struck down Pirla. "Not again," she groaned as she weakly reached out to her. Borden Forest, Gerador region, west of Elis. Falmart Uros. Date, March 18th, 2015. As Nellia finally awakened, she saw the night had already fallen and they were about to set up camp. Sitting up, she looked around as the horrible truth started to set in. She was all alone. She made her way back to her side of the cage once more and looked up blankly. The tears were all but dried up. She had none left to shed. Staring out into the night, thinking of everything that had happened to her in the last few days, all that she had lost, robbed from her birthplace, forced into slavery, stripped of all she held dear, stripped of her of worth as a person. Now what? She thought to herself as she tried to picture her future. With no future ahead of her, she made up her mind to forge her own. What else does she have left to lose? The same lion returned to the cage, eagerly planning to have his fun with his favorite slave as he licked his teeth until he saw that empty expression on her face. She is completely broken. No real fun anymore, he thought to himself. All right, tell the men, they can have her now, he said to the gate guard as he walked away in disappointment. He nodded and smiled gleefully as he stared right back at the orange-haired Nico. He was waiting for his chance at her and was not going to give that honor up to anyone else before he had his taste. He looked inside to see the frightened, broken women inside and decided to take that one for himself. He opened the gate as everyone moved slightly back and climbed in. He made his way over to Nellia, grabbed her by the arm, and began to drag her out as she provided no resistance. Seeing only one option to free herself, she waited for that one moment, that one opening. He looked away for a moment, hearing a beast attacking an animal in the distance. When he faced her again, she lunged at him. But before he could scream, she bit down hard on his throat and tore it out, spitting the content from her mouth out onto the ground. He squirmed all over the floor, holding onto his wound until he finally bled out. Nellia stood over the man, mouth drenched with blood, as she stared down at the dead man with cold eyes. Here is our chance. You can stay here if you want, but I am going, she finished saying as she began to quietly move away into some bushes and trees nearby. She noticed the others slowly getting out of the cage as well, and some began following her. They creeped away slowly until she heard the shouts from the camp and decided to make a run for it. She sprinted as far and fast as her legs would take her, breathing heavily as she heard some of them keep up with her. But she just kept on running, never looking back. She ran until she heard nothing behind her, and she just kept running. Nellia finally stopped to catch her breath after a good while. She breathed heavily and realized her solitude had crept in once more. She was alone. But I cannot stop, she thought to herself as she resumed forward, stumbling all over the place, every so often looking back for her pursuers. She did this for some time, feeling like she'd been running for an eternity, not realizing she was getting closer and closer to another group. She kept looking back until she ran into something and fell backward. Nellia sat there in shock and quickly looked up to see a large man standing in front of her, donning some type of armor much different than any she had previously seen. He wore atterrages with varying assorted trinkets attached to his belt. Shin and feet guards protected his feet. The heavy armor chest piece had a horrible beast's face carved into it that looked like it was staring right at her. A short red cape with a peculiar insignia was attached to it. As she continued to look upward, she saw that this man was using the skull of a pointed-faced creature as part of his helmet with feathers protruding from the back. The man himself had an aged and expressionless look on his face. The shock quickly wore off as she remembered again why she was running. This guy is probably here to take me back, she thought to herself as the same adrenaline returned. I'm not going back, she hissed at him and began to lunge at the stranger. But before she could take a step, she felt her feet get kicked from underneath her, falling face first. As she slowly looked back up, she noticed a small blade pointed directly at her. It was another girl around the same age as her that drew her short sword with the intention to kill. She wore some type of tribal-like armor with markings. The armor pieces covered some areas, emphasizing speed and maneuverability. She had shin and forearm guards with an armored loincloth. Chest armor that protected her upper back and a plated headband finished her wardrobe. But what really stood out were the long ears protruding out from the top of her head. Nellia closed her eyes. Her life was now coming to an end, and she no longer had the strength to keep going. Better dead than being sent back to that hell, she thought to herself as the warrior bunny prepared to deliver the final blow. Wait, Melina, a raspy old voice said as the man placed a hand on the bunny's shoulder. But Attilius, she dashed. Are you disobeying your blade masters? He asked, sounding more like a threat. Realizing her mistake, she faced down and answered, No blade master. She finished answering while also sheathing her weapon. Your concern is appreciated. Fresh blood, but unnecessary, he reassured the warrior bunny. Now you girl, you look like you have been through the ruck. What is your name? Attilius asked, his full attention now on the scared, naked Nico. Nellia just stared back at him, not really sure how to respond to the man, so she just remained quiet. Are you mute? Just deaf, or maybe you're just too scared to answer? He asked as he contemplated. Maybe I'm wrong about you. Melina. He began to motion to her student. Nellia, she quickly answered. Nellia, huh? The raspy-voiced man repeated. He placed his hand slowly on her head as she slightly flinched. He looked into her emerald eyes, thinking about this lone, scrawny little child and her reason for being out here. He could tell she was a runaway slave, and it wasn't uncommon for some to escape careless handlers here and there. However, what surprised him the most was the dried blood covering her face that had dripped down and dried all over her chest. That amount of blood loss would kill anyone, and yet she, someone so young, was able to end another's life to survive. He could respect that. I admire your courage for making it this far, young one. I can see the rage in you too. He finished with a hoarsely chuckle. She just stared right back at him with a bit of uneasiness. Tell me, do you wish to die here? He asked and paused for an answer. Nellia's eyes widened as she gazed at the man called Attilius and slowly responded. No, I cannot. Not after everything. Then I offer you a choice. Come with me, and I can offer you strength. I will sharpen that burning hate in you into a weapon unlike any other. You will never feel this feeling of helplessness ever again, or, he said as he unsheathed a small, darkened blade he had on his side. I can make it quick, painless. You will never experience anything ever again. You will be free, he finished while extending both hands. One hand extended to lift her up, the other with the unsheathed blade. Nellia thought on the offer. To never be in this hopeless position ever again, or to be released from these worldly bonds. That sounds nice, she ponders to herself. The empty feeling of having nothing left swept over, pushing her to end it. I just do not want to feel alone anymore, she quietly said as she hesitantly reached for the blade. Just as she's about to make her decision, she heard a commotion behind her. There's one of them over there, one of 3 men shouted as he saw her. That feeling of loneliness dissipates as anger washed over once more. Nellia reached for the blade, however, not to end her own life, but to end theirs. She quickly regained her footing and turned to face them, but Attilius held out his arm, shielding her. Nellia looked at the man in the middle that appeared to be the one leading this search party. Each wielded different sorts of weapons. She scanned his other companions and immediately recognized one of them with a fresh claw mark visible on his face. Her fur began to rise as she gritted her teeth. Rage filled every inch of her body as she emanated an aura of hate. You dash, she started but was interrupted. Not yet, wait one moment, Attilius ordered the Nico. That slave belongs to us. Just hand her over. There is no need for you to get involved, their search party's leader said. Attilius merely stood there eyeing the men, seeing only dead men. There are 3 of us, an old man and only one of you. He trailed off as he saw the warrior bunny standing next to him. You know what? Hand them both over and we will let you go. Oh, I have never enjoyed one of them before. I bet they feel just as good, another one of them said. And do not think I have forgotten about you, little kitten. I still have to pay you back for this. The other finished while motioning to his scar. You hear us, old man? Their leader began again as they moved in closer. Melina moved in front of Attilius while unsheathing 2 of her short swords. The Blade Master has no words he would waste on lowly mud crawlers. It is a shame that our efforts will be wasted on you. What did you say? You whore, the leader shouted. You dash, he said before he stopped and dropped his weapon with widened eyes. The 2 others turned to face their leader and saw someone standing right behind him with their arm impaled into his back. Before they could react, a green light emitted around the stranger as their leader bursted into a red mist. A blue-feathered siren, looking no older than Nellia, stood there with her hand extended where their leader once was. She retracted it and looked into her blood-soaked palm. Blood still dripped from her talon-like weapon on her hand. She wore a skirt with Fald's armor laid on top with a light armor chest plate, revealing her stomach and lower back region. Two talon-like weapons were fitted onto her hands, while an intricate combination of feathers, fabrics, and magic gems decorated her arms. Her unique, terrifying appearance was amplified with her armored headpiece that displayed two large horns drenched in blood and pieces of their now-dead leader. So that is what happens when you direct a gust spell into a living person. Interesting, she said nonchalantly. The remaining two didn't have much time to react, as Melina reached one of them, slicing into his throat, and moved on to the last one as the first man dropped his weapon to grab his wound. The last man sporadically swings his weapon at the approaching warrior bunny, but she maneuvered around and kicked the weapon out of his hand. Inches away from finishing him off, she stopped as her ear picked up an order. She turned to face her blade master as he was walking up with Nellia. The last man, the scarred man, started to cry in fear for his life as he saw his companion squirm around on the ground until he remained lifeless. Excellent Trine, Melina. Wonderfully executed, Attilius commends. Thank you, Blade Master. Trine and Melina answered in unison. He stops a few inches away from the whimpering man as he pleaded for his life. Disgust now washed over Attilius' face. How disgraceful. At least accept your death with some humility. He turned to the awestruck Nico, blade still within her hands. Attilius kneeled for her and spoke. Now, if you wish to be set free and reborn again, here is your chance. Your new life begins with the death of his, or you can use that blade there to take yours. Now is your chance, young one. Choose. Nellia investigated her hands. The darkened blade practically smiled back at her. She was filled with fear once more. Is this really okay? Should I really do this? She contemplated, remembering back to her old life in the village. All that she worried about back then was seeing what fun things she could come up with to do with her best friends. Sneaking out of responsibilities to laze around and play with Pirla and Lardia. Teasing and playing pranks on her siblings whenever she could. She snapped back to reality as Attilius stood back up and patted her on the shoulder. Nellia heard the whimpers of the scarred man and was filled with a little bit of pity. Her hands shook with the weight of her decision. If I do this, I will truly lose everything, my innocence. She finished thinking when she remembered the horrors that she had endured these last few days. She looked over to the man. The claw marks were clearly visible and served as a reminder for his sin. Her rage swept over once more like a tsunami. No, that was lost the moment I was taken, she said, confusing the sniveling man. Before he could react further, she lunged at him as Melina stepped back. The man lifted his hand to shield himself, but the knife effortlessly sliced through his fingers. He wailed in pain as he continued to beg, but those cries fell on deaf ears as Nellia leapt onto the man, forcing him back. She raised the blade as far up as she could and brought it down hard, repeatedly stabbing his chest over and over again as his screams were heard throughout the surrounding area, like that of a squealing animal. Nellia sat on the butchered corpse, breathing heavily with the bloody weapon left lodged into the body. For the first time since she was taken, she felt like she got back control of her own life. A red piece of red cloth fell over Nellia, startling her as she looked up to see Attilius. Come with us, my child, he quietly said as his cape covered up Nellia's naked body. The adrenaline finally began to leave her as she weakly stood back up, so Attilius lifted her up and carried her in his arms. Her face turned a little red from the experience, but his face remained stern as he walked away from the bloodbath. Melina collected the darkened blade, cleansed it, and stored it to return it later. Nicely done, fresh blood, Trine said as she walked up beside Nellia. Not understanding what that means, the Nico tiredly nodded and began to fall asleep. Finally, being able to rest safely since this whole ordeal had started. Slave market, Havkrisen, Ely's region, Uros. Date, June 23rd, 2015. It had felt like an eternity since the last time Lardia saw her friend Nellia, even though it had only been a few months. The heavy heat from flare that sat high in the sky beat down on the region of Ely's. As the Nico, Lardia would have slept the heat off under the shade of a large tree. She was not used to this kind of weather, especially with her fur trapping the heat within her body. To make matters worse, her hands were tied to the post above her, hanging on a platform surrounded by others who were also tied to it. Today is market day at Havkrisen, the heart of Elis. The buildings, although tall, were not towering like the ones in the great cities of Rondell, Sadera, and Feluilis. While never visiting this city, Lardia could hear people mentioning the history of the city, being thousands of years old from the Elvish days. Now, the designs and culture was a hybrid of Elvish, human, and dwarf with a large Eplis stream, splitting the city into two. All she could see are slaves and agriculture goods being traded. Below the platform was a red-skinned humanoid known as Puka, known for their commercial skills yelling his sales pitch. All around were crying, fearful slaves, waiting to be sold to their new masters, each wondering what the rest of their lives might look like. The Puka shouted and then pointed toward Lartai. This was the third attempt the slave trader tried to sell her. The first two times she had failed to live up to her previous owner's expectations and returned her. With each return, she was punished and forced to work at the brothel to repay back the loss of profit. Right now, the Puka was spinning a story of how Lartai was once a priestess of her clan. She was described as enchanting by most men with her beautiful, amber-colored eyes, and to this day, she was still untouched by a man. While the story was false, the lie was required to sell inferior races like her. Because the Elis economy was agriculture and military-heavy, laborers were highly sought after while servants like Nikos were in less demand. As the betting began, it seemed the only ones who were betting were a male elf and human. While Lardia could only assume what their intentions were, she had heard stories of two possible outcomes. The elf most likely wants a Nico as a servant to provide for their comfortable lifestyle. If not, she was worried that she would be used for target practice. Because of a Nico's natural agility, elves who were with the Empire enjoyed using them to hone their archery skills. Hearing the Puka announce the winner, Lartai discovered that the human man won the action. He wore a colorful toga, probably made from silk, showing that he was a member of the higher class of society. Once the sale was finalized, two human guards untied and dragged her to the processing center. Lartai sat, twiddling with her fingers as she tried her best to avoid eye contact with the man who just purchased her. He sat across from her in the same wagon as they leisurely made their way down the road. He just eyed Lardia and her movements, which began to eat away at her nerves. His silence didn't help the mood either. To distract herself from the situation, she decided to peer out of her wagon. Looking toward the countryside, all Lartai could see were massive fields of farmlands. A sea of crops covered entire fields. Out in the distance were many different races, all picking the crops for their master. "You must think we are very evil people," Pelumwilk said, finally breaking the silence. He pulled a scroll out from one of his bags and began to look it over. Looking toward the legatus propraetor, who was sitting across from Lardia, the man was well dressed for this special occasion. Just like all the other human males who served the Empire, Mwilk was wearing a Carmony version of the Imperial armor. She never understood why humans males wore such things at every chance they could, wondering if it was their way of showing status or strength. Reflecting on the question, Lartai remembered her nightmarish experiences her clan endured. What happened to her two treasured friends, Nellia and Pirilla? Her mind raced about what the state of her clan was, what had happened to her dear friend, and what fate she might be facing. "I take your silence that you agree with my question," Mwilk said. "The world around us is cruel, my dear Nico," Mwilk stated. "When I first arrived to this region, my son was murdered in an ambush." Hearing the hateful tone from the man's voice and how his expression soured, Lartai quickly asked, "Why? Do you know what the world was like before the Empire annexed this region?" Mwilk asked as he read a scroll. He then looked at the Nico, eyes demanding a response. "No," Lartai mumbled, confused by the strange questions. She wondered if this was part of preparing her for her new master. "Of course not." Handing the scroll to the other soldier on the wagon, Mwilk began reading the next scroll. "This region provides a third of the Empire its foodstuff. Countless regions depend on these exports, otherwise starvations like in the days of old would be rampant. Now I am guessing you are wondering what does this has to do with my son," Mwilk stated. "Unfortunately, this region bordered a barbaric kingdom and became the center of the 30-Year War. When I took over as propraetor of this region, we had only just won the war. My duty was to bring peace and stabilize the region. As the man informed her of the politics and history of the region, Lartia started to realize how complex the outside world was. Tribal life was simple. Gather food, clean, cook, shelter, fight off predators. Outside concerns were that, outside, my job was to enforce the peace treaty with the barbarians, at all costs, Mwilk said. Month after month I led my legions and slew anyone who threatened the treaty. Goblins, orcs, trolls, vampires, anyone. Thanks to my efforts, Ely's recovered to its pre-war status. All you need to do is look around you at all these fields, a mere example of my hard work and devotion. But my methods and work done here was not so graciously received by all. As an act of revenge, some murdered my son. I am sorry for your loss, Lartia said. No, you are not, Mwilk responded. Your feigned concern is appreciated, but I can see the hate coming from your eyes. I bet you are wondering why I am telling you all this. Handing over the last scroll, Mwilk looked toward the Nico. While you only saw chains, cages in our cities, or isolation from your tribe life, I see peace and happiness throughout these lands. Traders traveling on the highways without worry of raids. Children playing in towns without the need to worry of smugglers. The townsfolk can carry on with their day-to-day lives without worrying about attackers. That is the problem with you tribal types. For hundreds of years, my people have shouldered the burden of being the protector and provider of Falmart. So many races sat on the sidelines, minding their own business while waiting for others to fix the world. As I said, my son sacrificed his life to protect the subjects of the Empire here. Elf, dwarf, Leonard, human, Mwilk added. That is why you're sitting there, why most weaker races are enslaved. It provides the foundation for everyone else to live in peace and thrive. The story confused Lartia, not fully understanding the gravity of it. While the man sat there, speaking calmly with his composure remaining strong, she could see that the loss of his son deeply affected him. Still, she did not understand how this story was related to her. In the name of my son, I will do whatever I can to protect this land, Mwilk said. To protect its people, protect this peace that so much blood has been spilled over for. Now with you, Mwilk continued. There is a young man I have been keeping an eye on for some time now. He is becoming a man So, you bought me as a gift? Lartia boldly asked, slightly offended. Mwilk faced the Nico, giving a warning glare, and responded. Mind your tone. Remember what your station is. Lartia's eyes widened as she realized that she overstepped. She took a deep breath to reform herself and remind herself of her new reality. I am sorry, Master. Mwilk nodded and looked away. It was a good question. As you know, Nikos are natural servants, mostly good-mannered and low upkeep cost. Not being natural fighters unlike your more impressive lion cousins, so less worry of an uprising. I could have picked any slave, but I chose you for a reason, Mwilk yearned. He is young, inexperienced as he grew up outside the politics of Sad Era. You grew up out here. You have seen the horrors and what it was like not to grow up within a villa. Lartia listened carefully to what the man was saying. From what she understood from the conversation was that Mwilk wanted specifically her recent life experience to help influence this young man. Based on her past owners, all she expected was to become the boy's sex slave, but it seemed Mwilk had something more in store. Either way, she had no choice. The wagon stopped, and as Lartia got off, she saw a modest villa. Seeing vines post with purple and red grapes surrounding the building. A large white wall protected 5 buildings within, all designed in the standard villa layout. Following the legatus proprietor, Lartia watched as the family heads welcomed them. It was simple human small talk before they turned their attention to her. To her surprise, they complimented the health and color of her fur. Our son is in the building over there, the father said. Once the greetings were completed, Lartia followed Mwilk into the building. Once they entered, she saw this young adult sitting at a table with an elder elf. Both seemed to be playing some game, as crafted figures were scattered across the board. What are they playing? Lartia asked. It is a strategy game, Mwilk answered. The objective of the game is to outsmart your opponent, using your mind to best your opponent rather than brute force. As Lartia watched, she could see the elf, clearly one of the family elder slaves, teaching the young man the game. She could only assume it was related to war, like most subjects are for humans. I think you two can pause your game for a moment, Wilk said. The young man noticed their presence and quickly stood up. Rushing over, he was excited to see Wilk, asking about any new adventures and campaigns that he had been on. Calm down, I have a story or two to tell, but that can wait, Wilk said. I came to give you a gift, this Nico. Her name is Lardia. Lardia, this is Fabius Aulus. He was awestruck as he gazed at the slave that stood before him. Was it the midnight blue fur or golden eyes? He couldn't tell, but something about her caught his eye. Manners, Fabius, Wilk said with a smirk. Snapping back into reality, Fabius lightly pounded his right hand against his chest and said, Nice to meet you. Quickly bowing, Lardia responded, Nice to meet you, master. I hope our future adventures will be eventful. I hope so too. V19. Chapter 225, As the Gods Will. Sat Era. Date, July 14th, 2026. Empress Altoria Famulus stood, towering over the large table with figures representing the League and NATO on top of a massive map. She watched her husband, Zorzal Caesar, and his war council circled around a large table as they debated their next course of action, carefully listening to every piece of information. The daily topic had become routine. NATO took territory, threatening the collapse of the League. Only a few areas on the map showed a glimmer of hope, but only a suggestion. On a normal day, the War Council would meet at a beautiful large room with pillars made out of marble. Silk clothes draped from the ceiling with a gorgeous view of the city. All represent the might of the Empire and its legacy. Now, being scared of the random strikes against the city from the enemy's long-ranged weapons. Everyone sheltered in the now renovated old dungeons for safety from airstrikes and missile strikes. No one wants to look out the balcony and witness the smoke emitting from the key economic centers or storages of the city. When the mailing wyvern arrived 2 days ago, panic erupted throughout the Imperial halls. The fall of Rondell, along with the news that the capital of the dwarven kingdom of Galrash within the Dumas Mountains had been discovered by the enemy, emphasized the fact the enemy was now another step closer to their doorstep. At this point, they could now surmise that a siege was now inevitable. Typically, one could assume a siege would last a few months, based on the history of Falmart. However, the short history with this enemy showed that the old rules of warfare no longer applied, probably only lasting a few days, a week at most. It became the final straw for much of the population as many fled east. The Operknina's propaganda campaign has seemed to be effective in framing the otherworlders as murderous demons who wish to rob them of their wealth, property, starve them of food, and more. The worst of theories spread throughout the city streets like wildfire. It was expected that the city of Rondell could have repelled NATO forces and subdue the population. Losing the great magical city was not acceptable, as most of the Empire's magical industry and research were conducted there, as well as the fact that magic is the only thing so far that provides the League a means to stand some chances against NATO, even though it is minimal. However, what the letters from Rondell stated baffled and scared everyone. It took multiple reads as Famulus' mind kept rejecting what she was reading, but with each read, the facts did not disappear. Demon was summoned and nearly decimated the city, almost killing everyone. Once reading that, she knew it was Darlco's doing. However, she never knew they had that ability. We must act now, Herm said. If the 14th Legion can betray us, then anyone can. Don't read too much into it. Calasta Helvius replied. Peprios has always been more loyal to Rondell than the Empire's cause. Him siding with your sister is a show of weakness and desperation rather than an act of strength. Don't be a fool, Calasta, Famulus retorted. Looking toward her husband, she said, Your sister is becoming a major issue. Having the 14th side with her and Rondell doing the same gives her clout for her revolutionary effort. Nonsense, Herm replied. All this means ... A small red figure was tossed across the table by Zorzal from frustration. He watched as all chatter subsided and then said, My Empress is correct. What kept the army and our alliance together this long was the fact that we were the only option. Let us not forget that this is the third traitorous general we had in this war. Peprios being the most recent. Woody said, What Woody la Carelius? the general of the Imperial army said, froze everyone. One crazy general with personal motivation could be seen as a fluke, as every war has its traitors. The Imperial elite could ignore Crisis and the Rose Order of Knights as traitors. Everyone hoped that Legatus Propraetor Pellium Wilk would be the only traitor, especially after how the Arpeggio murdered him and his family. But if a well-respected man like him could change his allegiance, anyone could. With Peprios gone to the enemy, it was only a matter of time as more legions lay down their arms at best case, actively siding with the enemy at worst. Famulus glanced toward Mortimer Gummis, the Ticaret Conglomerate representative. As the head of his house, his power has always come from economics. With Zorzal trade proposals and the promise of riches from the other side of the gate, Mortimer couldn't resist joining the war. The Ticaret was a priority of Zorzal as they specialized in defensive warfare. Based on the fat man's facial expression, he has the same thought she does. The war was lost. The little victories earned by the League against NATO have only come from small skirmishes, and even then those have been costly. Even with a win or even stall the enemy advance, the ability to capitalize on that is ruined by the quick reaction time from the enemy, making all gains irrelevant. The largest alliance Falmart had ever seen, all once historical rivals, now allied on a sinking ship. The idea was to unite and protect Falmart from a common enemy, radically reshaping every aspect of civilization. Famulus sighed before addressing everyone in the room. For now, let's be proactive in keeping any more desertion within our ranks. Do we know of any other generals or legatus in the field that might change their allegiance? Famulus asked. Woody pointed toward the Elis region and said, Legatus Fabius. He served under Mwilk and rallied what was left of the Imperial army in the region after Legrath fell. He is currently leading the Ticaret reinforcements in protecting what is left of our territory within the region. According to what little reports we get from there, is that he has been incredibly passive on the battlefield. Fabius? Is that the low houseman? Calasta asked. The one who married a Nico? Huh. Gummis chuckled. No wonder we are in such a state. The once mighty empire has grown weak, letting even one of your leadership to wed such a disgusting race. You should have let my kind take command. There was no way we would ever let your kind take command, Woody stated boldly. Elis is an imperial territory, and we have been fighting far longer against NATO. Your point is, old man? Gummis responded. Your age is showing. The Second Sanctum once feared you, but if they could see you now. The Emperor here ordered the slaughter of half of the army, which resulted in Legrath falling in a single night. There is no reason why we should not believe that Fabius will become a traitor after what you have done. An argument broke out among the leaders. Each side, through insults, pointed out failures and what the League should do next. The Arpeggio lead, Praetor Svenhard Lupus Moon, broke the argument. There was no choice, Moon coldly stated. The corruption of Crisis influence drove deep among the ranks. If we had done nothing, we would have had a massive army led by both Crisis and Mwilk against Sadera, possibly with Pina leading them as Empress. It seems that all you did was delay the inevitable, like the current situation we are facing, Famulus pointed out, seeing the hatred glowing out of Moon's eyes after the death of his wife. Being one of the few men she continued to respect within Sadera, it is becoming clear that his focus was towards seeking revenge. Let's remain focused, Zorzal ordered. Focused? Gummis repeated. Our lines of supply and communication are now in jeopardy, with Napni under risk of assault. All they have to do is drive north. And when that happens, not only you will be cut off from your men in the Elis, my men and I on this side of the Dumas will also be cut off from Ticaret. I highly doubt they will overstretch like that, Calasta said. But it means it will take longer to coordinate our forces. Besides, it will take time for NATO to establish itself in Rondell, Herm said. Assuming the reports are true, that city is in complete ruins. Taking care of the city's most basic needs will be a major logistics burden. Calasta laughed and added, then this could be a blessing in disguise. The other worlders' hearts are weak, and they will sink resources into saving them. It will give us the breathing room we need for a major strike. Hearing another of Calasta's incompetence, Famulus could not hold back any longer and snapped. By the gods! Could you please stop being so idiotic, Calasta? Any little gain of having that city being destroyed won't mean anything in the next couple of months, maybe less. Every city across Falmart will hear the tale of how the League destroyed one of their own cities, the oldest and well-respected cities nonetheless. And who saved them? The Otherworlders. They defeated a demon that our allies summoned, and now will be credited with bringing them wealth, security, and prosperity. Every count, king, chieftain, even peasant, all flock to their side. They will rally toward Pina and the senators that fled just to end the madness. With a long silence, Woody spoke. Speaking of which, where is the Darlco's representative? They need to explain themselves after this treachery. They promised to save the city from our enemies, not destroy it. Looking toward the Emperor, Famulus could see the frustration from her husband. While no one wanted to say it, the reality was that Darlco betrayed them, using the war to destroy their historical rival, Rondell. Some people in the room even went as far as accusing Darlco of hoping that Sadera would have no choice but to pardon them should they succeed in completely destroying Rondell, thinking that the Empire wouldn't want losing their only main college of mages that they had left. The rallying call that united the continent together in less than a year had collapsed. The question was why. While Zorzalel Caesar is very different from his father, he was still Molt's sole Augustus' son. That bloodline was not accustomed to defeat and surrender. A lesson Famulus learned the hard way all those years ago when she was forced to surrender. The dwarves cannot hold out forever. When they fall, then there will be nothing standing between us and NATO, Famulus said. We are losing our hold in the west. Even with my army reinforcing our southern flank, I do not see us striking the real threat, that gate. With Rondell gone, we lost our only chance to close the gate, and I have no faith in Darlco representing our interests. It is now or never. We should surrender. The room fell silent from Famulus' proposal. She could see the dread in everyone's eyes. It seemed like the idea crossed everyone's mind at some point, and she couldn't blame them. It had been over a year since they started a war against NATO, but they had to contend with some victories compared to NATO's countless. While the recent issue of Rondell, now siding with the enemy, and the fact that Darlco conspired behind their back hit the Empire's morale quite hard, they were only two of the plethora of problems they had. They had lost their most productive agricultural region, while foodstuffs from other regions got massively disrupted by NATO's incessant airstrikes on land routes and bridges, causing mass shortages of food and spiking their prices. This also caused the Empire's currency, Sawani and Sinku, to tank in value, sending the Empire's economy into a downward spiral. Weapon shipments from local blacksmiths and other regions also got seriously hampered by said airstrikes. With Galrash, the only producer of weapons that were effective against NATO forces and their war machine to some degree, was now at the risk of falling into NATO's hands. Rumors from spies and traders revealed that the city-states that surrounded the gate were being officially annexed by the lead country, the United States of America. Based on the map and what little reports Sadera could receive from the front, it was clear that NATO was slicing the heart of the Empire into puppet regimes like Annihilus. Seeing the enemy's grand strategy, it was clear they were using the war to form smaller puppet states to better manage territory and spread its influence throughout the lands. Now with Rondell on the list that was conquered, it was clear to Famulus that if the war continued, more territory would be sliced away. Now, she had no idea what the true intent of this strategy was, either annexing it, which she doubts, grant them independence like an Elis and Elba, but more likely, give the territory to Pina to reward her new Republic movement. But they couldn't verify it thanks to the loss of the Harrio's spy network in Alnus. That being said, rumors were, in some cases, a lot more terrifying compared to facts, as the people who heard about them tend to hyperbolize them. This made the local lords and citizens in the neighboring regions to Alnus seriously consider switching sides, forcing the Arpeggio to spread themselves thin and work around the clock. And speaking of switching sides, Famulus had received the reports from Arpeggio spies attached to some units of the Ticaret contingent. They overheard some leaders and high-ranking officers of the smaller contributors to the Ticaret contingent considering whether they could switch sides to NATO, tempted by all of the technologies and agricultural products that local NATO allies had been receiving, as well as having their agriculture production boosted by 1,000-fold among other life-improving goods. Some simply wanted to stop fighting in this fool's errand of a war. The only thing that was stopping them from doing so was the Falmart League treaty that they had signed and was overseen by the Apostle of Deldort, Martimus Onur himself. They did not know what would happen to them should they violate the treaty. As much as they wanted to escape the sinking ship, they didn't want to find out the consequences of violating the treaty that was overseen by the Apostle of the God of Covenants, Deldort, the hard way. Famulus glanced at Gummus, sitting at a distance away, with a bleak expression similar to the rest of everyone in this room. She had brought up the issue of the possible desertion within Ticaret's ranks to him, but all she got from him was that he would take care of it. Looking back and looking at him right now, Famulus could guess that deep down in his mind, he was trying to figure out how to cut his losses, and if possible, escape the sinking ship the Falmart League had become. All in all, the situation was bleak for the Empire and the Falmart League. "We cannot," Herm replied. "Surrender means the head of everyone in this room. These animals will not accept anything less at this point. Not unless we agree to go into exile," Famulus said. "We can dash dot. There will be no exile." Hearing a voice echo throughout the chamber, everyone looked around. The guards pulled out their swords but saw no intruder. "Who is there? Show yourself," Zorzel demanded. Seeing Gummus's fearful reaction, Famulus turned around. A large warlock walked through the door like it was not there. One moment she could see through the person, but he then materialized. A guard charged forward, but was suddenly engulfed in flames. The warlock glanced toward the other guards, almost as if warning them not to interfere. The screams from the burning guard echoed throughout the chamber, rattling everyone. "Stand down," Zorzel ordered. "Lord Voder, show yourself." Voder approached the table, delaying his reply, making sure everyone understood who was in control of the situation. Once he reached it, he said, "I figured once you learned what happened in Rondell, you would get cold feet. I am here to tell you that if you refuse to continue the war, you will not be pleased with the consequences." "What is the meaning of this?" Famulus spat, baffled by Voder's audacity. "You think you can come in here and command us? After what you did in? And what consequences? If there's anyone in this room who should be considering the consequences of their action, it should be you." Voder merely glanced over to her before looking away, annoyed by what she said. "There is more in motion than you realized," Voder said flatly, undeterred by Famulus' outburst and the atmosphere from everyone else in the room. Some were afraid of him, some were angry of what he and Darlco did to Rondell, while most showed the combination of both. Hardy believed she could prevent us by summoning the gate, but she only sealed her fate. What happened to Rondell was only one of many steps by the gods in their grand transformation. Oh really? In which part was the gods' plan? The complete destruction of Rondell, or that Rondell sided with the enemy? Or did that plan on allowing an unstoppable force from coming here, slaughtering our armies? Famulus asked Voder with a sarcastic tone, but her facial expression showed that she was seriously demanding an explanation from him. Voder only looked at Famulus with a much more annoyed look than before, which Famulus responded to with her own. With a loud bang against the table by Zorzel's fist, he leaned forward and yelled, "To hell with the gods! I am the Emperor of Falmart. My duty was to protect my people and their station. Ever since this war began, the gods have done nothing to help us. If they truly were on our side, then they would have intervened long ago. Your duty has only been to protect your playhouse within this city, young Emperor," Voder said. "The gods have never abandoned you. There are factions you know nothing about. Zuffmet opposes the Creator's will." "I don't care, Voder," Zorzel said angrily. "The Empire is not a tool for your agenda. We are all tools for the gods," Voder replied. "They have already spoken and set everything in motion. The gods will be freed from his grasp, and you will obey their will." "And what is this will? And who is this so-called creator?" Famulus asked. "Unknown camp near the Urugo ruins, Elis region. Date, July 14th, 2026. Looking at the regional map of Elis, Legatus Fabius Aulus watched his aides move the colorful figures that represent the Falmart League and NATO positions. Dividing the two sides was the large Agarant stream. The enemy occupied the southern bank of the stream with his forces defending the small part around Thaluilis. Once Legrath and Havkrisen fell, Fabius had been trying to exploit gaps within the changing front lines, funding the insurgency throughout the region. The tactic at first seemed to work in delaying any more advances from the other worlders, as they were forced to adjust to the role of occupier rather than the aggressor. The more soldiers he could force NATO to send patrolling the streets, the less he had to worry about being attacked. That was until his ally, the formal Duke Medius Fla Agonix of the Elis region, was somehow discovered. The Duke was secretly supporting the insurgents in the NATO-occupied territory of Elis. However, his ego got the better of him. With the enemy assassination of the Duke I, they also discovered many of the insurgents' locations and uncovered the alliance they had with the Adventurer Guild. Everything collapsed after that. Fabius supply lines to and from the insurgents were slowly cut, and a NATO alliance with the mercantile and farming guilds, backed by the Darfellan clan, Nader de Akilu, was formed. The occupied houses agreed that Nader would become the new duke, and all agreed to the Falmart Economic Trade Agreement, or FETA. Nader had been bold in his speech, speaking of the failures of the old regime and the benefits of the new one, adopting a mercantile style of economics. The focus was on individual trading among the commerce rather than the aristocracy. The key point of paid labor over slave labor is to stimulate economic output and development. To add more to Fabius' headache, his forces and him, along with the citizens of Faluilas, could only look in envy as the territories within NATO's sphere of influence enjoy bountiful harvests, while they slowly drained their own coffers dry to purchase foodstuffs and other perishable goods from other regions to the west to combat food shortages. With the trade ban on any NATO-aligned territories made by the late Emperor Molt and continued by Emperor Zorzel was in effect, he couldn't procure foodstuffs from merchants coming from those territories. Fabius couldn't help but to think that the Empire had shot itself in the foot with that ban. But then again, even if there was no such ban, there was no way that NATO would let them fill their bellies with foodstuffs coming from NATO's territories. Raiding was also out of the question, as he knew that launching any kind of attack would be a suicidal move for the participating units at best, and risking his entire forces at worst. Smuggling was also out of the question, since his connections to the insurgents inside NATO's territory were now practically reduced to nothing. However, the new Duke made one key point in his speech that scared Fabius: security. Historically, despite officially being the Empire's territory, the region had always been a major battleground all year round. Raids from barbarians, bandits, monsters, the Ticaret Conglomerate, the Swestuals Kingdom, and other groups were common in the Elis region. The Imperial army had to invest huge amounts of resources to protect the region, usually conducting brush wars to protect the people, albeit with less than satisfactory results. Some said that the rogue groups simply add in numbers for every one the Imperial army eliminated. Some accused the army of being half-hearted in their effort by simply driving off the rogue groups most if not all the time, calling it a job done, and yet still had the audacity to ask for compensation for the said job done. Whatever the true reasons were, the bottom line didn't change. They were never able to defeat them for good. A key promise from NATO was to end the barbarians and monsters once and for all. Earls in the region around Alnus, Italica, and Valtris saw a major reduction in raids. Goblin hordes were slaughtered or driven deep into the mountains. Barbarians and bandits cut down, and wandering monsters purged. In a short period of time, the vast technological advantage of the enemy did what the full might of the Empire never could. A region with no fear of raids was attractive to everyone, from the peasantries, the merchants, all the way to the dukes. Even with the strong propaganda machine of the Arpeggio, they have no real counter to such a reality that could be seen by living in NATO's territory or simply by visiting it. Over time, it had become harder and harder for him to convince people how siding with the enemy was bad when they lived without fear of dying and prospered economically. On principle, Fabius Aulus enjoyed the dream of his home being at peace forever. However, he refused to sacrifice his men. "You spend more time staring at that map than you do at me," Lardia teased. Noticing a midnight blue-furred Nico approach the table, Fabius looked up to see her placing a cup of beer on the table. His lovely wife always took care of him. This war had taken much of his time, especially after Fabius was forced to take command of the situation. "Thank you," he said, eagerly accepting his wife's offer. Taking a drink from the mug, Fabius looked back toward the large map, trying to figure out what to do next. "Now I know how Pelu felt." "What do you mean?" Lardia asked. Being in a no-win situation, Fabius replied. He remembered when Legatus Propraetor Pelumwilk was with his war council, debating with his generals on what to do against the unstoppable force. On one hand, Mwilk had the duty to continue the fight while, on the other, he knew that there was no chance of winning. At first, Fabius believed his former mentor was crazy for accepting general crisis assistance, even after how he betrayed the Empire. However, throughout the campaign, it proved to be the right decision. Mwilk told him that following crisis plan would have resulted in saving Elis and the army. That was until the Opric Nina slaughtered them and everyone else that they considered loyal to them, while ordering the rest of the Imperial army to continue this fool's errand. You will find a way around this. I know you will, Lardia reassured him. I just want you to remember what we will do after this. Confused, Fabius looked toward his wife. After what? Going to the city is too much of a risk. Chuckling, looking toward the table, Lardia started probing a figurine, trying to tip it over playfully. No, silly. After the war, I can see the stress, but I want you to remember what we plan to do after all of this. The mind can be a funny thing, able to recall thoughts from decades ago with ease. However, some memories you desire the most are lost forever. While knowing the conversation she was talking about, Fabius struggled to remember the details as his mind was filled with the war. A house in the hills, looking down at the town, Lardia reminded him. A large courtyard for the younglings to play, safe within our walls. Ah yes, Fabius said, looking back toward the table. Remembering that once his time in the Imperial army was complete and he gained his wealth, he wanted to start an export business to sell the family's wine. He had nearly forgotten that promise. Considering the situation he found himself in now, almost made all that seem so irrelevant. With the war going so horribly, he wasn't even sure he'd come out of it still in one piece. That feels like so long ago. I know, Lardia said, tipping over the figure. But isn't that why you don't want to blindly fight? What you said to me a few months ago in bed. What is the point in dying pointlessly in this war if it will result in nothing? Placing his hand on his wife's back, Fabius slowly rubbed as he thought what life could be like after the war. Was this dream even achievable now? He thought to himself as he solemnly glared back onto the map. As Fabius turned to her, he caught a glimpse of concern in his wife's eyes. He could tell that she tried to hide it behind her smile and realized she was trying her hardest to remain strong. Believe me, Lardia, we will make it through this struggle. I will get you that home that you deserve, and when this is all over, we will have as many children as you desire to fill it. He reassured her as he pulled her in closer with a warm felt hug. Just keep your faith in me. Without it, I do not think I would have the strength to keep moving forward. Lardia merely smiled back and kissed him. You had stuck with me when I was at my lowest. So now, as your wife, I will always be here by your side as well. You will always have my trust and my love. Fabius smiled back and was about to give her another kiss until they heard a conversation outside his underground bunker. Fabius looked toward the door as a guard quickly opened the door. He saw a fairy rush in. The fairy rushed over, hovering as he panted. He tried to speak, but words struggled to come forth. Catch your breath, fairy, Fabius ordered as he offered a bit of his drink. Gather your words. Taking a sip from the pint of beer, the fairy started breathing normally. My legatus, word from the front. The Ticaret launched an attack against a NATO strike group. His heart nearly jumped out of his chest. What? The sound of cheering soldiers could be heard as they marched back into camp. Imperial soldiers were coming out of their trenches and underground barracks to see what the commotion was all about. Lord Gagnog Sandshield found it humorous seeing Imperial legionaries devolve to hiding in the ground. Once the masters of land warfare, now too afraid to see the sky. While they were allies for now, he could not help but be pleased by the degrading sight of their traditional enemies. Legionaries watched as Gagnog and Saskak's fury skin of the Easter Salamander's forces marched with their heads held high from their newest victory. For months, everyone else had suffered defeat after defeat after defeat. Fabius' non-engagement, unless no-choice strategy, has not resulted in a single victory. Noticing the legatus approaching, the dwarf enjoyed the thought of embarrassing his rival commander. As a dwarf, he hated waiting for the enemy to make the first move, preferring to take charge and attack, not cowering. Gagnog had noticed the friction between Fabius and the Oprichnina regarding their strategy of the war. The former wanted to remain passive while the latter wanted to be more aggressive. After getting off his war goat, Gagnog approached the legionaries and spoke loudly and proudly. To my fellow comrades, we, the Ticaret, went on the offensive and stopped the enemy while they were setting up a camp on our side of the river. Believe my comrades, I have proven we can defeat them. Gagnog said, follow me to victory. No more sleeping in the mud, passively allowing the days to pass by. We will take the fight to the enemy and do what we should have dashed. Gagnog stopped in his speech when he noticed Fabius striding over to him. Nice to see you come and welcome me after my victory, Gagnog said. To his surprise, Fabius grabbed him and punched him so hard he fell to the ground. Both sets of guards pulled swords, preparing for battle. What is the meaning of this? We are allies. Allies? Fabius shockingly said. You betrayed my orders. You dirt-loving dwarf. Do you have any idea what you just did? Boosted your army's morale, but also gave them something to look forward to, Gagnog replied smugly. He stood up, rubbing off the blood from his lip. You are a coward of a leader. I kept everyone alive, Fabius said. Your stunt puts everyone here at risk. You lead them to this outpost. You lead them right to us. Gagnog understood what Fabius feared, watching that man glancing toward the sky. The Voder behind, everyone used its superior hearing to listen for the enemy's machines. The story was that the otherworlders could see everything from their eyes and the sky from their aircraft. The Empire had made many claims regarding NATO's abilities, half of which he assumed were overblown. However, based on Voder's lack of reaction, it seemed like no counterattack was approaching. If I did, then where are they? Gagnog asked. Look around, no attack. You have been hiding in the trees, accomplishing nothing. It almost seems like you are intentionally helping the enemy by keeping us idle. You do not want to win the war. If I wanted to help the enemy, I would have surrendered to them long ago, before you even arrived here. You arrogant bastard, Fabius retorted. Your entire force could have been wiped out. But we did not get wiped out, Gagnog replied. We pushed the enemy back. With only a few casualties, they fled into their flying wagons and went back across the river with their tail between their legs. And that is it? Fabius asked, baffled by the story. What about their air power? Their transport wagons are never unescorted. Or why do they not use their artillery? You are saying you just charged against their forces, forced them to flee, and that was it? And how many of them did you kill exactly? And at the cost of how many of your men? Do not lecture me on the ways of war, Gagnog boldly said, hating how the Imperial was talking down toward him in front of his men. Saskax approached, using his superior strength to force Fabius back. Show respect. We did not come here to sit back and wait for defeat. Do not forget your station, lizard, Fabius ordered, stepping close to Saskax, showing no fear. When I give an order, all of you will obey it. Never go around me again. They did not go around you. They were acting under my orders. Looking over, Gagnog saw a gray fur leonoid called Katsuo. He was the highest-ranking Oprichnina in the region. Fabius turned to face the lionoid with great anger and said, You did what? My spies discovered the outpost being constructed, Katsuo said. It was a perfect opportunity to strike back. And look, we achieved a small victory. He extended his hand, pointing toward the legionaries that were watching. Are you going to tell your men that winning battles was wrong? Crossing arms, Gagnog couldn't help but chuckle, watching Legatus being humiliated in front of his men. The trap was set, and Fabius walked into it. And now his goal of becoming leader of the Ely's front was closer. As Fabius and his guards left, Gagnog looked toward Katsuo and smiled, seeing their plan in motion. From afar, Albin, one of the leaders of the Ticaret force, looked at the scene with disgust. Fools! The Legatus was preventing you two from digging your own graves all along. I cannot believe these two have learned nothing until now, Albin said in frustration, barely containing his anger to shout at everyone in the camp. V19, Chapter 226 Operation Trasamine, PT-1. Hidden Command Bunker, Ely's Region. Date, July 21st, 2026. The growing pain slowly built within Legatus Fabius Aulus' head as his commanders explained the current news. It was official. His army was officially cut off from the eastern part of the empire. The sudden beachhead by the enemy toward the north cut off troops and supplies. Legatus, it might be wise to pull back into the mountains, a senior centurion proposed. We can use the Hunto Mountain range as cover. There will be no retreat, Katsuo, the gray Leonoid Arpeggio said. You will stay here and protect the Uilas until your last breath. Placing a hand on his forehead, Fabius burst in annoyance. You will get your wish, Katsuo. We all will lay here dead at this rate. My senior centurions are correct. Retreating to the mountains is our only option left. The Empire has never retreated in a war dash, Katsuo stated before being silenced by one of the centurions. The Empire has never faced such an opponent. And what is the point of defending this place if we run out of men faster than the enemy? At least by retreating, we can preserve our force and fight for another day. Not all die together by staying and fighting futilely against an overwhelming force. Senior Centurion Tullus Vero rudely interrupted. Thank you, Fabius said to his men, then looked toward the Leonoid. Let me remind you who is in charge here. I am the legatus, not you. It should be clear, even by you, that this situation is no longer tenable. Grabbing the blue figure from the large table map of the region, Fabius placed it on the town called Davilson and continued. With the town taken, we can only retreat west. We will not have enough supplies for the winter, and we cannot wait until our last line of escape is closed from us. Let us make it official, Fabius said. Tell the army to begin breaking camp. What about the Ticaret legatus? Vero asked. Taking a painful breath, Fabius responded, those damn dogs. If they're not late, then they did not bother to show up. I had to get a dwarf, find them, and report --. Glancing toward the gray Leonoid Arpeggio, Fabius saw a calm demeanor, glancing toward the large map between them. The more he spoke, he realized that Katsuo had shown little resistance toward his plan, something that he wasn't expecting out of Katsuo, at least not so suddenly. What did you do, Katsuo? Fabius demanded. The room went silent as all the slaves and soldiers stared toward Katsuo. The Leonoid remained silent, staring toward the map. After a moment had passed, reacting only to his term, Katsuo grabbed the Ticaret figure, holding it in his hand. He then placed the figure on a forest that is on the other side of the Agarant stream. Leaning on the map, Fabius read the forest name, the Beckwood Forest. Looking toward Katsuo with hateful eyes, he yelled, You bastard! How dare you? You refuse to act, Fabius, Katsuo calmly said. Retreat was never an option. With the North compromised, this is the perfect chance to exploit the enemy's weak spot. The Ticaret forces were already heading to the forest. For what mad scheme? Fabius demanded, slamming his fist onto the table, nearly breaking it. Katsuo pointed to the Beckwood Forest and said, If the forest is taken, we can use it as cover and as a beachhead. We will be in a striking distance against Havkirson. If we take the capital, the people of Elis will side with us, and we will cut off the enemy troops stationed at Legrath. Taking a breath to calm the nerves, Fabius looked toward the map. Fine plan. It probably would have worked if we were fighting an opponent equal to ourselves, you moron. The reason why I never ordered an attack was that NATO's response was always swift. Our army would be caught out in the open. They would be slaughtered. And you should have known about this already after being here for this long. A senior centurion added angrily. Even our infantrymen and slaves know that. Another senior centurion joined in on voicing their protest. Damn sweepers. If you want us to charge head-on at NATO that badly, why don't you try leading the way for once? Even so, risks must be taken if we are to win the war, Katsuo replied, not caring about everyone in the room who was voicing their protest. You just sent the Ticaret to their deaths, Fabius stated. Once the League learns of this, they will --. If the attack is successful, my old friend, then the glory will be placed on the Ticaret for doing what you were unable to do. Using the excuse of the NATO is too strong to fight against, Katsuo said. However, if what you believe is true, then half of the League army will be slaughtered. Fabius noticed that the Arpeggio intentionally stopped speaking at that point. The scheme was forming from the haze. From Katsuo's eyes, he could read that the Leonoid knew what would happen to the Ticaret army. The real goal was to force himself to do something, If not, he would be condemned for abandoning an allied army out of cowardice. To what end of this madness? Fabius had no idea, but the choices had been removed from his hand. While he had no love for the dwarf and his army, he could not afford to blindly lose it, nor does honor dictate he abandons those under his command. Seeing no other good option, he looked towards his staff and said, "Send word to the 24th Legion. We move to the Beckwood Forest at once." Beckwood Forest, Ely's region. Date, July 23rd, 2026. The sounds of soldiers yelling and screaming echoed throughout the forest. The sounds of bullets whizzing through the air. What seemed like invisible objects chipped away at the tree bark above. "Right flank, keep advancing," Gagnog Sand Shield ordered. Gagnog watched the suitable units start marching. About 100 dwarves were divided into 3 groups. There were mages behind each group to prevent their slaughter, providing a defensive barrier to deflect the bullets. The tiny dwarf's frame was a smaller target against the enemy's ranged weapons, a rare benefit for their race. Even then, a direct charge was still suicidal. The elf, Albin Dac Calv, the commander of the local Second Sanctum, directed his mages to provide cover. 2 human mages emerged from their positions and got into some sort of stance, ready to cast. The one on the left began chanting the incantation of sky magic as electric energy formed around the staff. A slight tingling sensation could be felt as the caster felt the hairs on his body begin to stand. The sky darkened above him as a crack of thunder signaled the beginning of his attack. A large lightning strike shot down from the sky and hit the enemy's position. The other mage stood in his stance, but remained silent as he held one hand over his staff. He concentrated as an orange magic circle slowly appeared underneath him. The temperature dramatically increased as sweat began to form on his forehead. His staff soon adopted the same color as his staff as flames emerged from it in the shape of a bird. The fire flew over the soldiers and burst midair, breaking into smaller fireballs that rained down on the NATO troops. Leaning over a dwarf corpse, Gagnog watched the battle unfold before him. The dirt-based barriers seemed to be doing their jobs at stopping the enemy bullets until what the enemy called a rocket hit the center group, destroying the barrier and knocking back the front row of troops. Turning toward the draconian Saskak's fury skin, the dwarf gave the order for them to advance. The Saskak's warriors' giant beasts let out a roar before swiftly moving through the trees, bushes, and corpses that littered the ground. Listening to the fiery eruptions from the hidden explosives under the ground and ranged weapons flowing through the air, Gagnog watched as his tactics came into play. Hearing someone approaching behind, Gagnog turned and saw Albin enter his hole. His face showed concern, but he abruptly turned back to the battle and said, "I do not wish to hear you complain like a nagging old hag. We are on the verge of open victory, and the fact that it is this easy does not bother you?" Albin asked. The constant warning by the elf had almost broken the dwarf's final nerve. The Second Sanctum had always been feared and respected by the great houses of the Ticaret. Anyone who ever went out of line had always had the Second Sanctum appear at their door. Ever since arriving at Ely's, however, the elf had preached nothing but what Legatus Fabius Aulus had said. Passive warfare is not the proper means of a warrior or a general. "I already told you, you damned elf," Gagnog said. "I'm not a fool to strike the heart of the NATO-occupied territory." Planning cautiously, Gagnog and Saskax planned carefully on where their counteroffensive should begin. They thought the enemy was stretched too thin on 5 different fronts, and that Ely's had been forgotten. The strike on the otherworldist outpost last week was a test, one they indeed failed. The Beckwood Forest was on the outskirts of the enemy-occupied territory, with only a few soldiers protecting the flank. With the forest providing protection, the League would have a beachhead into the rest of the region. The Oprichnina had been feeding his camp knowledge, confirming this as the weakest point in the enemy defense. Weeks of misinformation, tricking the enemy of League action toward the north, hopefully delaying any reinforcements. "Now, elf, unleash your sword and join us in battle," Gagnog ordered, "and bring damn honor back to your blade." "The Second Sanctum values intelligence over honor, dwarf," Albin quickly replied. "This assault does not feel right." The constant questioning and whining infuriated him, even though their forces overwhelmed the enemy defenses. The sneak attack couldn't have happened better. catching the enemy in complete surprise. Their mindless metal beasts acting as guards quickly fell by magic. "That is what you said before, and we had the victory," Gagnog said. "Now charge. Follow us to victory, or go home with your tail between your legs." With that, Gagnog stood, holding his axe high in the air to rally his men. Feeling the energy emitting from his soldiers, excited to overrun the enemy. Hundreds of dwarves, elves, humans, and draconian charged forward with the order. The cheering of the Ticaret forces as they celebrated the capture of the enemy outpost brought much-needed morale to the troops that had gotten accustomed to hiding. Instead of waiting for the enemy to come to them, they were finally bringing the fight to these other worlders and even winning. Some of them looted what remained of the strange-looking crates. Soldiers sang songs while others tried to eat the strange food. The bittersweet victory that ran through the 5,000 soldiers merely boasted Gagnog's arrogance. "Comrades, remember this moment," Gagnog cheerfully announced. "Savor this victory, for it is merely our first among many victories to come against the other worlders. Every single one of you here has proven yourselves, the Empire and Falmart, that we can win against the other worlders, that they are mere cowards the moment they are stripped of their blasted, cowardly weapons and technologies. No more will we wait for the days to go by, hiding in the mud. No more will we cower in the face of the other worlders. From here on, we march, we fight, and we win." The Ticaret men immediately followed Gagnog's speech with a chorus of cheers, excited for their future victories and glory. "Glory to the Ticaret! Down the other worlders! Down the cowardly Empire! We are the new master of Falmart." Satisfied with watching his men filled with soaring morale and hearing their cheers, Gagnog stepped away to let his men have their moment. Saskax approached and tossed a small brown bag with the letters on it into his mouth. After a gag, he swallowed the unopened meal. "I find their food pitiful," Saskax boldly commented. With a chuckle, Gagnog replied, "I see, old friend. The other worlders had many strange things. Just proof that they are not men if this is what they eat." "I have the final tally," Albin said. 135 dead, 48 wounded. "Not bad," Saskax pointed out. "The Imperials have greatly over-exaggerated these other worlders. Even I must admit, I placed too much trust in Fabius," Albin said as the victory overwhelmed his sense of reason. "I was so amazed and fearful when we saw their air might that I refused to see what they really were. Weak cowards with fancy tricks and weapons. Without their war machines, and when their guns run dry, they chicken out from real fights." The three celebrated, talking about future battles and the possibility of replacing the Empire as the dominant power on Falmart. As the celebration continued, Gagnog witnessed the normally reserved elf react with the instinct of a skilled hunter as Albin pulled out his bow and fired an arrow towards a tree. The arrow, enchanted by lightning magic, exploded once it hit its mark. "What was it?" Saskax asked, preparing for battle. "A spy," Albin replied. "One of the enemy's unnatural ones." Confused, Gagnog looked toward where the area exploded. His dwarfs searched the area until one found something. The dwarf walked toward the three and presented the small enemy device. "It is one of those insect machines the other worlders use." "Why did they leave it behind?" Saskax asked. "I don't know," Gagnog replied. "They probably were keeping it here to cover their retreat. See if we were going to follow them or not." "No," Albin curiously replied. He picked up the device from the dwarf. "From what I understand, these are short-range scouts." "That means," the elf's eyes widened in realization, "they are close." "Impossible," Gagnog mumbled, realizing his fatal mistake. "You arrogant pig," Albin boldly exclaimed as he tossed the insect device onto the ground. "You led us into a trap. We were all played like fools." Noticing the Valradin's ears perk, Gagnog looked up, wondering what sound they heard. One of the few blessings regarding the enemy's weapons was how loud they were. However, when the Valradins noticed them, it was usually too late to react. The zooming sound before a large crackle above the army signaled the start of the attack. Shrapnel rained down on everyone. The experienced mages quickly formed mana barriers. Others who were specialized in nature magic manipulated the ground to form walls, trenches, while others turned trees into ents to act as shields, all in an attempt to block the projectiles. However, those who were not quick enough fell without a chance. Taking a quick glance up as the sky exploded, raining metal, Gagnog watched his men panicking, rushing for cover. In the distance, he saw the ground explode, knowing it was the enemy's other types of artillery. To his confusion, the strikes happened around him rather than the center of his forces, and seemed more to keep them from retreating rather than outright finishing them. He broke out in a cold sweat as only those trying to flee were picked off. The enemy wasn't planning on letting them leave, but rather containing them. What terrifies him the most was, for what? 5 kilometers south of the Ticaret position, Beckwood Forest, Ely's region. The sounds of artillery echoed in the distance. Rifle muzzles were heard as NATO soldiers cut down any Ticaret forces that tried to flee from the bombardment. Captain Beludi stood on a log and listened. The trap worked, Beludi mumbled. Hearing wood breaking nearby, Beludi looked and saw some soldiers carrying a wounded one. She directed one of her Legrath Knights to aid in the evacuation. She saw a British officer. She could tell he was a captain of the British Special Air Services from his uniform. To Beludi's surprise, there was an orange warrior bunny swordswoman by his side. She jumped down and approached, asking, "Is that everyone?" "That is correct," Captain Albert Nelson replied. 7 wounded, 5 of them by mages. "Bloody hell, I really hate magic." "I am a mage too, mind you," Beludi chimed. "I mean magic from the enemy," Albert states. Beludi chuckles before replying. "Whether it's magic, arrow, sword, or guns, you don't want to be on the wrong side of them. Looks like war never changes in that aspect." Glad to hear that the evacuation was complete, Beludi looked back toward the battle. An American company was left behind to serve as a distraction at the outpost. Once engaged, their orders were to retreat, abandoning the outpost to the enemy. What the enemy did not know was that they walked into a trap. The camp was surrounded by an American-British-Japanese force as they stayed hidden within the forest to prevent anyone from escaping. The American company that was defending the outpost was now regrouping with the British forces and preparing for the battle ahead. Beludi noticed a small tremor and turned around to find her trusted centurion, Galjoa, now better known as Terminator, walking up to her side. She chuckled when she remembered that now almost everyone refers to him with a nickname given by Sharpe, her included. Terminator then said something in his deep accent while watching the artillery strikes. "Yeah, you got a point," Beludi responded. "I just failed to see the essence of it all." "What did he say?" Nelson asked Beludi, not understanding what Terminator just said due to his accent. He said, "All this work just to flush out the enemy leader?" Beludi replied. "Oh," Nelson blurted before explaining. Story of Hannibal. The ancient Republic of Rome was nearly destroyed if not for a Rome leader, Fabius Cunctator. He fought Hannibal by refusing to fight. By doing this, Hannibal never could achieve his objective by bringing Rome to its knees. Looking back toward the British soldier, Beludi noted her jealousy. Her kind, sirens have no such ancient history. Though they have been on Falmart for a while, they haven't really made much of an impact. The humans of the Empire had always boasted about their past, their history. Even these other worlders, these Terrans reflect on their own ancient times. She wished her people had some proud history they could boast about. "I see how the League refuses to battle, so they don't suffer major defeats. But I don't see the connection you were trying to make," Beludi said. To break this standoff, Hannibal found an arrogant Rome general who was thirsty for battle, Nelson said. The Battle of Geronium, Hannibal tricked the Romans into battle, intentionally tricking them into thinking they were winning and luring them out of their safety before trapping and slaughtering them. The point of the engagement was to force Fabius to make a choice. Watch his brothers die or join the battle. "And you think Fabius would fall for it?" Beludi asked. Nelson looked toward the pink siren and smirked. "Fabius is a man of honor, or else he wouldn't be extra careful with his actions until now. But now, unlike before, he has a weakness that we can exploit, and that is the Ticaret. It's obvious that he doesn't get along with them, considering that they attacked us without the Imperial forces present, just like now and a few days ago when we tried to build that outpost on the northern side of the river. But that said, he has gone too far to simply ignore his honor. Just like the Roman came to save his comrades, he will do the same thing. And when that bollock shows his damn mug, we end this right here, right now. I'm tired of playing his bloody game of cat and mouse. Nuff said. V19. Chapter 227 Operation Trasamine, PT2. NATO Headquarters, Legrath, Ely's Region. Date, July 24th, 2026. The light of the moon faded as the sun rose on the day the remnant Imperial forces dreaded engagement with NATO on open fields once more. With the news of the treachery of Ticaret forces abandoning their post for personal glory, Senior Centurion Tullis Vero took command of what remained of the 24H Legion. Nearly 2,500 souls rushed to the Beckwood Forest to save their allies from guaranteed death. With little time to properly prepare a plan, it was decided speed was the key. Cavalry and war carts were decided, moving in 3 formations to move quickly and not get bogged down in battle. According to the map, they are about a dozen leagues away from the Beckwood Forest. Up ahead, Vero heard loud explosions, clearly coming from the forward squadron. The first group must have sprung a trap. Now that Vero knew where the enemy was, it was his job to hold them here until his leader, Legatus Fabius Aulus, reached the Ticaret before it was too late. While not knowing what the enemy makeup was, Vero formed a plan. The first squadron had flushed the enemy out. Now he wanted his squadron to strike the enemy's position. The third squadron farther right would swing around, flank, and intervene after the enemy believed they engaged his full might. As the squadron marched, they all could hear the sounds of battle. Bright lights and the loudest sounds of explosions passed the hill. The lights and sounds, a common trait in this war, once scared Vero, but have grown used to such things. Judging by the sounds, the enemy probably used their medium-sized wagons. The light wagons were easy to destroy. The enhanced javelins easily pierced through their armor. The medium types were more difficult, depending on the model. The gray box type, the javelin, and magic attacks were more effective, while the strange bulky type required far more effort. The only thing he hoped was that there were no heavy wagons. The only chance against those was removing their eyes and damaging their track wheel legs. As the squadron rode up the hill, Vero looked toward the ballista wagon. The Empire attempted to counter the enemy's light wagons, which had shown mixed results in previous battles. Once on the hill, Vero saw the carnage below. Dozens of medium-sized bulky wagons formed up as the cannons fired. Some of them have the enchanted javelin on the hull. Others, the hull was partly melted from some type of magical attack. Still, it seemed like none of the enemy attacks had done the damage needed. Looking toward the others, Vero could see the fear in their eyes. Open battle had yet to result in a victory, so they all know what the outcome will be. While the Ticaret houses wanted to battle for glory and wealth, those desires had waned for many of the Imperial soldiers. Most just wanted to survive and maintain what was left of their honor, while others just wanted to leave the war and stay alive. Our comrades need our help, Vero shouted as he turned around to face his men. He could see the fear drenched over them as they sat ready on their horses in formation. He could tell that they knew they were only here to die. His men did their best to hide their anguish, but that feeling was just too overbearing. Vero knew he needed to do something to get them focused, or this attempt would have been for nothing. "Men!" Vero shouted once more, grabbing the attention of his present men. "I will not lie to you. The looks on your faces already tell me what you all already suspect. Many of us, most of us will fall in this battle. We are to provide cover so that our reckless allies within the Ticaret may survive. We will charge forward into enemy fire so that this alliance holds. Most of your lives, including my own, might end here." Vero kept his gaze on his men to gauge their resolve, and he could see his words had nearly broken most of them. Fear was painted over their faces, while some of the younger men nearly broke down in tears, fighting the urge to hide their weakness amongst their peers. Most knew that they'd never be able to return back to their loved ones any longer. They had held hope that this future was somewhat possible with Fabius' careful tactics, but now that was all out the window with the Ticaret's arrogant attack. "Men, steel yourselves," Vero continued. "Though most of us will fall here, it will not be the end of us. For we, proud soldiers of the glorious Empire, will be sung throughout many taverns in all of Falmart. When the citizens beg for help, those cries have and will always be answered by us willing to make that sacrifice. Be it bandits, thieves, monsters, or warlords, Elis will be protected over the watchful eye of the Empire. Our lives may end here, but our legend will live on forever because my men, the men of Elis, do not falter. My men do not kneel before any invader. My men rage. My men rise up to any challenger. My men will carry the will of the people of Elis. Now forward, for our home, for Elis. Men, charge! Vero raised his sword as far up as he could while moving forward into raining bullet fire while his men, now riled up, followed closely behind him. The men charged forward, fear still visible on their faces, moving only a few feet forward until they noticed some of their comrades suddenly drooping forward and keeling over onto the floor in front of them. For Elis! The remaining men shouted as they were picked off one by one. Marching through the forest, Fabius was impressed that they finally reached their destination fairly quickly. If the purpose was not so dire, he might have been impressed by how short of time it took to reach here, to the point he wondered if it was a record. All around Fabius were bodies that were torn apart by the enemy artillery. Trees shattered, laying waste on the ground. The makeshift dwarven fortification manholes were completely destroyed while mages tried to maintain barriers. From what Fabius could see, the enemy siege had been brutal. After acquiring some survivors where Gagnog was, Fabius and his small force ventured forward. Unlike their last encounter, where the Ticaret warriors looked at him with disgrace from their recent battle, now their eyes were thanking the gods he was here to save them. With a nearby explosion, shrapnel bounced off the magical barrier that was protecting them. The Tala's knight was in front of Fabius, acting as his bodyguard just in case the spell failed. The knight commented that he needed to stay in cover, that if he was hit, they were all dead. Seeing the barrier flickering, Fabius looked toward the mage and said, "Stay focused and don't overdo it. Let your backup take over if you need to. I can handle this," the mage said. "I'm just not used to sustaining this spell for this long, but I will not fail you." Pleased by his fellow soldiers' resolve, Fabius guided them to their destination. Seeing what was once the enemy outpost, and inside Fabius saw the Draconian. Moving past his guard, he exited the barrier, and he marched through the camp of soldiers. Seeing Gagnog sitting behind a makeshift fortification with deep-seated fear in the dwarf's eyes, ignoring everyone as they inquired why Fabius was there, he marched directly toward the dwarf. "Fabius, what are you doing, ? Gagnog asked before being silenced. Fabius, unable to control his rage, grabbed the dwarf and punched him, and yelled, "What did I say? What did I say, you damn glory-drunk dwarf?" Gagnog covered himself and said, "I can explain." Frustrated, Fabius grabbed the dwarf again and slammed his fist into the dwarf face again, breaking its nose. He then said, "I told all of you dogs not to fight. I ordered it. I warned you. I repeated it over and over." Grabbing Gagnog again, Fabius punched the dwarf multiple times. Once the anger subsided, he pointed toward Albin Disi Calv and ordered, "Albin, gather what remains of your forces and move to the northwest. Saskax, gather 400 men and have them be our rear guard. Prioritize the wounded to remain here over the ones who can escape by themselves." "Are you going to abandon the rear guard?" Gagnog pointed out as he stood up and wiped his bloodied nose. Fabius quickly turned and pointed toward the Gagnog. He couldn't believe that the dwarf would even challenge him at this point. He boldly said while stabbing his finger on Gagnog's chest, "You killed everyone here the moment you marched them here. I am sacrificing over 2,000 of my men just to buy us as much time as possible to escape. If you had any honor, you would stay behind with the rear guard. Try to atone for your mistakes as much as possible." Noticing everyone react to a nearby artillery shell and the sound of enemy rifle fire as the enemy encirclement began. Somehow the enemy figured out that he arrived, so they went in for the kill. Meanwhile, Fabius saw Gagnog just standing where he was, breathing irregularly instead of taking his men and rushing forward. His true character was finally revealed, being a coward. Not hearing any protest from Saskax and Albin, everyone got to work. The gut feeling of knowing that he was throwing men at the enemy to buy as much time as possible sickened him. He wondered if this was the feeling his former leaders, Wilk and Chrysis, felt, knowing you had to sacrifice lives to save more later. The choices seemed easy when one watched from afar, but once the burden was on your shoulders, each decision became much harder. Albin approached and asked, "How do you know which direction to go?" "I know these lands far better than you and the enemy," Fabius replied. "But with our size, we will be slow," Albin stated. "Many will fall behind or lead the enemy to us." "Then don't be one of those stragglers, Albin," Fabius replied. "There is a meadow a few leagues from here that we have to reach. Speed is a key. Stopping to help will only result in your death. Be selfish right now, Albin. I will need your help once this is done." Senior Centurion Tullis Vero watched as what remained of the first two squadrons struggled forward. The enemy ambush was vicious. Looking below, Vero could tell that the enemy was maintaining a tight formation, preventing the squadrons from flanking. Standard tactic, using the front armor as protection. After a year of fighting, the enemy knew that magic was their biggest threat. However, Vero knew their weakness too. From his time in the trenches during the opening assault in western Elis, it was discovered that these armored wagons were weak at their rear. A simple coordinated magical attack should be enough. The issue was getting close enough and having the time to exploit that weakness. The enemy was very efficient in their coordination, always making it near impossible to find that opportunity. "See there," Vero said as he pointed. "They are focused on our forces. The third squadron will arrive soon. We will need to flush them out." "That will not be easy," Palvis said. "There will be sentries. They will see us before we can flank." "Agreed," Vero replied. "Take your group and move along that path. Strafe their position with arrows, lightning, and firebolts. We will slip in and strike their rear. Hopefully, the third squadron will arrive once they are displaced. With a little luck, we can cause some damage." The two raised their fists before departing. Quickly riding down the slope, Vero's group reached the staging point for their flank. The sounds of the enemy weapons were loud. Above, the sound of their strange, hovering wagons moving past their position. Looking to his men, Vero made sure they understood the plan. The archers aimed for any infantry, while the mages and ballistas focused on the armored wagons. Calming everyone, they prepared themselves. Suddenly, a large lightning strike backed by two inferno blasts at the enemy's rear broke the silence. The sound of enemy machine guns returning fire against the other group stirred many into battle. "That is it. Now ride, my brothers," Vero yelled. With a morale-boosting cheer, the group charged forward. The group pushed through the defenders, getting behind the enemy's clunky armored wagons. "Fire now," Vero yelled. The mages used a combination of fire and stone, and the ballistas fired against the enemy rear. One of the enemy wagons flared up in flames while another had smoke coming out of the hole in the back. The desired effect happened as the rest broke their formation to adjust from the sudden rear attack. Thrilled, Vero ordered, "Get out of here now!" Enemy infantry and the turrets on top of the armored wagons turned to face them. Seeing a path up the hill, Vero led his group. The enemy reacted quicker than he hoped, taking out a third of his force. Seeing the approaching cliffside of the hill, Vero pointed toward the hill. He ordered, "Mages, summon now. Abandon the ballistas, hurry." The two remaining mages pointed their staffs toward the hill cliffside. Two large stones were summoned out of the cliff. As commanded, the two charged forward against the other worlders. The enemy redirected their attention to the new threat. What remained of the group rode up the hillside. Looking below, Vero watched as the summoned stone monster attacked the enemy. The projectile weapons proved ineffective against the stone body. One of the monsters attacked a recently arrived light wagon, smashing the front end. Feeling pleased, Vero heard one of his men pointed toward the enemy's medium wagons and commented that they were afraid to use them, fearing the explosive projectiles killing their comrades. While an additional benefit, Vero respected that hesitation. A lifelong Imperial soldier, but quickly learned his political leaders would sacrifice them in a moment's notice. The enemy, on the other hand, clearly valued each other's life. Then Vero wondered if the other worlders' leadership would do the same to their soldiers. That the warrior spirit was a universal trait among all humans, regardless of what world they belonged to. "Look!" Hearing another one of his men gave a warning, Vero looked and saw what he feared the most, a heavy armored wagon. Not using its main cannon, it quickly rammed into one of the stone monsters, easily crushing it. "We should fall back," Vero ordered. The group quickly rode down the other end of the hill, seeing what remained of the 1st and 2nd Squadron attacking the broken enemy line, each side moving past each other like dancers at a theater. Not that each armored wagon could not protect each other. Each horseman was trying to damage the track wheels or the rear. Over in the distance, a crater was formed under one of those machines, trapping it at an angle. However, its turrets still lived on, showing the resilience of the enemy war machine. In the distance, Vero noticed a cloud of cavalry charging toward their position. Looking back, Vero noticed the other group arriving. To his horror, only a few of them remained. He said, "Good job, my brothers. Now form up and prepare to charge. For the Empire, for Elis, for Fabius." With a cheer, they charged down the hill, aiming to flank the enemy on 2 sides. The feeling of momentum flowed through his and fellow soldiers' blood, knowing it would be their last battle in this war. The moment shattered as on top of another hill, Vero noticed 2 bright flashes appeared before 2 explosions hit the 3rd Squadron. Then another 2. Then another 2. Based on the explosion and his experience, he could assume the blasts were coming from 2 heavy wagons that were on the hilltop. As they rode into the battle, 2 more explosions appeared, taking out a group of horsemen. To the right, coming out of the enemy camp, for heavy wagons drove through everything, backed by more clunky medium wagons. It was clear the enemy's main force had arrived. Approaching a group of his men, Vero pointed toward one of the heavy wagons and ordered, "Trap it. Take 3 ballistas and dash dot." Behind the ground, a large explosion, killing many. Hearing a continuous bell sound, Vero held his ears. Looking around, the 3rd Squadron was being torn apart by the ranged weapons, unable to join the rest. Then looking toward an enemy heavy wagon, scarred by a magic attack, but with no damage. Pleased that the plan worked, Vero led his men into a trap surrounded by trees and hills. What provided them cover was now becoming their tomb. At this point, their distraction for their respected leader was over. Kicking the horse, Vero's rode toward an enemy heavy wagon. He stopped with some good distance. Lifting up his sword, he pointed it at the enemy, making sure he was spotted. As the turret turned toward Vero's, he tossed his sword to the ground and raised his hands. "It is over," he said before addressing the rest of his men. "Men, throw down your weapons. We have done all we can. No need to throw your lives away." Vero's fellow soldiers, noticing his surrender, began dropping their weapons. The enemy fire stopped, and moments later, infantry started approaching. There have been many stories of what it was like behind enemy lines. Some said it was a golden age, while others said it was a nightmare. Vero couldn't help but wonder what he would see now and which one was true. Finally, seeing the opening toward the valley, Fabius let out a distressful breath. Losing a third of the surviving Ticaret force, there were a dozen wyverns waiting for them. While not enough to transport everyone, it should be enough to get the leaders and some higher-ranking officers out. For everyone else, Saskax agreed to lead them to the west, to an Imperial staging area in the Gerda region. Fabius hoped the enemy would lose interest while they focused on their escape. Once everyone loaded up on a wyvern, some force to carry 4, they took off, heading back north to Thaluilis. While these beasts were quick, the distance between here and their destination was still far. "Legatus, we are exposed out here," Albin said. "I don't think your distraction will work this time." "No, it will not," Fabius replied. Looking east, Fabius saw some smoke from where he assumed the 24th Legion battled NATO. "Is that where your army is at?" Albin asked, struggling to hear the elf, holding tightly behind Fabius as the wyvern speeds closely above the treeline. While the pilots would prefer to ride close to the clouds to get to their destination quicker, they knew they would be easy targets for NATO aircrafts to shoot down if they flew high. Staying close to the treeline and using the terrain for cover was the only hope they had. Fabius responded. It was. Noticing a light coming from the forward wyvern, Fabius investigated. Wishing he had communication devices like the enemy did, he was forced to rely on lights by mages. The forward mage staff was glowing red, meaning they spotted a threat. As Fabius looked forward, a string of yellow lights zipped past him, taking out one of the wyverns on the left. Looking behind, he saw 3 enemy flying wagons. If his intelligence served him right, He believed the enemy named them helicopters. The group started to evade as more strings of yellow lights came from the enemy. In return, the two mages returned fire. One human mage fired a bolt of energy, which exploded by the enemy's aircraft, while the other, a draconian, summoned a large dragon-shaped fireball and unleashed it against the enemy. "That is not going to buy us a lot of time," Albin commented. Knowing the elf commander was correct, Fabius expected this exact engagement. The enemy was clever. Every action was designed to flush him out for capture or for the kill. Accepting that, he planned accordingly. Just like dragons, the enemy specialized in seeing body heat. Already knowing that they wouldn't be able to flee forever, he ordered every remaining soldier and mage to burn everything down as quickly as possible. This would create a massive smoke screen that would cover their retreat. And if the enemy's helicopter remained in pursuit, then one last trick up Fabius' sleeve could save themselves. "That is why we need to get to that smoke," Fabius said. "All we have to do is survive until we get there. Get your rag ready." As the wyverns evaded as best as they could, a spray of a dozen unguided missiles bypassed most of them. One of the missiles hit one of the wyverns as another one fell from the bullets. Noticing how quickly they were falling, Fabius waved toward the draconian mage, signaling to provide cover. The draconian noticed his commander's signal and flexed its wings. He pushed out from the wyvern and flew directly toward the enemy's helicopters. Summoning another fire dragon spell, the beast burst toward the enemy, impacting one of the helicopters, consuming and exploding the machine. In return, the others shredded the draconian with their weapons. Pushing away from the emotion of watching the death of an honorable comrade's sacrifice, Fabius could only hope that he had bought enough time for everyone else to reach the smoke. "Two more of those things," Albin yelled. "They are flanking us from the right." The news sunk hard. Realizing he had to pull his last trick, he elbowed Albin and yelled, "Have the person anchor you down. I need you to fire one of your enchanted arrows toward us, as high and big as you can." Without hesitation, Albin fired an enchanted arrow forward. After some distance, the arrow exploded in a purple light. As they approached, the large consuming smoke storm from all the fire below, for dragon riders appeared from them. Bigger, stronger than wyvern, but most important, the ability to breathe fire. The four dragons zoomed past them. Fabius turned and watched as the enemy machines focused on the new, bigger threat. Fire was sprayed from the mouths of the dragons as the helicopters evaded. "I cannot believe this," Albin said. "You are amazing. I did not think the other two were taking the bait." "It is too late," Fabius replied. "Everyone cover your mouth." The wyverns entered the smoke storm. Looking around, Fabius watched as the enemy's unguided missiles passed them en masse. At the last moment, someone attempted to kill any of them, firing blindly into the smoke. All he could do was assume the smokescreen worked as intended. With the realization that they were no longer being followed, Fabius ordered everyone to land in a small clearing in the nearby forest, exiting the smoke storm. Fabius took one last look back, remembering all those lost souls that would not be coming back with them. He faced forward once more. From here, they would head to Theluilla's to deal with this treason. V19, Chapter 228. The Italian-led siege of the Jaslo Mountains. The Dwarven Kingdom of Jaslo. As a key supplier of materials, Rondell used to forge enchanted tools and weapons. And having the strategic location guarding over the crossroads town of Populus, NATO was forced to lay siege to the kingdom. With U.S. forces engaged on other fronts, the Italians took the lead of the operation, successfully containing the dwarves in the mountains. The plan was to move in to flush the dwarves out of their underground fortresses. However, with the sudden infection outbreak to the east, local NATO forces were forced to call off the operation and redirect their focus. However, they were able to maintain a siege to prevent Jaslo forces from taking the offensive. With the Battle of Rondell concluded and General Peprios and the 14th Legion defected, Empress Pina co-Lotta forces agreed to help resolve the conflict with the Jaslo Kingdom. After 2 weeks of negotiations, the general convinced them to withdraw from the League and remain within their borders until the war is over. Free Alnus News. Fort Minnick, Alcatraz Region. Date, July 20th, 2026. Glancing toward the growing town of Alnus in the distance, Sharpe reflected on the short time being here. What felt like a decade only a year and a half ago when he and his rangers first arrived in these lands. The ground below was once a significant battle that the Empire and its allies tried to contest. What was just grassland with signs of battle now had grown into a small city-state compared to Italica. With a few more years of growth expected, the town will replace Valtris as the largest city in Alcatraz. Hearing another shot, Sharpe looked down at his daughter, Selena, as she laid on the ground holding an M4 rifle, looking through the scope. Having some rare free time on base, he decided to take her out to the shooting range for some father-daughter time alone. Downrange, Selena missed the target, this being the day's theme. However, he believed she had earned the right to be taught how a rifle worked. She had grown decent with the sidearm. "Sorry, Dad," Selena said. "It is okay, Princess," Sharpe replied. "This is why we are here. You need to stop fighting the rifle. Treat it right, and it will treat you right, just like a woman," Selena replied with a smirk. Looking directly toward her, shocked by the comment, Sharpe said, "Where did you hear that?" Selena looked toward him and replied, "I think you said it when joking with Rory." Wanting to respond, Sharpe stopped and remembered there was a good chance he made a joke like that. Realizing that he would get in trouble with his wife, he said, "Don't joke like that around your mother, and don't tell her I said that." "Or," Selena replied with a grin, "you spend too much time with Rory," Sharpe said. "I'll buy you ice cream. Do you accept the bribe?" Looking back downrange, Selena started to hum a joyful song. After a moment, teasing her father, she said, "I accept the bribe. But it needs to be 3 flavors and maybe a puppy." "Don't push it, you already have a griffin." Selena giggled before accepting. "Deal." Sharpe watched his daughter drive around the tarmac, as it was a slow day on base. As expected, there had been many zigzagging and random stops as she figured out the balance. "How is school?" Sharpe asked. "It is fine," Selena replied. "People keep asking me questions. Many wanted to know what it was like in Rondell." "That is because they see you as the head of the class," Sharpe replied, "and not because your mother is the teacher. Just always remember, you have a large sway over your classmates. Don't abuse it." "I don't, father," Selena replied. "But they want me to talk about how I felt about killing that man." Glancing toward her, Sharpe debated in his head on the meaning of the topic. He was relieved that his daughter was comfortable bringing up major topics like that. What concerned him was that she was too comfortable with the kill. Selena had experienced hardship, so she was more prepared compared to other girls her age. Based on Selena's facial expression, her taking a life has shown no major difference in her demeanor. Sharpe calmly said, "It was a big moment. Everyone is happy for you. Saving all those people. Own the kill, but don't brag about it." "Even if he was a bastard?" Selena asked. "Yes," Sharpe said. "That man was evil. But always remember why you did what you did. If you want to follow in my footsteps, you need to understand the difference between killing someone because you hate them or because you had to." "I think I understand, father," Selena replied. DARPA facility, Fort Alnus. With a number of bright lights coming from all directions, Arpeggio could not believe what she was witnessing. Outside, this facility looked like a boring and unimagined design. Nothing like how her younger sister described Earth cities. However, once inside, the differences were made clear. Every corner was lit, lights coming from every direction. The ceiling from long strips, wall lights. Even from small devices, Lelei called a screen. "This must be the electricity she was talking about." "You look like a kid at a candy store," Hal said, looking to the approaching soldier, with a name tag that read Sergeant First Class Hal. "I am sorry. I am neither a child, nor do I know what candy is." "Then we are going to have to fix that," Hal said with a laugh. He then looked over to Flat, confused. "Does he need a hand with that?" "We have carts." Turning to her new boyfriend Flat, the crazy astronomer whose theories of the solar system of Uros turned out to be fact. He was there, struggling to stand as he carried a few dozen books. Looking back to the American, she giggled and said, "Not at all. My sister told me I should read up on some material. He is just helping me carry them." "Cart would be lovely," Flat mumbled. With the introductions finished, Howe escorted them into the main research facility. The first thing Arpeggio noticed were more terminals, a clean floor, and tables. The setup reminded her of the classrooms at Rondell, but littered with many wonders. "Wow, never in my life have I been able to work in such an advanced place like this. All this equipment and facilities far surpass anything in Rondell." Thank you for giving me this opportunity to work here, Master Helena. Arpeggio bowed toward Helena as she marveled at her new place of employment in Alnus. Well, your sister had recommended to us a lot about your alchemy skills, Helena said, especially with the magical airburst bullets you made back in Rondell, so we could use a great helping hand in our magical research and development projects. The salary and benefits offered by us will be substantial enough that you can quit your side job of recording books, Sergeant First Class Howe added. Now you can focus entirely on your true profession as an alchemist and magical researcher. Hearing the word benefit, Arpeggio turned bright red and slapped Howe across the face, remembering all the times her stepfather Cato spent with his female assistants, using a similar word. How dare you? Howe placed his hand on his cheek, confused. That hurt. What was that for? She thought you wanted to sleep with her, Flat said as he turned to face Arpeggio. I highly doubt he meant that. What? Howe stated, stunned. I would get shot. I just meant you get health care and such. With the realization of her mistakes, she quickly covered her mouth and mumbled, Please don't fire or curse at me. I am so sorry. Do not be sorry, Arpeggio, Helena said, laughing. He probably did something to deserve it. I will explain to you what benefits and salary are later. With that misunderstanding clear, this is where you will work, Howe said, still rubbing his cheek. Helena, here will be your boss. These facilities here are for you and your research regarding enchantment and alchemy. That's great. No more worrying about making ends meet, Arpeggio said, breaking a tear. The memories of being barely able to feed herself fading away with this newfound security. While working here, maybe you can teach me some magical field back on Earth, and maybe some of your magic. That would be great to do, Helena said. But I would like to ask how your sister is doing. I heard something terrible happen in Rondell. Is she okay? She was a sweet thing when I met her. With the memory of Cato's death, and remembering crying with her sister. Lelei was too young to remember much about their life in the tribe, except for their father's strict rule and hatred over them. Being taken in by Cato and Mimosa made them her sister's first family. She is okay. She is taking time away to sort some things out. I am sorry to hear that, Helena said. Well, she is welcome here if she wishes. But first, let's get you settled. CIA headquarters, Fort Alnus. I really hate this shot collar. Yes, Giselle. We heard you the first 5 times. Rory glanced away from Giselle, annoyed by her complaining. Well, you did not have to live in one of these collars, Giselle replied, being shocked after every movement. It is an insult to our kind after all. They would not have had to build one of these if it was not for you, Rory replied. Ignoring Giselle's complaining, Rory approached Fyen. Can you help her? I do not know, Fyen replied as he concentrated, handheld toward Jasis. I do not know what the gods have done to her, but this is a powerful spell. This will take time. During the Battle of Rondell, Jasis of Syphilis, the goddess of evil, appeared out of nowhere along with 2 other apostles, Mabel Forn of the god Zuffmet, and Envira of the goddess La, and assisted the Darlco mages in their madness. In the end, NATO only managed to capture Jasis while the other 2 escaped. It had become clear that the gods were plotting something. The question is, what was it? You would think the gods would tell us what is going on, Giselle said. I mean, I was only under Hardy's orders regarding the flame dragons and informing the old emperor about how he was tricked into triggering a war one. It is strange how silent the gods are, Rory mumbled. It has always bothered me that the gate appeared early and to Earth. The same world twice, only within a time span of 2,000 years. So the Earth gods told you, Fyen said. And you 2 are used to having active gods commanding you. Do not forget our purpose as apostles. The apostles' duty had always been to represent the gods so they don't have to themselves. It was to prevent the gods from waging all-out war against each other. It happened once before with the god of creation, Uros. He was slain by the other gods for becoming mad, so the legend says. They have no reason to lie, Rory replied. And our historical records line up with what they said. This would be easier if Hardy would appear and mention something, Giselle commented. If she did, then it could trigger the war they're trying to prevent, Fyen said. Give me time. I will find a way to free Jasis. So, what do we do now in the meantime? Rory asked. Sitting around waiting has never been my strength, Patience, Rory, Fyen said. The enemy has already made their move. Now we must study their actions. And what actions was that? Rory asked. If I recall, Darko summoned a massive demon that nearly wiped out the most important city on Falmart. Correct, Fyen said. 2,000 years ago, the gate opened, and a wave of demons came through to conquer our world. As you confirmed with the earth goddess of love, Aphrodite, and goddess of wisdom, Athena, the gate changed and connected to Earth, allowing their version of the empire, which according to Earth records it was the Roman and Parthian Empire, to arrive here and reinforce the forces of Falmart, aiding in the defeat of them. And you think there is a connection? Giselle asked. I can only assume, but the connections are there, Fyen replied. It always bothered me that you happened to be close by when the gate opened, Rory. After being away for generations, the gate appeared right when you came back to Falmart? Ah, the words did not form in Rory's mouth as she thought about the question. It did not cross her mind, just enjoying the ride with her new friends and eventually families. And you, Giselle, Fyen said. You were told to give Emperor Molt of the Empire a message about how hard he opened the gate to punish the Empire for its sins. Why are you repeating what I already told you? Giselle said. I always found it puzzling that a goddess or anyone would open the gate to another world just to embarrass the Empire and bring change, Fyen said. It is only a theory, but I do not believe that that was the true purpose for the war, but a cover to bring in a more powerful force. The reality of what Fyen said bothered Rory. While she has always been the free spirit type, according to her ranger friends, Fyen has always been the thinker of the apostles, and now she sees why. Okay, so something else is at work, Rory said. Mabel was saying that the gods have rejected his will. It sounded like they were rebelling about some disagreement with someone. I'm still wondering who is the one that the gods are disagreeing with. I recall them saying that, Giselle said. What I am worried about are the other apostles. With Giselle's point, all Rory could think about was Talon, somewhere out there in the world. After everything he had done, she still wondered if he was safe. Last she saw of time was during the second time they were at Sadera, freeing the pro-peace faction for Pina. He gave up and fled the Empire War during the fight, which was the last time she saw or heard of him. Finding them will be impossible, Rory said. Most are scattered around Uros, but we will be mindful. So what should we do now? Giselle asked. Continue the war, Fyen answered. Until we know more, there is not much we can do. But I recommend telling General Stanford and having him start searching outside the current battlegrounds. Faluilas, Ely's region. Date, July 26, 2026. Looking out from the balcony, Legatus Fabius stared out into the ruined city of Faluilas, one of the last elvish cities ruled by the elves. As part of their allegiance during the Imperial expansion centuries ago, they signed an alliance agreement, loyalty to the Empire, and they shall remain in control of their city. I am glad to get out of the mud for once, Lardia said as she walked over with a cup of wine. Please take it. You need to drink something. Fabius grabbed the cup of wine, even though he was not thirsty, looking forward to his loving wife. Thank you. Smiling, Lardia looked out at the ruined city and said, I remember us coming here. It was so beautiful. The elves, while they hunted my people, I always admired their structures. They always knew how to create something that blended into the world. They always did, Fabius replied. Too bad it is all gone now, Lardia commented while glancing around the city. Important buildings in the city, such as the treasuries and soldier barracks, were bombed by NATO air power. The rest were either ransacked or destroyed in the riots by the disgruntled citizens of the city due to the Duke's insistence to stay loyal to the Empire despite the war not going in their favor. Now, the majority of the citizens have fled the city, leaving only citizens with either no relatives in other cities or do not have enough funds to relocate. Structures that were once glowing with the flare's reflection are now caved in. The once clean and colorful streets now look like a cusho of Sadera. I wonder if the other cities are like this. I believe you already know the answer to that, Albin said as he entered the room. From what I understand, you fought in the capital. Looking toward the elf, Fabius couldn't help but feel anger. What are you doing here? I see I have dishonored myself to the point you refuse to use my name. Albin approached, stopping at the other end of the balcony, leaning against the rail. I understand. The truth is I wished I died out there. You did have all the opportunity, Fabius quickly retorted. He felt his wife's hand on his arm, warning him to calm down. What brought you here, my lord? Lardia asked, trying to move the conversation along. As Albin leaned in, he couldn't help himself from chuckling. There was a time when I would have struck down or found offense of a Nico speaking to me. Now, I simply do not care anymore. Looking out, admiring the view. I am here to seek your forgiveness and request your support. The gall of this man infuriated Fabius. After everything that had happened, Albin wanted forgiveness. You forced me to sacrifice thousands of my men to save yours. I have been standing here, praying to the gods that some of them were captured or escaped. You are an honorable man, Fabius, Albin said. I know before you came to save us while your staff was debating on surrendering. While reflecting, I am convinced your Arpeggio friend planned that battle to prevent your surrender. The same thought crossed Fabius' mind. The Arpeggio already slaughtered Crisis legions because of his plot to overthrow the Empire. It was one of the reasons why he remained in command, to help protect the men from the Arpeggio wrath. That is a thought we agree on. Now I fear that that option is gone. Even now, the enemy is pressing their advantage against the south. Now that I have no more men there is nothing stopping the enemy now from pushing straight here. Rumor has it that the enemy is now placing the League leadership on trial. My agents learned the ones who remained loyal to the Empire and caused the destruction at Rondell might face execution. Hearing the news, Fabius held his wife tight and said, "If that is my fate, then it is my fate." Lardia could see that those words weren't easy to say, more so with his wife standing right next to him. Not that it was any easier for her. She tried to move the conversation along to see what Albin really came here to talk about. "Excuse me, but you said you had an offer?" Lardia asked. "I did," Albin replied. "The truth is that the Second Sanctum never wanted to go to war. Our spies recorded the devastation the Empire was facing and realized it would have been a suicidal move to join the war on your side. Personally, I wanted the Ticaret to stay neutral. The only reason we supported it was because all but one house, the Atlans, voted for war. We were always the one that maintained order within the Ticaret Conglomerate, and going against that strong of a vote would have triggered a civil war. Your point is?" Fabius asked. "My point is, after what has happened here and other events, the Second Sanctum wants a way out of this war. I want a way out of this war, and I think I know how," Albin said. "What we need is the approval of this new Empress of the Republic everyone is talking about." "Empress? You cannot mean Princess Pina from Sadera." Fabius had heard enough. It has become clear that bloodline has led the once honorable empire to ruin. The last he wants is another member of that bloodline. I'm not trading one of Molt's kids for another. You say that, but if my sources are correct, your former leader chose her to replace Zorzel, Albin pointed out. It makes me wonder if we have something to offer. This new empress and her allies might forgive us and let us go home. And what could that possibly be? Fabius asked. Tapping on the railing, Albin said, I received word from Azariah Galen, the head of my order. Apparently, one of Gummus' many sons found a friend of yours west of here. The man who defied the dark races, the Empire, and this unstoppable enemy, the gladiator general. It took a moment for those words to settle in Fabius' mind. How is this possible? I thought Herm killed him alongside Pellium Wilk? Oh, wait. Of course, there is no way that pathetic excuse of a general could kill someone like him, even if he was injured. That coward bastard has been lying to the teeth the whole time. I do not know the details, Albin said. All I know is that the head of the Second would not have sent me this information for nothing. All I can assume is that they will take your former general to Sadera, to Zorzel. He's in my country right now, but I do not know for how long. Realizing this could change everything, Fabius carefully considered his options. If we're going to do this, we will have to be careful. I think we dash. Hearing the doors explode open, they all turned around to look. 2 elven mages marched through, and behind them were dozens of Ticaret's soldiers, Arpeggio agents, and Faluila's knights. Among them was the Arpeggio leader Katsuo and Gagnog Sandshield. What is the meaning of this? Fabius demanded. The meaning of this? Katsuo replied. Both of you are under arrest for treason. Treason? Albin responded in a confused manner. What would create that conclusion? Is it not obvious? Katsuo said. Legatus Fabius Aulus is responsible for the defeat at the Beckwood Forest, allowing thousands of our men to die. He allowed our allies to go off into battle alone, underprepared. And most importantly, he plotted to surrender these lands and our allies, the Feluillas, to the enemy. Hearing Katsuo's accusations, Fabius' eyes went wide. Not because he was surprised by the accusations, but because all the dots in his head finally connected. Fabius finally realized Katsuo's objective in sending the Ticaret forces to a suicidal move. This was a result of Fabius' decision to help the Ticaret forces. Even if he decided not to, Katsuo would still have enough justification to accuse him of leaving, if not sending, the Ticaret forces to their death and saving his own skin. In the end, it would be checkmate. It is over, Katsuo, Fabius said. Even you must see how pointless it all is. We cannot continue. And why are you with the Leonoids? Gagnogs? Albin asked. I've struck a deal with Katsuo and the Arpeggio, Gagnog boldly replied. Gagnog Sandshield will be taking command of all League armies in the region as agreed upon, officially replacing you, former Legatus Fabius, Katsuo replied. Both Fabius and Albin's eyes went wide, hearing Katsuo's and Gagnog's deal. It would have been one thing if Katsuo elected someone from Arpeggio, but Gagnog? The proposition was ridiculous for both Fabius and Albin. You are mad, Katsuo, Fabius protested. Electing this mad dog to lead an army. Our army against NATO. What are you expecting out of him? Ordering all of our men to charge against them. And what are you thinking, Gagnog? Albin yelled. Cutting a deal with this bastard? He was the one who told us that it was okay to charge at NATO. Many of our men died pointlessly because of him. You almost died because of him. I'm not done yet, Gagnog yelled, catching Albin and Fabius off guard. I know this bastard tricked me into charging at NATO, leading my men and I into their trap. Gagnog continued, but his voice was starting to shake. But it's not over yet. I can do it. I know I can beat those blasted otherworlders. I've seen how they fight now. I just need more men, more weapons. Give me 6 weeks, and I'll kick all of those otherworlders away from Elis. Fabius, Lardia, and Albin were standing there, baffled after listening to Gagnog's outburst. All three of them, even Lardia, who did not have a military or political background, could see that Gagnog was being driven by his pride and greed, not willing to accept his defeat. The way he spoke loudly was his way to hide his cowardice and uncertainty. Without saying a single word to each other, all three of them came to the conclusion that if Gagnog gets the position of the leader, many more people will die pointlessly. By the gods, Fabius mumbled. You're insane, both of you. I knew those thick heads of yours will bite us in the back someday. But this is preposterous. Damn you, both of you, Albin yelled. If you think that I will let both of you mindlessly send more men, Ticaret men, to their deaths, you have got another thing coming. Do you hear me? The Empire has overcome all threats. This will be our greatest moment. And Gagnog here, Katsuo said, while patting Gagnog's shoulder. He has the will to overcome this challenge. He may not be from the Empire. He may have been the traditional enemy of the Empire. But he has more will to lead the League's men to victory than you ever will, former Legatus. Every army needs a leader who has the will to drive all of his men forward to victory. Katsuo said, while letting Gagnog's shoulder go and spreading his arms before continuing his speech. And when that is set, what we must do next is purge the traitors to make sure that everyone could do their jobs seamlessly, and the gods will come to save us. And what about me? Albin interrupted. I have faithfully served the Second Sanctum for over 120 years. Do you honestly think that my men and the Sanctum will easily trust your words, an agent of our traditional enemy, that I betrayed the League? Fabius silently agreed to Albin's point. Among the Ticaret forces leaders, Fabius could easily tell that Albin was the one who cared about his men the most. His talk with Albin just before cemented this. But right now, Fabius couldn't help but think that his question was merely to confirm Albin's suspicion with Katsuo. Fabius then awakened from his thoughts when he heard Katsuo chuckle. You are a sharp man, Albin. But do not worry, I have it all prepared. The other worlders are quite confident with their air power, it seems. They use it on almost every occasion they could get. Even this city does not escape their wrath. What are you saying? Fabius asked. Sir Albin Dacey Calv. He was an honorable man, Katsuo said, while both Albin and Fabius quickly picked up the past tense that Katsuo used. He bravely sent his men to safety after the doomed attack on Beckwood Forest, and tragically lost his life to the bombings by NATO aircraft in the process. As if on cue, a mage walked up to Katsuo's side after he was finished while summoning a fireball on his hand, hinting at what he was going to do to Albin. Fabius and the rest understood it fully. By faking his death, it would be easier for Katsuo and Gagnog to take control of Albin's men while minimizing the risk of revolt, instead of simply purging them and losing them in the end. The Second Sanctum would also be more likely to accept it, and they would likely not pursue the fact too much. Now, I believe I have kept you all waiting for too long with this idle chat, Katsuo said while pointing towards Fabius before giving his order to his men. Guards, seize them. I do not think so, Albin stated as he cast a wall of sharp-eye spikes that protruded from the ground between him and Fabius from the guards, Katsuo and Gagnog, preventing them from coming closer. Seeing only moments to respond, Fabius looked to his wife. Run now. Get out of here. Go to my camp and find the officers. Tell them the poplar tree is torn thanks to the monsoon. They will know what that means and what to do. They will gather horses for you and themselves so you all can escape to NATO. Stay close to them, but do not hesitate to leave or even kill them the moment you notice something suspicious. Get to the enemy lines before it is too late. Tell NATO everything you know, but seeing no time for a conversation or tolerating his wife's loyalty to stay with him, he grabbed her and pushed her over the edge of the balcony. Being a Nico, he knew her feline body enabled her to safely jump down from a high balcony and outrun her pursuers on four limbs. Find Pina. Go! Lardia heard Fabius as she landed on the roof of the building just next to them, a couple of stories down. She could hear various sounds of battle coming from the room where Fabius was in, from blades clashing to magical explosions thanks to her sensitive Nico ears. But she couldn't even afford to turn around and check if her husband was fine, as she heard the order to pursue her was being shouted. She kept on running while fighting the urge to cry and worry for the well-being of her husband. Dear, please stay safe, Lardia prayed in her heart as she made her way towards Fabius' camp on all four. V19. Chapter 229, Destined Reunion. Archaeologists from Oxford and Harvard universities have proudly announced the discovery of the tomb of Mark Antony and Queen Cleopatra in central Alexandria, Egypt. The location of the tomb of the power historical couple has been a mystery for centuries, but thanks to the latest advancement in artificial intelligence in deciphering the ancient texts found in the recently discovered hidden chamber in the Pyramid of Giza, the tomb had been successfully located in the middle of Cairo-Alexandria Desert Road. Inspection of the tomb showed the staggering amount of treasure. Hundreds of ancient scrolls as well as the sarcophagus of both General Mark Antony and Queen Cleopatra lying together with both of the bodies being mummified. This fact makes Mark Antony to be the first and only Roman to be mummified. Dr. Henry Cinder, head of the expedition, stated that the ancient scrolls found in the tomb are speculated to unveil more about the mysteries and histories of the ancient Egyptians that can change the perception of ancient Egypt forever. Zyth Trade Path, Ely's Region. Date: July 31st, 2026. The night was peaceful while on the path. For the locals, peaceful nights like these were only a pipe dream, as just 1.5 years ago, as the region used to be a hot spot for banditry and monster attacks. Then came NATO. At first, people expected that there would be plundering by NATO for the war effort, and they would be subjected to harsh treatment and slavery as the people of the defeated nation, as past conquerors had done. But instead, the opposite happened. Not only did the rate of bandit and monster attacks drop significantly thanks to NATO, but harvests were also much more bountiful than ever, despite the fact that they had no slaves tending the fields. All thanks to the Americans providing equipment, knowledge, and the seeds and fertilizers to tend their farms and restart their paralyzed economy due to the sanctions enacted by the current and the previous emperors. People knew that it was a propaganda effort by the Americans. Even they were skeptical when the Americans planned to abolish slavery in the region and replace it with merchant technology. But after seeing the results, they started changing their minds. Now, fields of tall wheat stalks that stretched to the horizon painted the peaceful night scenery of the Illy's region. Stars dotted the sky, while the sounds of insects and other local fauna, along with the sound of the water flowing from the Agarant River just a distance away, accompanied the night. It was only momentarily interrupted by the sound of a Nico running through the night. It was none other than Lardia, who had been on the run for almost 2 days straight. Unable to stop crying from the recent betrayal, Lardia had to remember that she must keep running. Her husband possibly sacrificed himself so she could escape. When things finally began to feel safe, that sense of security was broken each time by the shouts of her pursuers. A few of her husband's loyalists outside the city assisted in her escape, but it did not take long for the Arpeggio to catch up. According to her comrades, Katsuo wanted to keep this coup against her husband a secret from the rest of the army. Why? She had no idea, but she knew that she must escape, which proved harder than expected. At first, Lardia started her escape with Fabius loyalists from their camp near Arugo ruins, heading east towards the NATO-held territory via the bridge southwest of Lake Cartid. But the Arpeggio was expecting them there, forcing her group to head north before turning east, crossing the Eplis stream using local fishing boats. While the group was preparing to cross the Agarant stream towards NATO territory on the southern bank, they got ambushed yet again by Arpeggio agents riding on wyverns, forcing Lardia to be separated from Fabius loyalists as she crossed the stream alone while they stayed and lured the Arpeggio towards the northeast. Thankfully, she was able to get across both streams and was now heading east down the Zythe trade path and towards Rondell, or so she hoped. She assumed the Arpeggio would have given up the moment she crossed the front line, but they would not relent. Turning around, Lardia hoped to see that she had lost her pursuers, but to no avail, seeing 3 centaurs beasts, each having a human riding them. She believed that once she reached NATO-occupied territory, people would help her, but she shortly discovered discrimination against her kind was still commonplace. Lardia kept running with all her energy while on all fours. All 4 of her paws were bleeding, aching, and blistered, but stopping would result in her death or going back to the slave market. Why does no one help me? She asked herself tearfully. I thought this place would be different, seeing a possible path that led into a forest, giving her the advantage in this chase. Lardia turned right. As she ran up the path, a rock that she stepped on was loose, causing her to slip, rolling back down the path and onto the main road. Feeling every muscle scream in pain, Lardia laid there, catching her breath. That was until she saw 3 shadows hovering over her. No, please, she whimpered, shielding her body with her arms. The 3 Arpeggio got off their centaurs. Of the 6, a man and centaur approached, both laughing. The centaur carried a spear while the man pulled out a sword. That's right, cower like a proper Nico that you are, mocked the man. So, what should we do with her? Asked the centaur. Well, Katsuo said we could do whatever we want with her, as long as she doesn't talk to NATO, replied the man. I always wanted to know just how it feels, the wife of that incompetent legatus. She must feel nice to snatch up a man of his position. Let us see for ourselves. Hey, said one of the other men at the back. Either kill her or take her with us. But we cannot stay here for too long. We are in NATO's territory. Well, we can bring her with us if you want, the centaur suggested. No, he's right. We don't know if we can cross the river back to our territory while carrying this Nico. The man close to her side. So much for having a taste. Well, I will make this quick for you, Nico. Consider it mercy from me, because I do not give it away often. As her mind kept telling her arms and legs to move, her body kept rejecting to do so from being too sore. Unable to stop crying, Lardia covered her eyes, realizing her life was about to come to an end. Feeling the ground shake, Lardia opened her eyes and saw the man lying on the ground. An arrow had pierced his neck. Confused, she looked up and saw the centaur tense up in a defensive position. Looking past him, she saw the others in fear. Shit, where did that come from? There, over there. You two, get them. In the panic, the other 2 centaurs tossed their spears, but a sudden burst of wind blasted over them, knocking the ranged weapons away. They got a siren with them. Damn it, how many of them are there? It does not matter. Charge! The moment after the man barked his order, another arrow hit him right in the chest. As they regrouped and were about to charge, a loud cry was heard before a mysterious figure landed next to the group with long blades. Unable to tell what was happening, Lardia could hear screaming and clashes of steel, with the thumps of bodies hitting the ground. A sense of relief began filling her up as her pursuers fell one by one. But the centaur that stood over her turned to face her once again. Realizing his imminent death, he still planned on completing his mission by raising his spear against her. But before he could strike, a shimmering small ball of light flew forward toward the centaur. He swatted at the ball as it changed course and darted around his hand as a sharp pain pierced his eyes. He flailed around while holding his face while the shimmering light swarmed his body, slicing and poking wherever it could. Lardia shielded her eyes once more as he stomped all around, nearly crushing her. Another spell breezed past her that forcibly knocked the centaur backward. Before he could get back up, another sharp pain was felt down on his horse half, and it continued down to his lower stomach. The frightened Nico's ears twitched as she heard the man frantically squirming with a blood-curdling scream until it slowly subsided. Once silence took over, Lardia peeked and only saw two towering figures along with that same light overhead. As her body shook from fear, she said, "Please, don't kill me. Please." "We are not going to kill you, Nico," a female voice said. "Maybe extract some information," she continued while clanking her claws together. "Be nice, Fyen," said the small ball of light. "Indeed," another female voice said. "It is not every day you are chased down by the Arpeggio. It is not a pleasant thing. The question is, why would they come way over here in NATO-occupied territory just to chase down a Nico?" Larsha's vision improved with the fear of her life being taken was gone. She noticed one was a warrior bunny, another was a siren, and the last ball of light was a fairy, all three being female. A new fear gripped her. Who were these people and why would they help her? "Are you all slave traders?" An elf approached, and the four laughed before the bunnies spoke. "We are not slave traders. We are just an oddball group who hires out their talents." "You're in luck," Fyen chimed in. "We were escorting a merchant convoy to Havkrisen when I saw these Arpeggio agents chasing something into this forest. And it turns out it was you." Lardia looked at them while still sitting on the ground, still terrified and untrusting the group. After a moment, Melina and the others caught on to this. The little fairy bubbly flew her way to the Nico, stopping a few inches away. "There, you are okay, little kitty," she said while playfully patting her head to Larsha's confusion. "Melina, maybe we should get Nellia to deal with her," the elf said. "Maybe by being with fellow Nico, she'd be more at ease. Assuming she is awake." "Alden," Fyen added. "I swear, since living among these Americans, all that woman does is sleep and drink milkshakes." "Wait, what's wrong with living like Americans? I personally enjoy all their distractions, especially their country music, clothes, food, shows, jewelry dash." Fyen trailed off before being interrupted. "Not you too. It's not bad, but take care not to overindulge. Now, Fyen, go check on the convoy. Alden, see if there is anything of value these bastards are carrying. Sebly, keep petting the kitty. I'm on it," the fairy interjects while smiling at Lardia. Melina merely shook her head as they went on their assigned tasks. As the group talked, Lardia sat there, ignoring the pestering fairy while gathering her strength. Something the elf and bunny said started to bother her. It was the name one of them said that was bothering her, however her exhausted mind was refusing to recall. "Nellia, wake up, the Blade Master. The Madam Boss wants you," Fyen corrected and shouted at their wagon. "Don't make me blast you out again," the siren warns as one of her hands shimmers a bit. Watching the spectacle unfold, Lardia couldn't help but focus on that name once more. Something about it sounded so familiar, but she struggled to remember. Like an itch in the back of her mind, one she couldn't scratch. "Nellia?" "Yes, that is our Nico in our group," Sebel replied as Melina helped pull Lardia up from the ground. "It is okay now. You are safe with us," the fairy reassured her as they began to slowly make their way toward the convoy. "Why are you here?" Lardia asked. "I thought this was a war zone." "You are not from around here, are you?" Melina asked. "Well, Yes, this is a war zone with the Empire just on the other side of the stream, but they haven't dared cross it for some time now. You must have just been spotted by some agents that were looking for a good time. But I don't think they would risk their lives for just a fun time. Picking up on the hint, Sebel landed on top of the Nico's shoulder in case she decided to run while Melina eyed her curiously. Why were they really after you? The warrior bunny thought to herself. Is it like this on this side of the stream? Lardia groggily asked. Strange way of asking your question, Melina commented. Have you recently escaped? But yes, the other worlders hire locals to provide security for trade, and that is why we are here as freelance mercenaries. While it has become safer these days, there are always some bastards every now and then. From some lowly crooks to Imperial soldiers who crossed the river and snooped around, she finished as the three approached the wagons. Right after they arrived at the convoy, Alden caught up from behind. Melina, other than standard Arpeggio sweeper uniforms and armors, their swords and spears, along with some Sawani coins, they got nothing else. Looks like they were merely grunts. Melina sighed before replying. I thought we would score something big, considering they were crazy enough to cross the river. All right, it's better than nothing. Gather the swords, armors, and the coins. It'd give us a nice extra bonus for this job. Even the coins, Melina? Alden asked. You know those coins are almost worthless these days. They may be worthless as currencies, but they're still made of gold. We can always melt them at the blacksmiths in Alnus or Valtris. Sebel, Trine, you help as well, Nellia, and I will take it from here. Before she could protest, the fairy noticed her demeanor and knew she wanted to be alone with her. Understood, boss. On it, Trine adds. Got it. Alden responded before they all went jogging back to where the Arpeggio bodies laid. After listening to their conversation, Lardia asked Melina, Excuse me, did you say the Imperial Sawani is now worthless? Wow, you really got cut off from the outside world that long, huh? I guess your owner was really adamant to not let you go if they kept you in the dark for that long. Melina sighed before replying. Well, it's only natural. Imperial soldiers were always carrying them into battle before they got bombed by NATO, forcing the Empire to keep on minting them. Then there's the fact that NATO has been diligently bombing important Imperial cities and their facilities, like Proptor Harbor and bridges connecting Sadera to other regions, making the prices of goods soar and the value of the currency tank. And the fact that slaves have been running away to Alnus in droves, causing farms and mines to stop their production, also didn't help the situation at all. The situations in some regions were so bad, I heard they resorted to bartering and gave up on the Sawanis and Sinkis entirely. Lardia was left speechless after listening to Melina's explanation. She knew that the war was not going in their favor, but she didn't know that the situation was this dire. She couldn't help but wonder if Fabius knew about this. She also wondered if their dream of buying a house using Fabius' retirement money would have even been achievable had they stayed. At the thought of Fabius, Lardia felt a sharp pain in her heart. She gripped her chest while holding her tears. Fabius, please, gods, anyone, I don't care what would happen to me, but please, keep him safe, Lardia prayed in her heart. Not noticing Lardia on the brink of crying, Melina turned to the lead merchant wagon. Now, Nellia, get up, Melina ordered while giving the wagon a couple of bangs on the side. Okay, a tired feminine voice replied before the owner of the voice popped her head out from the wagon while rubbing her eyes. We found another one of your kind. Take care of her until we reach Dolly's, Melina ordered as she turned to Lardia. There, you can find a tavern and figure out where to go next. Larsha's ears perked up as a dazed Nico peeked over the wagon. What, boss? I was having such a great nap, Nellia yawned. Why do you Nicos always seem to sleep all day? I thought Attilius had broken that habit, Melina said. You were supposed to be our scout. These roads are friendly, Nellia responded nonchalantly while motioning with her hand. No need to worry. If these roads are safe, NATO would not be contracting us to provide trade protection. Heck, we just took out 6 Arpeggio agents while you were sleeping. Melina replied in an annoyed tone. Now, get down here and help her. As the two bicker, Lardia took a closer look at the other Nico. Something seemed very similar about this woman. The name and her very appearance. Her orange hair, the brown stripes, and her playful demeanor. Then it hit her, remembering 10 years ago one of a long-lost friend. Nellia, meaning Nellia? Hopping down from the wagon, Nellia looked toward her, confused. Well, yeah, I think my name Nellia means Nellia. What a strange thing to say. Be nice, Nellia, Melina said. Look at her paws. She looks like she's been chased for hours. That was not what I meant, Lardia said as she pulled her paws away. Nellia, my name is Lardia. Do you remember someone called that? Do you remember me and our Nico clan that was raided a decade ago? We were thrown into slavery. Once said, Lardia saw this horrific look grip Nellia's face. Her ears perked up and eyes wide in shock. She wanted to continue to speak, but she couldn't find the right words. It was as if a lump had formed in her throat. She tried desperately to continue to speak, but her exhaustion mixed with her dry throat made it near impossible. Is that actually you, Lardia? Nellia choked out, tears beginning to form. No, it can't be, but it has to be. No one else would have known. It is me, Lardia dryly responded. Nellia quickly rushed over, pushing Melina out of the way to help her long-lost friend. She moved Lardia to the wagon and helped her lay down. It will be okay. You are safe now. I will take care of you. She then proceeded to give her water and bread. After drinking some water and eating the bread in seconds due to starvation, she coughed and slowly breathed. Lardia, what are you doing out here? Nellia asked. I would also like to know, Melina interjected. It is not common for Nikos to venture out alone, even under the occupation. And I can't shake off the feeling that you are being chased by those Oprichnina agents was not a mere coincidence. Lardia hesitated to respond, something both of them noticed. While Nellia was her old best friend, it had been a decade and she had just experienced a betrayal of her own, so she wondered if she could trust them. However, with the realization that she could not reach Pina, let alone find the princess without help, she didn't have many choices. Lardia, Nellia said while holding her childhood friend's hands. Please, I have a duty to my brethren now and these other worlders. So, for now, just tell me you are not conspiring against us. Trust in me like you did when we were children, and I promise Dash. I'm on a mission to find Princess Pina Colada, Lardia said. You mean Empress Pina? Melina corrected. Confused, Lardia looked toward the warrior bunny and asked, Empress? I guess we have been cut off for a long time. What do you mean we? Nellia asked. Wait a moment, Melina said. Who are you? Besides Nellia's long, lost friend. Your hands are soft, and I mean rich soft. Your fur, besides the current dirty look, is well-groomed. Were you some high-class slave that was working for the Empire? How did you even escape? I am no slave, Lardia boldly stated while slightly offended. My full name is Lardia Aulus, wife of Legatus Fabius Aulus. What did you say? Melina yelled while grabbing Lartia's shoulders, squeezing them to the point Lardia flinched in pain. Seeing this, Nellia immediately intervened. Melina, stop. You're hurting her, Nellia said as she pulled Melina's hands off of Lartia's shoulders. Oh, Melina mumbled as she recovered from her shock. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Is he that much of a big deal to the point you had to react like that? Who is that guy anyway? Nellia asked while she checked on Lardia. Melina sighed at Nellia's ignorance before replying to her. Legatus Fabius Aulus, the 10 of spades according to the Americans. Melina then pulled out a stack of cards from her pouch belt that Lardia assumed was made by the other Woldairs. From the card stack, Melina then pulled one card and showed it to Nellia, where Lardia also peeked. On the two corners, Lardia could only make out the number 10 with a symbol underneath it that was alien to her. However, in the center, she could easily recognize what was on it. It almost made her heart sink. It was the picture of Fabius taken from a high angle, possibly from NATO's aircraft. Right underneath the picture, there are Latin alphabets making up Fabius' name on it, along with sentences written in language that was alien to her, but next to it were sentences that were written in Sodran language that was the identification of who Fabius was and his title. Lardia glanced at the rest of the card that was still on Melina's hand, and quickly deduced that those cards were something akin to a most wanted list composed of the Empire's top figures. He is the head of the Imperial legions in this region, Nellia, Melina said. You need to pay more attention to the news from NATO and their briefings. Heck, you think they gave us these cards just for us to play games with? After scolding Nellia and storing her cards back, Melina then turned to Lardia. But still, I did not know he was married to a Nico. But how? Nellia asked. I thought you were sold into slavery. I honestly believed you were dead. I was sold into slavery many times, Lardia responded. Legatus proprietor Pelumwilk then bought me and gave me to my husband. We fell in love after some time and got married. Too much of his humiliation at the time. I am so sorry, Lardia, Nellia said. If I knew you were still alive, I would have come and saved you. I did not need to be saved, Lardia corrected. I love my husband. I didn't mean it like that, Nellia replied. It is just strange that a Nico slave ended up as a wife to a powerful man like Dashta. All right, you two can catch up later, Melina interrupted. She has to be telling the truth. Her tone and words are too noble, using proper names and titles. But what makes no sense is why you are here. There is no way a powerful man like Fabius would allow his wife to be all the way out here, this far away from his grasp. It would be seen as an embarrassment that someone in his position would misplace his wife. And if you love him, why are you away from his side? Nellia added. And what was the deal with you and those Arpeggio? Melina added. With the questions, the memory of what happened at Thaluila's came rushing back. She could not help herself, but broke down and cried, placing her paws on her eyes to hide the streaming tears, confusing the two. Seeing her long-lost friend break down in tears, Nellia embraced Lardia to calm her down. It's okay, Lardia, Nellia said as Lardia wailed on her shoulder. You don't have to force yourself. We can wait until you have rested if you want. Hearing her friend's words, Lardia tried her best to stifle her cry. Thank you. But I'm fine, Nellia, Lardia says before taking in some breaths to calm herself down and continuing. I'll explain everything. If you are really on NATO's side, you have to know this. She then told the story of what had happened, that her husband was preparing to surrender to Empress Pina Colada, but the Arpeggio betrayed him, framing him with a capital crime he didn't commit. Her hellish journey to sneak past League lines, being ambushed and chased by the Arpeggio, and how she ended up here. I cannot imagine the hell you've been through, Nellia said while embracing her friend, while her eyes, too, were starting to become teary after listening to her friend's story. Removing the sentimental elements from Larsh's tale, Melina realized the significance of this information and why she was so relentlessly pursued. This could be the chance she had been waiting for. All right, this changes things. Lardia, I'm sorry. I'm sure your journey was very difficult, and you really need some rest, but the information you are carrying is more important, Melina added. Melina, she needs to rest, Nellia responded defensively. There is no time, Melina defended. If we wait, we will lose our opportunity. This could change the war, and we don't know how much the Arpeggio and the League know about all of the information that Lardia has. The longer we wait, the more time for the League to start making contingency plans. And if these Katsuo and Gagnog fellows are as insane as she said, then they would send every man they can find into battle against NATO. It'll mean more unnecessary bloodshed. So, will you help me find the Empress? Lardia asked. We cannot, Melina answered. There is no way they will allow you anywhere near that self-proclaimed Empress, at least if you're trying to barge in directly. It would also take too long to get to Alnus, and Rondell is off limits right now. We have to go to the Fortress of Legrath if you wish to see her. The feeling of fear ripped down Larsh's spine. She had no idea what the other worlders would do to her once they learned she was the wife of Fabius. But right now, she saw no other path forward, and the possibility of saving her husband if she corroborated was worth the risk. Okay, let us go there. Melina nods in response before barking her order to her group. All right, everyone mount up. Nellia, you're in charge of her. Let me just report the situation to our commander first, then we will head out, Melina said as she grabbed something on the cart. Lardia then saw Melina holding a small book in one hand while holding a small black box on the other, connected to a bigger box in the form of a backpack which she assumed was a radio. Let's see. Frequency, check. And then the protocol. What is it? Got it. Melina mumbled as she alternated between fiddling with the radio and the book. Checkmate. This is Patrol 3 to 14. Do you read? Melina pauses for a couple of seconds before realizing her mistake. Over. Checkmate to 3 to 14. Reading you loud and clear. Go ahead. replied a voice coming from the radio. Yeah, we came across a Nico girl while we were escorting a merchant convoy. She was being chased by Arpeggio agents at Zyth Highway at, northeast of Dolis. Lardia watched as Melina fumbled through her notebook while trying to communicate to whoever was on the other end of the radio. Break. Hostiles were terminated and the girl secured. And be advised, we have a positive ID on the girl. Break. She's identified as Lardia Allis, wife of 10 of Spades, and she has priority 1 intel for NATO. There is quite a lot for her to tell. So now we are taking her to Fortress via Havkrisen. How copy over? Solid copy, 3 to 14. Wait 1. Melina then moved the smaller box away from her mouth as she waited for the response. Meanwhile, Lardia was in awe seeing a native Falmart using an otherworlder's piece of equipment, albeit with some fumbling every now and then. She couldn't help but wonder if given enough time, how adept they would be with using otherworlder's tech. How deadly would they be by then when they were pitted against the Imperial army? Against Fabius? But then she glanced at Melina's swords and her elf companion's bow that was clearly not made in this world. She guessed that it was already too late. Lardia hung her head while smiling dejectedly, thinking that her beloved husband was fighting a feudal war. Lardia, what's the matter? Are you okay? Nellia, who was sitting next to her, asked her worriedly while holding onto Larsh's shoulder. I'm fine, Nellia. Lardia tried to reassure Nellia. I just realized how hard Fabius had fought, and how futile his effort was. There was a silence between the two before a response came from Melina's radio and broke it. 3 to 14, checkmate. Be advised, we have a new directive for you. That girl now has an HVI status. Take good care of her. Interrogative. Are you able to go ahead of the convoy to Havkrisen SP? Over. Lardia tensed up when her name was mentioned by the voice on the other end. What does HVI mean? What will they do to me? Lardia thought to herself. What does ASAP mean? Melina mumbled to herself again, fiddling with her notebook before replying to the radio. Negative. My team is the only one escorting them at this time, and we have no horses. Over. 3 to 14, checkmate. Roger that. We'll divert a hello for your team and the HVI's extraction, and we'll also send a unit from the army stationed at Dolis to take over your escorting role. Stay where you are until they arrive. How copy? Over. Wait, does that mean we have to come with her? Over. Melina asked. 3 to 14, that's an affirmative. We need to get a statement from you and your team. Nothing big, just about how you came across her. Just think of it as a normal debrief. How copy? Over. Roger that, checkmate. We'll keep her safe. And tell them to hurry. You do not want to miss out on this intel. 3 to 14, out. Melina then put the small box in its place, ending the radio transmission. Whoa. Nellia chimed. I said this before, but you handled that radio chat so seamlessly. Melina sighs before she grabs the radio and all her belongings off the wagon. I'm still far from seamless, Nellia. Now, if only you could at least also do this as well. Melina replied. All right, team, gather up. Melina ordered her companions. Not long after, all her teammates gathered next to her. Okay, there's a change of plan. Ms. Dash, Madame Lardia here is now our HVI, high-value individual. That means it's important to not let anything bad happen to her. The Americans are sending their helicopter to pick us up and a ground unit from their army to take over the escorting mission. So, pack up your bags and be ready for the pickup. I want us to get on the helicopter the moment they touch down. Got that? Got it. All of Melina's teammates responded before heading to the wagons where they stored their belongings. Does that mean we're going to ride on a helicopter again? All right, I'm so excited now. Trine exclaimed excitedly. I don't know how you can get used to riding that thing, Trine. I feel like I'll never get used to it. Alden replied. Alden, I believe the American term is pussy. Look at me, I fly all the time, and I'm also excited to fly in a helicopter again. I can fly higher than ever before when I'm riding it, the fairy exclaimed. You're a fairy, Sebel. You fly as often as we walk. That's an unfair advantage. Alden defended. Excuses, excuses. Anyway, I can't wait to see Elise's night view from up high, and the view of you hanging on to dear life as we fly. Sebel teases. Please shut up. Alden sighed in defeat. Lardia watched Melina's teammates chat with each other as they walked to the second wagon in the convoy. Melina, who got her belongings stored in the wagon she and Lardia were in, also started to pack. "Don't worry, Lardia. I'm not going to let you go. Not again," Nellia promised as she packed her belongings. "Yes," Lardia responded. "Thank you, Nellia." Melina then turned to the leading merchant. "Sorry for this change of plans, sir." "Hey, as long as we are safe, you have nothing to be sorry about," replied the merchant nonchalantly. Now, all they could do was wait. Lardia looked at the starry sky, wondering what would happen next. Barak Lounge, Fort Minnick, Alness. Date: July 31st, 2026. "Is that really him?" "Yes, he is," Pina replied as she looked up at the young man. Oiloyat Dussy, son of the powerful Senator Neas Dussy. He recently joined the Rose Knights in the quest to bring honor and reform to the Empire. Before, he had been hesitant toward joining the Americans and their allies, being honor-bound to the Imperial system. Recent events and his trip to Earth had cracked that shell to some degree. At some level, she found Oilotet's reaction cute, reflecting what she once was: young, arrogant, corrupted, sheltered from the world. If it was not for the events at Italica, she probably would be just like her brother Zorzel. Watching someone going through the same transformation had been joyful to watch. Looking back to her lap, Pina continued to play with Tenchi, her baby nephew. His mother, Noriko, agreed to let him spend the day with her. While both ladies don't fully see eye to eye on Tenchi's future, they both agreed that he could not and should not become like his father. "This is my brother's son," Pina said while wiggling her finger as the baby held on. "So, the rumors are true," Oiloyat commented, nearly whispering with the realization. "His son has been living here all along. The future leader of your republic." Leaning toward the baby to get a good look, he added, "And he looks to be a lively one. I am sure he will do the republic proud." "If his mother has any say about this, then the answer would be no," Pina replied. "But yes, he has been growing up here this whole time. It does not matter what his mother wants," Oiloyat arrogantly responded. "Being a part of the royal bloodline, and being a male, he has responsibilities and a claim to the throne." "You assumed that," Pina said. "But my brother raped so many women, there are probably a dozen bastards out there in the world. It might be wise not to pick leaders based on bloodline for our revolution to work. Besides, it should be his choice in the end, not ours." "You are breaking a lot of traditions here, Pina," Oiloyat pointed out. "This isn't the only time the Empire broke from its traditions, Oiloyat." Pina countered. "You want to talk about breaking traditions? Zorzel forcefully took the throne from my father and Chrysist, who was the legitimate inheritor of the throne. And did the Senate do anything to stop him? Did they try to denounce him? No." Pina saw Oiloyat only sat in silence, clearly reflecting on her remark. "And speaking of which, my father also kept trying to get rid of Chrysist just to maintain his throne. And you know that it's an open secret within the Senate that Chrysist wasn't the only one my father tried to get rid of, and that's not even accounting Zorzel's bastard children." "Very well. You got a point, Pina." Oiloyat sat on his seat stunned for a moment before replying. "I almost forgot about the Gladiator General, to be honest. Being an outsider and all. Yeah, a lot has happened, so I don't blame you," Pina responded. "Besides, I only want to get rid of the bad ones. I still believe in my heritage. The problem is that we strayed from our path. We only care about self-empowerment rather than what is best for our people. It is time that we go back to our old ways, back to what made us strong, but also reform to a modern era. The Empire militarily was powerful. No one dared to openly challenge our might, but politically, socially, we were on a decline. Sooner or later, with or without NATO, the Empire would have collapsed. I want to change direction, establish a government and nation that its citizens can be proud of again. I want to bring us back to a prominent power once more." "You really do believe in all that?" Oiloyat said, sitting down. "Even if you win the war, a lot of people will oppose you. Politically, I mean. My father once explained to me the key differences between being a soldier and a politician." "What is it?" With a humble chuckle, Oiloyat spoke. "In war, you can only be crucified once. In the Senate, you can be crucified many times." Confused, Pina looked at Oiloyat. She has enjoyed watching him become more active in her cause. While it was a pain listening to someone countering her at every turn, she realized for her reformed empire to become successful, she had to listen to criticism. Laughing at the joke, Pina fully understood the meaning. Any political opposition could remove her once the war was over, so she needed to carefully consider who her allies were now. Any opposition will be hard to dislodge once they gain power in the new republic. I cannot believe I'm going to say this, but war seems simpler. Pina groaned. Speaking of war, what is the status of your new Imperial Legion? Oiloyat asked. No disrespect, but it will be challenging for the Imperial Army to listen to a woman. That will be an issue you will face going forward. The story of her life. Pina had to deal with sexism all of her life. From her own peers, other houses, the Senate, even her own late father. Just getting her own knighthood established was exhausting. Growing older, she understood why most women wouldn't want to be a soldier. But that only made her and her fellow knights bolder, to prove to themselves and the world. At least she could reflect on how those experiences have made her stronger, preparing her for this war. It is either me or my brother, and I don't think that is a hard choice, Pina said. We are at a turning point in our history here. If our leaders and allies want to follow such a strict tradition, then I will replace them. I'm not going through all these troubles and efforts only for us to go back to our strayed, stagnant, and rotten self again. There is so much at stake for such gains. But I think General Peprios won't care about such things. He is a traditionalist, sure, but with what happened at Rondell, he is completely devoted. One general with one legion does not make an army, Oiloyat replied. To increase your legitimacy, you will need others. Assuming there are any left, he walked to a table and poured black coffee into a mug before continuing. And speaking of which, where is the general? He is still at Rondell, Pina replied. He is assisting in clearing out the remaining infected horde in addition to helping to coordinate the city's restoration. Pina couldn't help but smile, watching Oiloyat adapt to Earth drinks. It was clear he picked up some interest while he was visiting Earth. By the way, how was your trip to Earth? Setting the mug on the counter, Oiloyat thought before replying. It was different. Hearing that, Pina laughed, which upset Tenchi. To stop the crying, she began rocking him with her leg and commented, "Wow, don't spill out all your feelings on the matter." She then noticed the hesitant facial expression, realizing he was worried about speaking his mind. You do realize you can speak frankly with me? Hearing the word frank, Oiloyat looked toward his empress in confusion. Noticing his confusion, Pina rolled her eyes and used a rattle to distract the baby. I know. I have no idea why Americans use a person's name to mean, speak the truth. I honestly think they stay up all night to come up with terms and phrases just so they do not have to say what they mean. For once, Oiloyat chuckled. Yes, I noticed that myself. Taking his mug, he sat at the table with Pina. I would be lying if I did not say their world was wonderful. It is so different in many ways that it would take a lifetime to experience it all. I like how quickly you can move around. The power of those cars, I think they are called, felt amazing. They are so fast and yet so comfortable. I didn't have any trouble sleeping in one during travel. Then there is the convenience of everything. If I needed anything, I could just go to the market, and it was there. And my favorite part, one of the House representatives took me shooting, and that was amazing. While I will always love my sword, the raw power and skill needed to master such a weapon, there is no equal to those fire-spitting death dealers. As he spoke with such enthusiasm on the topic of guns, Pina couldn't help herself but chuckle. Now she understood what Sarah meant by boys and their toys. I am glad you enjoyed your trip. Was that it? No, Oiloyat said. The one major thing that bothered me is how powerful the mercantile is. It is strange seeing one of the lower classes be the dominant force on their world. While it did bring much wealth, there were so many families just staring at their devices, ignoring their loved ones. People seemed to value objects more. I noticed that too, Pina said. I guess there is always a downside to progress. But I think if we are careful, we can learn from mistakes like that. Assuming it is possible, Oiloyat commented, thinking on how quickly Earth's influences were seeping into this world. But first, we have to win the war. A statement easier said than done. Speaking of winning the war, what do you plan to do afterward? Pina asked. With the war over and a new government, You won't have to follow in your father's footsteps anymore. Not an option. Yes, it is. You will be free to reform your life to what you want. Oiloyat waved his hand, rejecting the Empress idea. I was being groomed to take my father's seat in the Senate. I have my responsibilities to my family and the Empire. Besides, I think you will need my help. What about your social life? Don't you at least have thought of a hobby you would like to do? A truck, Oiloyat smirked. I would like to go to the countryside and see more of Falmart. I would like to experience going out there and not fear of being attacked by random monsters and bandits. Just me, my truck, and the road. During my trip to America, I heard the truckers call driving their trucks on the road as their freedom, so I want to have a taste of their version of it. Outside of that, I do not know what else I want. So much is changing, so it is hard to figure things out. Remembering Duran's experience with his truck and his outlandish tales of the beast, Pina couldn't help but chuckle once more. Noticing that Tenchi grabbed a mug, Pina took it away before he hurt himself. She then grabbed a baby bottle and began feeding her nephew. Do you want one? One what? Oiloyat pointed toward Tenchi. To be honest, I always wondered if you were going to reject wife and motherhood. It was a major gossip point among the royalty. Looking at the baby, she remembered her time back at the royal district. Most of the women there, all they talked about was having their first one. It was when she first learned she was different as her interests were different from the others. I just did not want to live in the shadows, Pina said. Just being locked up in a house and being married to a house I could barely recognize was not what I wanted. I wanted to be remembered like in the stories, so I brushed family aside and focused on my knighthood, and now this happened. That is what I thought, Oiloyat said. Even after the war, you're going to forfeit family life. Pina wanted to respond, but no words formed. With how little she has thought about the topic in recent years, she assumed she would either marry in the future or not, seeing no time for such personal interests. The answer she wanted to give agreed, that family should be put aside for the greater good. But seeing how many of her knights enter relations, especially Hamilton, and in addition to her warrior mentor, Sharpe, who also has settled down during the war, she started to wonder if the topic isn't as far-fetched as she once believed. Looking down at Tenchi, now carefully thinking about the future, she remembered a conversation she once had with Sarah. I honestly don't know anymore. Sarah once told me the reason she built her school was to invest in the future, that there was no value in fighting now if there was no long-term future. I honestly do not have any answer for you, Pina continued. I would have normally agreed with you that my only focus should be being the Empress and rebuilding the Republic. But maybe there is more to it. But now that I think about it, what is the point if I have nothing to pass it on to? Isn't that the point, making the future better for the next generation like for this little one? I guess I am still figuring it all out. Hearing a vibration coming from her cell phone, Pina saw the caller's name that appeared on the screen, Captain Sarah Sharpe. I wonder what she is calling for. Answering the phone, she asked, "What can I do for you, Captain?" "Sorry to bother you, but tell your knights they're going to be deployed and then report to VRTF 2 in 1 hour," Sarah said. "You and Vanguard 7 are being deployed to Legrath." V20. Chapter 230. Welcome back to Legrath. Indonesia's head of the Nusantara Capital City Authority, Basuki Chahajapurnama, has released a statement that the construction of the planned new capital city of Indonesia, Nusantara, would be ahead of schedule thanks to a group of Indonesian witches who revealed themselves to the public 3 months ago. After the turbulent revelation of the group being opposed by many Indonesian Muslim groups, and after the situation subsided after the government officially recognized and supported the witches group, they have been collaborating with the Indonesian government on various projects, one of which was in the construction and development sector. Mr. Basuki, who was recently inaugurated in March as the new head of the Capital City Transition Agency, immediately jumped at the offer when the Witches Group offered to collaborate. Mr. Basuki stated that by using telekinesis and earth manipulation magic by the Indonesian witches, they managed to tackle various obstacles encountered during the city construction, such as earth and material hardening, small-scale ground manipulation, plant growth enchantments, and so on. The head of the Witches Group, Mr. Hendry Wijaya, claimed that these magics were used to help the construction of Borobudur Temple, enabling it to withstand multiple earthquakes and volcanic eruptions and ashes that buried it until its rediscovery centuries later. Mr. Basuki stated that with all of these earth magics, telekinesis, and witches at their disposal, he estimated that the construction of the new capital city would be finished within 10 years maximum from the start of the construction, 5 years sooner than the previous estimate. In light of this, private investments for the capital city project have skyrocketed. Various countries have also stated their interest to acquire these magical enchantment technologies, such as Brazil, the Netherlands, the United States, Egypt, and Russia. Experts speculated that Brazil, Egypt, and Russia would utilize the magic knowledge for their Brasilia expansion and development project, New Cairo City project, and Trans-Siberia Road Network, respectively. Some sources also reported that North Korea is also interested in Indonesia's magic knowledge, stating that they wish to utilize the plant growth enchantment to solve the food issue that has been plaguing the country for decades. Indonesia, being one of few countries to maintain cordial relations with North Korea, has had talks with the North Korean government about the possible knowledge trade through each other's embassies. But the spokesperson from Indonesia's Ministry of Trade stated that as of now, North Korea's request has been put on hold with other nations to wait until the knowledge transfer procedure and regulation has been finalized. However, the spokesperson has emphasized that North Korea has an equal chance to receive the knowledge as the other nations. Meanwhile, the United States, when they were asked regarding this trade, despite concerns from many experts, has stated that they will support this trade as part of the sanction easing after Kim Jong-un's eagerness to accept more peace talks post-2028. White House spokesperson stated that they hope that this will be the beginning for a more solid peace in the region in the future. Timcast for Legrath, Ely's region. Date: August 1st, 2026. Fortress ATC. This is Raven 2-1. Flight of 3 CV-22s, approaching Fortress from the east at Angels 5, 12 clicks out. Requesting permission to land. Over. Raven 2-1, Fortress ATC. Roger that. We've been expecting you. You are cleared to land on the helipads by the main command wing. Over. Roger that. Touching down on the helipads by the main command wing. Thanks, Fortress. Raven 2-1 out. Holding onto a strap to stabilize himself from the intense wind, Sharpe looked out the cockpit of the Air Force CV-22 Osprey. We will be landing in 3 minutes, the pilot said. Roger that, Sharpe said. Gazing out the cockpit window, Sharpe watched their approach to the mighty fortress of Legrath. Can I see? Pina asked. There, we should be able to see Legrath clearer on the side window. Sharpe then moved from the cockpit into the left side window, as the pilot started to circle the fortress as a procedure to slow the aircraft down for the landing. Pina followed Sharpe to the window. Now the two gaze at the massive, two-hill fortress. Legrath, the once undefeated fortress of the Empire, built to protect Ely's and the western part of the Empire from dark races' invasions. Built around 2 hills, 2 massive walls, and a massive internal system designed by dwarves capable of housing multiple legions in addition to the original fortress defenders. Even the 2 hills had openings for specialized weapons that were long-range. Even for a magical civilization, the feat of the fortress is incredible. After it fell into NATO's hands, they saw the fortress fit as their main operating base in the Ely's theater and refurbished and modified it to their needs and power projection. The inner wall has been removed while the outer wall has been reformed with guard towers, searchlights, gun emplacements of various calibers, mortars, and surface-to-air weaponry, all covering all sides of the already mighty fortress. While the old innermost wall was demolished to make more room for building extensions, motor pool, and helipads. The road connecting the northern end and the southern end had been enlarged to the size of a 4-lane highway to accommodate larger traffic. The buildings also weren't spared from modification, as Sharpe and Pina could see lights and communication equipment on them, along with many extensions built or were still being built onto the buildings. On the northern corner, just outside of the fortress, there was an airbase housing various aircrafts from various NATO nations that are under construction. Some aircraft can already be seen, such as F-16 fighter jets, the coveted A-10 attack jets, and even a U-2 spy plane and 3 B-1 Lancer bombers. We'll say, Sharpe said, the images do not do justice to this beast. I always forget how big it is. Now you guys have made it even mightier than it already was. Now it looks like it would take every army in Falmart to even have hope to take it down, Pina commented while looking at the fortress in awe. Also, do you remember? This was our first official mission together. I remember, Sharpe replied. I still have a scar on my back from my tango with Tail in one. With a laugh, Pina pointed toward the 3 cranes built on top of the fortress. I saw those on Earth. I can see so many changes already. Wartime speed, Sharpe said. It has been our goal to turn it into a major base of operations for decades to come. Its symbolic importance and strategic location are vital for our long-term plans here. However, that does not mean it was well suited for our equipment without massive renovation. I see that, Pina said. You people love to change everything to your needs. Feels like your people are always compensating for something. Go big or go home, princess, Sharpe replied. Noticing a sharp glare than a chuckle, Sharpe looked back at the fortress as the helicopter prepared to land. The key difference he saw already was the inner wall being torn down to make more space for vehicles, reforming the hilltop and turning them into landing pads. On it, he already sees 2 F-35BS and 2 Chinooks. It was ingenious for the Empire to use the natural hill formation as a natural third layer of protection, something NATO does not need though. With the landing, the ramp opened, and both Vanguard 7 and the Rose Order of Knights exited the ramp. At the ramp, Sharpe saw a familiar face. Nice to see you again, Captain Beludi said with a salute. Welcome back to Legrath, Empress Lotta and Lieutenant Colonel Sharpe. Hey Pinky, Sharpe said after returning a salute. I assume you're our escort? Giving a glare, Beludi nodded and replied yes. But once again, don't call me that, sir. If you didn't like it, you would have gone to HR, Sharpe stated. Place looks very different. What is HR? Beludi asked, confused. Andrew walked while laughing, and passingly said, a communist hellhole. Pleased by the humor within the group after their operation in Rondell, Sharpe cannot wait to get back on the field. I hate you people, Beludi commented. Please follow me, directing Randy and Bozes to head of the Special Operations Center on base. Pina and him followed Beludi as they moved through the base. His memory of the interior is fuzzier as so much was happening at the time. The lights and signs along the halls are clearly from Earth. He expected ventilation, pipes, and other equipment you expect in a funnel. That is when Sharpe noticed a line of green moss moving along the ceiling, the same one he heard about in the news. Pinky, what is up with the moss? Beludi suddenly giggled and responded, if I had a coin for every time people asked that I'd be retiring and living a happy, rich life by now. It is how we breathe here. Dwarven works, according to your scientists. This moss creates air for us to breathe despite the fact that it does not get any sunlight. I don't know how it works, but it has been there ever since I was here. The two entered by the CIC and saw terminals all over the walls. The first impression Sharpe felt was that he was entering the CIC of an aircraft carrier. The room itself seemed like it was a barracks for the nobles based on its size and wall design. Beludi escorted the two of them to a room that said conference room. This room was once a guest room, usually for some wealthy prick. Inside, Sharpe saw the usual personnel he expected. Major General Walter Garcia of the 1st Armored Division, Japanese Colonel Shuenya Kingun, and British Major General Mason Arthur. With them is the Special Forces Commander of the region, Colonel Alexis Diego. The fact that there are this many heavyweight officers sent a strong signal. Something big was about to happen. To his confusion, he saw 2 Nikos and a warrior bunny. 2 of them seemed to be in casual modern Kevlar armor he had seen on adventurers who worked with NATO forces, while the other was dressed in tattered noble clothing, which was something you didn't see every day or ever. Hello, Colonel. Looking toward his left, Sharpe saw his friend Albert approach. He knew that the SAS had been operating in this region for some time, taking out terrorist cells, League strongholds, and assassinating persons of interest. After a shake of the hands, he noticed one small bite mark that was almost covered on his lower neck. Nice to see you again. What is up with the mark? Caught off guard at first, Albert laughed and said, just a little fun time. Noticed Pina rolling her eyes and sitting down, mumbling how boys only think about one thing. Ignoring the comment, Sharpe whispered, with Ailey How in the bloody hell did you know? Ailey the orange warrior bunny who joined the SAS. Like the girls, she decided to leave her roots and become a British citizen rather than joining Tayol. Apparently, she did not like the fact that America had no royalty. The way you looked and talked about her, Sharpe replied. Besides being with nearly a dozen women all day, you pick up on things like that. I bet you would, old friend, Albert said with a laugh. Now, back to business, Sharpe said. What is up with the locals? Something about a major development, but I don't know, Albert said. Then sit down and we will talk to you, the bunny said. Sharpe and Albert Nelson looked toward the bunny, confused until he remembered the ears. Then they fully realized that she heard everything. Gentleman Empress, please have a seat, Garcia said. Once everyone sat down, he continued, I know it was sudden, but thank you for arriving so quickly. This is an urgent matter. Our campaign in the Ely's region has finally reached a critical stage. Lieutenant Colonel, Empress, I know this has not been your theater of operation, but are you up to date on the current situation? My staff gave us a quick memo on the current events, Sharpe said. Operation Trasimene was a success in defeating the bulk of the enemy forces, creating a gap in the southern front. Now you have a safe opening to deploy module bridges. That is correct, Arthur said. However, we failed to capture or kill Legatus Fabius Aulus. He is a tricky bastard, living up to his ancient name. As he spoke, the monitor at the front of the room showed a picture from the League's most wanted list. Legatus Fabius Aulus, the 10 of spades. Sharpe quickly assumed that the picture was possibly taken by the U-2 spy plane that he saw at the airbase. Excuse me, what is a module bridge? Pina asked. Is it just another situation where you add the word module to everything? Hearing a few chuckles from the officers, Garcia spoke. Normally, yes, but not in this context. Once Legrath fell, what remained of the Imperial army in this region retreated, but they destroyed all the bridges. Normally, that wouldn't be a problem except for the fact that Agarant is larger than the Mississippi River. And more importantly, fucking mages? We ran into a problem when we began construction. Enemy mages would destroy the bridge with water and ice magic, and the Moon Elves would sabotage most of our building efforts, Arthur added. Now we understand Alexander the Great's frustration in the siege of Tyre. Then we came up with an idea to construct pieces of the bridge on land and then deploy them quickly, Arthur continued. The idea was to place each piece by a Chinook and quickly join them together. Then dwarves would use their enchantment to harden them together quickly. Dwarves? Sharpe asked. He understood they specialized in metallurgy and the enchantment for it, but was surprised they had a role in an operation. A dwarf named Dulon Loslan offered to help, Arthur said. They assisted in coming up with a quick way to bring all the pieces of the bridge together and be durable for our armor to pass through. To Sharpe's surprise, the dwarf name sounded familiar. He then realized they had crossed paths before in the Ely's forest, east of here. A ranger was taken from Vanguard 5, and after a firefight, Dulon agreed to surrender information for his life and possible future business opportunities. Regarding everything else, Sharpe understands the rest of the problems. The problem isn't they cannot cross the bridge. Air assault could easily take care of that, however armor and superior fire support have been their key advantage. Without armor, superior fire support, and most importantly, a secure supply line, the infantry would be surrounded and screwed. The assault rifle is the superior infantry weapon on both worlds. However, if a soldier runs out of ammo, all it is a heavy piece of metal. That is probably why the focus has been on capturing the enemy leader and forcing a surrender, which is one reason the Empire changed its strategy midpoint in the war, switching from open-field pitch battles to trench, urban, and guerrilla warfare, reducing those advantages. When Sharpe learned of this battle, it baffled him. It made no sense why the League would launch such an offensive, as they already learned the hard way that it does not work. Even the reason why the battle on this theater lasted this long was that Legatus entrenched himself and his forces on the other side of the river and avoided open battle. That tactic worked, forcing a stalemate and giving the NATO generals a headache because they couldn't put the conflict in this theater to a resolution. So why now? There is no logical reason why this battle should have happened as it played into NATO hands. Before he could ask his question, Pina spoke. Why did the Empire attack? From the reports, it was a large assault. I hate to say it, but my brother wouldn't have been that foolish. And even if he would, there is no way Fabius would have. And you would be the correct Empress, Lardia commended, surprising Sharpe, Albert, and Pina. That brings us to why you three are here, Garcia said. He then directed Diego to begin. As you figured out, we have a developing situation with two closing windows, Diego said. First, let me introduce you to Lardia Aulus, the wife of Legatus. The wife. Albert commented, shocked. That is correct, Lardia confirmed. She then took a step forward and bowed with a noblewoman style to introduce herself to the newcomers in the room. Greetings. My name is Lardia Aulus, the spouse of the legatus Fabius Aulus. Please be at ease. I am not here as your enemy. Rather, I came here to ask for your help. Sharpe then watched as Lardia took a step back after her introduction was done. Her demeanor was befitting of a noble woman, despite her kind that was considered as a lesser race, which surprised Sharpe. However, he felt that there was a hint of worry that Lardia tried to hide. Not a sense of worry to herself, but about something else. Thank you, ma'am. Diego thanked Lardia for her introduction before turning back to everyone else in the room. As some of you already experienced, the enemy enjoys having coups against their own forces. And now, we are in another similar situation. Then Diego informed the three of what happened in Faluilas from Larsh's point of view. The Battle of Beckwood Forest was a plot by the Arpeggio to undermine Fabius' leadership, because he was planning on surrendering to you, Empress. Once the battle was over, the Arpeggio launched their coup and inaugurated one of the Ticaret forces leaders to replace Fabius as the leader of the League forces on Elis too. Diego explained while pointing at two new pictures shown on the monitor. A Leonoid by the name of Katsuo, the Ten of Hearts, and a dwarf by the name of Gagnog Sandshield, the Eight of Spades. I hate to ask, but why is this our problem? Sharpe asked. He saw Lardia give a worrying impression, fearful of her husband's well-being. I don't mean disrespect, ma'am, but if the League wants to kill each other, I am fine with that at this point. He's right. Albert agreed with Sharpe. As Napoleon Bonaparte once said, do not interrupt your enemy when they are making a mistake. This internal feud within the League is nothing but good news for us. That's... Lardia tried to respond, but couldn't let the words out while gripping her chest. Sharpe guessed that she was unable to counter his argument. Normally I would agree with you, Colonel, Garcia interjected. But if Madame Aulus is correct about Katsuo and Gagnog, they will throw every single man they can find to fight against us. Normally, I'd be fine with it as we have an overwhelming advantage. But if I have another option other than massacring half of the continent, I'd gladly take that option. And as I said, this is a golden opportunity. Assuming he is alive, capturing him would end the campaign here. Otherwise, I would have to send 10,000 soldiers across that river and flush the enemy out, resulting in bloodbaths that we could have avoided. He's right, Arthur said, agreeing with Garcia. With Congress signing a treaty with the rebel Imperial Senate, this has become our exit strategy. As you know, Colonel, the primary issue has not been winning the battles, but what to do once the war is over. The big fear at the White House was another long and bloody Iraq, but on a continental scale. Having elements of the Imperial Army on our side resolves that problem. This is an opportunity, General Stanford, and the White House does not want us to pass up. It would be more than that, Pina interjected, leaning toward the table as she was not enjoying listening to how they were talking about her people like pawns. If he was going to surrender to me, that means all of his men would follow. For my revolution, that means 2 frontline leaders defected against the Empire. In the long term, I would still have a sizable army under the new republic to effectively maintain order and maintain the sovereignty without having to rely on NATO most of the time, increasing the legitimacy of the new republic. Before she continued, she looked around to make sure her point got across as they nodded in understanding. To continue with her stance on the matter, Pina added, I heard about your wars in the Middle East. You disbanded the Iraqi army and their police force after winning your campaign. And that resulted in the entire country falling into chaos, right? I do not want my people to go through that hell. If there is an opportunity to sway my people to my cause, then we should try it. Diego nods again to Pina's point. Exactly. We don't wish to repeat that mistake. And it would be a massive PR victory, second only to Rondell, as well as be an advantage for your revolutionary efforts. Additionally, we would be able to spread the word across the front that Imperial generals are surrendering en masse. In short, there are simply too many potential benefits for us to miss this opportunity. However, let me be clear, Garcia said. If this fails, I will not order my troops to be sensitive to their targets. Anyone who continues to fight for the League will still be labeled as hostile. Seeing the opportunity, Sharpe knew they could not pass it up. What was concerning him was that second window. Is the mission to sweep in, secure the legatus, and extract him back here? That will be Captain Nelson and Empress Lotta's mission, Diego replied while turning to Albert and Pina. If possible, you will also secure the Second Sanctum Commander, Albin de C. Calve of the Ticaret Conglomerate. He pointed at a new picture shown on the monitor, an elf named Albin de C. Calve, the Nine of Diamonds. And keep in mind, according to Madame Aulis, Katsuo planned to fake his death to smoothly transition the army under Albin's command into Gagnogs. So the time window that he has would be shorter, if not already closed. So if you want to save him, you're going to have to race against the clock. But don't force yourself to the point of jeopardizing the mission. Remember, your main objectives are Fabius and his men. Albin is secondary. Now Sharpe was very confused. Looking at Albert, he could see the same confusion in his eyes. The mission itself was simple. The context behind the mission was confusing. Something more is happening like always. What about Vanguard 7, sir? Sharpe asked. What will be our mission, sirs? According to Madame Aulis here, the Ticaret is split when it comes to the war, Diego explained. Apparently, the Second Sanctum never wanted to go to war, but was forced to maintain unity within the Ticaret as the overwhelming majority of the Ticaret houses voted for it. However, there was one house called the House of Alton that voted against the war. Your mission is to make contact with them and bring an end to Ticaret's contribution to the war. And how is that a closing window, sir? Sharpe asked. Are they under threat? We have no idea, Diego said. But that is not the urgent part. According to Madame Aulis here, they discovered an old acquaintance of you two, General Crisis. A flow of mixed feelings hit Sharpe like a freight train. A complex man brings complex opinions, and Crisis was no exception. The number of times they fought, all the battles, what felt like an eternity happened only 7 months ago. While opposing much of the general's tactics and goals, he grew a level of respect for the man, an incorruptible warrior to the core. Sensing Pina about to burst from her seat with emotion, Sharpe placed his hand on her shoulder to calm her. He could feel the anger, sadness, anxiety, and excitement, all trying to contain it in front of the other officers. Wait, my brother is still alive. How is that possible? Pina demanded. That son of the bitch, her murdered him. That, we have no idea, Garcia bluntly said. Ma'am, he then called Lardia to take over the stage. I understand that it is hard to believe, Lardia quickly said, showing her shyness to her former enemies. We also had no idea, and my husband was also in shock when we received the news. Sir Albin informed us right before the coup happened, stating that they could use the knowledge of his potential survival to negotiate a surrender with you, Empress. Sir Alden also said that he guessed that the Sanctum was planning to bring the general to Sadera, so even he did not know the details. I am sorry that I do not know more than that. It is okay, Lardia, Nellia said, calming her friend. This already was a big help. That is correct, ma'am. Your information is really helpful for us. Diego reassured Lardia before turning back to Sharpe. And that is your mission, Sharpe. General Stanford already briefed the president on the topic, and she already approved the operation. I don't think I need to explain what it would mean to have him on our side. Then why am I assigned to go after Fabius? Pina asked, standing up with her hands slammed on the table. I should go after my brother. Having him on our side could mean the entire Imperial army defecting to my cause. Calm down, Pina. Don't let emotions consume you, Sharpe whispered. This isn't the place. Sitting down, Pina apologized for her outburst. My apologies, but I still think I should go with Sharpe and go after Crisis. It's okay, Empress, Garcia replied. The reason why we prefer you going with Captain Nelson is that securing the legatus would bring an end to the war in this theater. They need to keep him alive until the transition is complete, so we have a limited time frame. Assuming he is not alive, you could still recruit his army to our side. He is not dead, Lardia yelled, trying to deny the possibility. She then dropped down on her knees and begged Pina. Empress, please, I beg of you. You have to save him. He told me to come to find you. I was forced to leave my husband's side, traveled hundreds of leagues, and I almost lost my life to the Arpeggio just to find you. You have to help us? She was still on her knees, begging Pina as her tears started streaming from her face. Please, he does not deserve this. Sharpe watched as Lardia broke down while her fellow Nico friend calmed her down. Seeing the sight of her begging for help, Sharpe had a flashback of the daughter of the Mexican family begging for his help before she was set ablaze by the cartel. Sharpe shook his head, trying to push that memory away. Now Sharpe's question about the help Lardia wanted to ask was now clear. She wanted to save her husband, and yet she was powerless to do so. And thus she was here, begging the enemy to save her husband. Turning to Pina, he saw her remain silent, but it was clear to him that she was trying her best to hide her emotions, clearly reflecting on the recent information along with Larsh's beg for help. Sharpe fully understood what was going on in her head. The battle between duty and personal desires was never easy for a leader. For Sharpe, he could already tell this was going to become complicated, like always. Temporarily pulling Lelei from active duty for her mental recovery meant he was down one mage support, but also forfeiting his greatest asset in the team. And Tuke was on a mission with her father in the newly formed Kota Woodline State Army in the Dumas Mountain. While Yao's magic has been advancing so far, she and Tuke are still nowhere near Lelei's level of magical support. However, with this news, he knew someone who might be willing to replace her temporarily. Colonel, Vanguard 7 will be dropped behind enemy lines, Diego said. Most of our support assets cannot reach that far, being close to 3,000 kilometers away. B-1 Lancers will be on station to provide air support if needed, and the Japanese 3rd Recon will be dropping in advance to secure an extraction point. The Space Force has also diverted one of their spy satellites to stay above the Ticaret's airspace, providing you long-range comms and real-time IMET-3 and navigation support for the entirety of this mission. Get there and make contact with the House of Altin and Second Sanctum as soon as possible. What about native support? Sharpe asked. Will we have a guide? Miss Melina here will be your guide, while the Legrath Knights will be your melee support, Diego said. He then directed the meeting to the warrior bunny. Thank you for the opportunity, Melina said. Sharpe, Alden, and I will be coming with you while the rest of my brethren will be going along with the British guy and the Empress. I have familiarity with the Western Desert, so I could be your guide, finding the informal civilian talk humorous. Sharpe experienced it throughout his career. Just 2 different lifestyles. All right. Once the meeting ended, Pina quickly caught up with Lieutenant Colonel Jackson Sharpe. Sir, can I speak with you for a moment? Wishing Albert goodbye and good luck, Sharpe looked toward her and said, What's up? Why are they splitting me off? Pina asked. I should go with you. They know he is my brother, so I don't understand. Looking up at Sharpe, watching his calm manner, Pina could see he was thinking very carefully about his response, which she has grown to expect. Everything is always carefully said. You are the Empress, Pina, Sharpe said. You have the power to go in there and request to be on my team? Then I should, Pina said. After everything he has done for me, he trusted me to carry on his dream, his vision for the Empire for. I owe him. And what about Fabius and all of his men? Sharpe asked. Everything that they said in there? Are they wrong? It took a moment for Pina to consider the general's point of view. The truth is that saving a legatus and his forces from doom is important. Bring another army to her cause, and with that, it would be her people taking over the empire, pleasing many of the future nobles she will need support from. On the other hand, it is crisis. He himself could yield that result. Bringing him to my side, being the head of my armies, would send a powerful shockwave throughout the empire, Pina stated. I understand with Fabius, he would bring a massive benefit to my cause, but so is crisis. Sharpe remained quiet, and Pina wondered if that was intentional. She had come to learn that when he did not quickly respond, he was trying to allow that person to think on their question and points. You're right, Sharpe said. The thing is, they're also right and you know it. If you didn't think that, you wouldn't be talking to me about this, but to them. Hearing that confused Pina as she was hoping for clear direction. What do you mean? Sharpe crossed his arms, taking a deep breath. Exactly what I said. Both have merits, but the issue is which one is more important. You are an empress now, not that naive princess I met in Italica. When you chose that title, you accepted everything that came with it, but most of all, you must be willing to put aside your personal desire for the greater good. Now, both priorities have merits, but for different reasons. You need to decide which one you think is important for your cause and image. Whatever one you choose, I will support, but you need to choose. Now, I have to go talk to Captain Sarah and Pinky. Before Pina would ask follow-up questions, Sharpe left. She felt much frustration ripple throughout her body as she was struggling to decide. Heading to her barracks, Pina passed her fellow Rose Knights, confusing many of them. She then sat down on her bunk, pulled out her notepad, and started thinking about the pros and cons. "What is wrong, my Empress?" Bose's Palesti asked. "You seem down?" Beefeater, Katie added. "We have our orders." Pina then explained everything that was said at the meeting except the part regarding Ticaret. The mission is to recover Fabius and Albin from the Arpeggio. The Barak engulfed in cheer, seeing the importance of the mission, except for her. "Is this not what you wanted?" Beefeater asked. "This brings another general into our fold." "Wait a moment," Boses said. "Where is Vanguard 7 in all this? You said we are deploying with the SAS." "They are going to the Ticaret Conglomerate with the Legrath Knights and the detachment of a group of former adventurers," Pina said. Stating that, Pina got the reaction she expected from her close friends, confusion. A debate started as they questioned the wisdom of going that far north so soon. Maybe if they managed to capture Albin first, then there would be a reason. But now, as the debate continued, Pina stopped it all by mentioning that they are holding her brother Crisis there. The room froze, staring at her. The mood in the room changed as they all wanted to go on the Ticaret mission now. Many of the outspoken girls protested the crime of not going, some even saying it would be a betrayal. It was Panache who brought calm to the group by saying, what was their reason? Securing the local legatus would be a better guarantee of success with a bigger reward, Pina said. Sharpe said I can go to the generals and request that we be transferred to the Ticaret mission. Fabius is an honorable man, but ... But your mind states that Crisis is worth more than Fabius in everything, but more importantly, he is a man that you never thought you would have as a brother? Panache guessed. You are correct, Panache, Pina responded. While Fabius is a great general, for me, my eldest brother is still the best of the best. He, along with Sharpe, are the people that ignited the spark in me to initiate this revolution. Boses then got on her knees, grabbed Pina's hands, looked her Empress in the eyes, and said, we have to go get him. He passed the mantle to you because he knew you could carry on his vision. We would not be here if it was not for him. We have to save him. It is our duty. Let us not forget that bringing him back would discredit your brother, Pina, Beefeater said. Everyone in Sadera would tremble in fear knowing their coup last year failed. Seeing her friend's support, Pina smiled and nodded in agreement, deciding that she will go to Major General Walter Garcia and convince him to transfer the Rose Order of Knights to be with Vanguard 7. Okay, we are going to go save my brother and bring this madness to an end. By the gods, there is no way you are going after your brother, Oiloyat Dusses said, moving through the crowd. Be careful what you say, Oiloyat, Boses said, standing up. You were not there in all those times we fought in battle, and you will obey your Emperor's command. You were not there when Legrath fell and the sacrifices we made, Beefeater added, approaching him as she placed her index finger on his riot-based design knight armor. We earn our place here. You wear that armor because we saved you at Sadera. Oiloyat quickly brushed her finger aside and said, and that gives you the right to sacrifice our comrades? For a single man? And this armor? First off, this armor was given to you by the Americans. Second, the only reason you were wearing armor and calling yourselves knights in the first place was that it was given by her father as a joke. You had to switch sides and create a cause to give it an honor. Oiloyat then unclipped his armor and placed it on the bed. If the armor is just a fashion piece for your game, then none of us are fit to wear it. However, as he ends his statement, many Rose Knights stand up and surround him and pump their fists ready to pummel him for his insolence. That fact was a bitter pill to swallow for Pina, which even Beefeater couldn't respond. However, the part regarding their Rose armor history nearly started a riot in the barracks. She could not tell if Oiloyat was expressing his true feelings on how he views the Rose Knights, or something else. It annoyed her that her leadership and honor were always being tested, regardless of past deeds. To stop the fighting from the building, Pina stood up and interjected, it is not like we are abandoning Fabius and his people. NATO is sending a task force to save them. But I have to save my brother. And that is exactly what I mean, Oiloyat boldly stated, showing no fear by the hateful tension against him. Confused, Pina stopped Boses from speaking. She then asked, speak your true meaning or begone. The reason why you are all angry at me is that you know I am right, Oiloyat stated. The Rose Order of Knights was created as a joke to please some spoiled noble girls who had nothing better to do. It was all a game. You misogynist pig, Panache replied. After everything we have done, Bozes and I killed our fathers to save you and your father, not to mention. We fought like hell with NATO and the people of Rondell to save the city from the giant flaming demon. And yet you still think we are a group of playing knights? And for what? Oiloyat asked with a raised tone, creating a silence in the barack before he continued. You took the Rose Knights from a forgettable joke to leading a revolution where at 3 different points, 3 generals decided to swear allegiance to your cause. Chrysis was the first one, then Peprios, and now Fabius. They all expressed interest in siding with you not because they saw your knighthood as some popularity contest to pretend to be men. You said Fabius told his wife to find you, Empress, to save his men because they see you as the rightful ruler. And you also said that Fabius' wife begged you to save him. And yet here you are, going to sacrifice all of that just to save a family member? Ignoring the plea of your would-be citizen of your republic? By the gods, Pina, you gave me an earful back at Fort Minnick the other day for ignoring other people's wishes. Let us be clear, going after Fabius means you are prioritizing the future of your republic. Going after your brother means you are prioritizing yourself over the revolution, especially when others could do it. Okay, you made your point, Bozes said. But this is not some general we are speaking of. There is a reason why they call him the Gladiator General. Even the common grunts in the NATO army hold huge respect for that man. If people find out that Pina had the opportunity to save him but choose not to, her reputation would be ruined among the men. You know how soldiers love legends. And Sharpe is not a legend? Oiloyat asked Bozes. I have heard all of his tales. He fought against Talon twice and won 4. He fought against Giselle and the Flame Dragon and won 5. He fought against Zorzel and won 6. And he also fought toe-to-toe against Chrysis in a gladiator match 7. And guess what? He won. So he's clearly not any less of a legend, and he is just as perfect for the job. The Americans know this, and that's maybe why they are entrusting Sharpe with it. If you cannot trust him, then you are discrediting him and his abilities. Oiloyat then turned to Pina. So let me ask you again, Empress. Why do you want to do the mission to save your brother so badly? Pina stood in silence, thinking about all of the information she just received and weighing all of her options. All the while, her knights were arguing against Oiloyat again. Enough, Pina ordered, silencing everyone in the room. Either way, we have a long day tomorrow. Everyone needs to get their sleep. I will make my final decision soon. The Rose Knights separate, going back to whatever they were doing. Bozes and Beefeater sat across from her. What a dick, Beefeater commented. Don't worry about it. We understand how important this is to you, Bozes said. We have your back. But still, another male voice interjected. It was Jalen, the other male member of Pina's Knights. He joined the group before continuing. Oiloyat had a point. Don't take it the wrong way, but I agree with him. Not you too, Jalen, Beefeater sighed. I told you, don't take this the wrong way. I still respect you girls and Oiloyat too, Jalen replied. I admit, I have never met Chrysis personally, but from all of the tales I heard about him, I have a good feeling that he would berate you the moment he heard what you would do just to get him. He entrusted his dream to you when you two met in Legrath. I know that I don't have any concrete proof, but I think he would have accepted his fate should he have died during the coup because he had passed the mantle on to you. Now back to Oiloyat's point. The reason why NATO didn't decide to send you to get Chrysis was not because you are not dependable, but because you are dependable, they decided to send you to another mission, which is not any less important than getting your brother back. So, you're saying that Pina should abandon her own brothers? Bozes asked. I didn't say that, Jalen defended. I'm saying that as a future empress, there will be times where she will be forced to prioritize her people over herself. If she doesn't, then what would the difference be between her and Zorzel? Besides, if you ask me, this problem is easy. Everybody thinks he is dead. He had passed his dream of the future to Pina. If he's alive and Sharpe manages to get him back here safely, then that is great. A bonus advantage for us. But in the case of the opposite, we should stay focused on the people who are still alive. We deal with what we have like usual. Moreover, he is not abandoned. Sharpe and Vanguard 7 themselves are coming to get him, So I honestly don't understand why we are debating about this in the first place. There was a silence between the three before they turned to Pina, whom they expected to give a response by now. The lack of response by Pina concerned the three. She just sat there, reflecting on what Oiloyat and Jalen said. Now she understood why Sharpe refused to give a direct answer. Yeah, you and Oiloyat are right. The only reason why I want to save my brother is simply that I want to. I can rationalize it all I want, but at the end of the day, that is okay, Empress, Panache said, placing her arm over her Empress to confront her. You are the Empress and our leader. It is your will. Looking toward Panache and the rest of her friends, she said, and that is why I should not,